Hello, WEC! We here at UWSP welcome you for day 2. I'm Alpocalypse, JV team captain of Smash Ultimate and varsity member of Overwatch, and I have a special guest today. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Dilly, other known as Dylan. I'm a varsity tank and DPS fill for our varsity team. I also play on our varsity Marvel Rivals team and played on Valorant.
Now, can you give me a little bit of insider information onto your JV team? Like, what do you think you're going to see in this match?
I expect to see a different approach and a lot more probably like changing tempo instead of like playing to adapt to their tempo. I expect them to come out swinging and hopefully set the pace for Concordia as we did, our varsity team did, as we went through some strategy planning last night. So.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see this because Concordia made quite the statement yesterday, beating Lawrence 2-0. How do you feel about that?
Right. Okay. So our logic into that on our review last night, we stayed up till I want to say 12 at least. Our entire team, both teams, in one hotel room with a crappy hotel TV VOD reviewing. We said if we can beat Concordia, how we did, we can certainly beat Lawrence, and we look forward to redemption today.
Yeah, and that'll be our second match of the day. So lots of good matches to expect today as we are going into best of fives instead of the best of threes we ran yesterday. So we're looking, here's the bracket for the matches today. Concordia versus UW Green Bay for our first match. Lawrence University versus UW Green Bay for our second match. And then we'll be going into third place in grand finals.
Well, one thing to look forward to is that, obviously we both can hope both our teams to be winning today, but there's a possibility that to qualify for the LCQ play-ins, that our varsity team and our JV team, on the worst case scenario, would be playing each other today for the third place match. But hopefully you'll see us in semifinals.
Hopefully. And we'll go and take a look at the rosters for each team. Concordia, we have Jomaro on DPS, Pactus on the tank Zarya. Pactus has been making such a dominant performance with their Zarya. Just as soon as they choose Zarya, it seems like they find the flow state they need to win their matches. So Fresh on DPS with Soldier. Magic Man Jim on support with Life Weaver, which is still just an interesting choice, but they've been making it work lately. And Letty on Ana.
Yeah, Concordia was definitely different because they have a second support player that they've been filling in for Luddy that we did not play yesterday, Maximum. So it's interesting to see when they swap that and like what the reason is and how it fills their comp. And Jamaro with the Farah is interesting in my opinion because they are a disgusting Hanzo player. We actually had to ban Hanzo in one of our maps because he was hitting shots.
I think it's interesting that Jamaro, Hanzo's not even their favorite character. It's Farah.
Yeah.
And then for UW Green Bay, Dilly, would you like to introduce us to each player?
Yeah, so Rai Fry on the Tracer, Mercy with Poke Zero as our tank player. He does have a ridiculous amount of hours on that Mercy as compared to any tank. And then Opal, of course, on that Junkrat, as we've seen throughout almost every match. And then Peaches with the Ana, even though primarily during the series they've been playing Kiriko. And then Snarky, of course, with the Lucio. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory if you've seen any of the JV matches and how he plays his Lucio.
Now, I'm definitely interested to see Concordia, how they will be playing against JV. We noticed that Junkrat was being played a lot into Zarya, which can be questionable sometimes, but I wonder if we're going to be seeing a switch or not.
Yeah,
Sure.
so through a combination of sitting in the spectator room here and watching the game, and also during our VOD review, I played Junkrat a lot. They're one of my most played characters, but I know that spam does not work in Zarya because the worst thing that A, as a tank player, and B, as any player on the team can see is a Zarya running at you with supports at 100 charge. And that Junkrat did nothing but enable that Zarya because she plays the choke and just feeds. And I talked with Opal personally after that game, and I said, just play anything else except Pharah into that Zarya just to keep her low charge so you can just walk in the back line and ignore that low charge Zarya.
And speaking of characters, it sounds like Concordia is going to be banning Curie.
That's interesting to see, but it does make sense if they're going to be running an Ana here in their comp, disabling like a Ramatra or any of those tanky tank picks. And additionally, it's kind of just a target ban if they were watching, mainly because Peaches has primarily been playing Kiriko throughout almost every game in the series.
Wonder if we're going to be seeing her mainly on Juno today.
That I would anticipate. I mean, I personally haven't seen them play Ana, but their favorite character must be Ana. And a lot of the comps that they run with that Ramatra with Poke, I think an Ana would be very strong as what we run on our Varsity, but quite typically.
Wow. JV banned Zarya! Every time, Concordia, especially bringing out Zarya, every time we've seen Zarya come out, each team has just been wanting to get it off the board as fast as they can.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there at all. I'm actually surprised that Concordia didn't go with a protection ban, banning, for example, a Ramatra, which is pretty lethal into a Zarya, because it would protect because you can't ban two of the same role. And whatnot, but especially because they have the map pick, and they can pick a map that is stronger with Zarya. For example, something like Ilios or even Lijiang.
Busan is going to be our first control point. We've been seeing a lot of Busan, especially yesterday, for the first map.
Yeah, Busan is a map that we admittedly haven't practiced a bunch, but we have struggled on control this series. I can't speak entirely to JV here, but I know they prefer a different map than the Busan. But we'll see how they approach it and walk into this this game here, as we're on the map of the big drum first.
First match of the day. I'm excited.
As am I.
And now, keep in mind, we're going to be running best of 5, I believe, for each match today. So it's going to be could be some long games, but each game is going to be great.
Yeah, I agree.
Poke Zero with the Flint and Steel. Definitely college teams. College teams.
Poke likes to banter during the game quite a lot. If you've seen any of his antics, both in his play and what he types.
So we're looking at Pectus on Diva. We've seen a lot of Diva from Pectus. Their Diva is nothing to scoff at. Jomaro on that infamous Hanzo. Soulfresh for Soldier. Magic Man Jim on Brig. Luddy on Ana. Poke Zero looking to run Hazard. Refry on May.
Looks like we're having some technical issues there. We'll get back to that shortly, I would hope. But yeah, it's interesting to see. I do like the Hanzo here, especially on Busan. It's a very okay. And long sight lines for that Hanzo to be playing on those high grounds and those off angles, and we'll have to see how Green Bay wants to approach that and positions themselves accordingly.
And we've been seeing Shamaro just aim like no other. Like, please, but where do you go? How do you know? The aim is impeccable.
Yeah, I did play a lot of Hanzo during my Xbox days, but I don't think I've played a lot during PC, and it's definitely challenging to play. And it looks like Concordia's taking the top left here, going on to drum and taking the point early.
Poke Zero trying to find space. There's that Hanzo we've been talking about. Trying to get to see where the enemies are gonna go. But gets shut down pretty quickly.
Early.
Still takes out Peaches on Juno.
Post-human is picked there with the arrow. And it looks like Green Bay is taking a up one advantage here as Brig falls as well. Trades with Opal. Looks like Hazard and Diva contesting point here. Blackfly takes down Luddy. Looks like they're brawling just for Diva here. Hanzo's
Flanking
back on
Pectus
high
there.
ground. Diva D-Mac here. It looks like Concordia needs to fall back and regroup here.
Hope Zero getting out of there pretty quickly.
Yeah. Pretty solid positioning here so far with just holding low ground and not getting overly contested. It looks like Opal falls to a Zenyatta switch.
And Green Bay has taken a point first.
And we'll see how, we talked about this last night, if they're going to go all aggro or if they're going to regroup. And it looks like they're going to go all in to try equalize here.
Starting up the team fight here.
Contesting for that percentage is definitely helpful. They're already down 2 here as Snarky falls. Blizzard coming out on the side of JB.
Tomorrow hasn't been able to hit a significant shot yet.
It looks like it's pretty unclear here as
Never mind. I'm going to
so
stop
much
talking
anymore.
about Hanzo.
Jamaro gets a pick. And Lucio's contesting.
Trying to get the Juno, but just can't quite hit the shot.
And Jamaro just once again with this Hanzo, just so lethal from those medium to long ranges.
Oh, absolutely.
And it just looks like they're really going to be taking these angles away with the Zen volleys and the Hanzo here.
Yeah, they're really just controlling space with both of those characters. I mean, even having Ana in the background, you can have 3 long shots going on.
Diva bomb. No
Doesn't get
pick,
any
and
value out of it.
during the D-Mac, 2 fall. And it looks like JV is going to be capping point here as Concordia needs
They do
to
get
group
it.
up.
They're both really like
down
even
goes
right
Opal.
now. So going into like trying to take space as Diva and the rest of the team are coming in from the side.
Yeah.
Stay up the wall trying to block them off. Going in for the window there to try and control the point. Green Bay is forced to take back the point, trying to contest it.
Transcendence coming down on the side of Concordia on point as they look to just contest. Visor up, Nano Visor.
Nano Visor, 2
Fire
kills right
coming
now.
out.
Takes out the. Looks like Concordia is going to win this team fight. Big, big, big.
Wow.
That was a big Visor.
A lot of ults coming down on the side of Concordia. It'll be interesting to see how JV approaches with Blizzard and Boop down.
And on Concordia, they still have the Hanzo ult.
Yeah, and it
Well,
comes out
never mind.
early
They don't
here.
have any more.
Just zoning him away here. As Snarky gets critical.
Concordia is taking back the point. Both of them are keeping like pretty even and controlling this point. I mean, yesterday we saw consistently just dominant first game, dominant second game, third game was just contesting the entire time.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see that today because both teams are really trying to get to grand finals.
And we're both at 80% here. It'll be interesting to see how this team fight goes. The 2 fell way early for the fight at JV.
Sure. I think overtime is definitely gonna be the decider.
For sure, and it looks like with Blizzard, see when to pop it here. It looks like he's throwing it
There
away
goes Blizzard.
immediately. It's zoning the ult. Looks like Concordia will have to contest. They give up point.
That Blizzard was definitely more so for controlling space.
Diva gets D-Maxed, and it looks like Diva's going to fall early here,
There goes Pectus.
and they're down 2.
Definitely hard for Pectus to not be able to switch back to Zarya as their comfort.
Oh, and Jamaro gets staggered. Looks like he'll try
Big
to
sleep,
save.
big sleep.
Wow.
And that's gonna be game 1 or point 1 going to JV.
And they still had 2 ults in the banks there. Just
90
unable to get a final team fight going, Concordia.
99% and 100% for the point capture. It's close. It's close.
Yeah.
Tomorrow switching to Ash for this map.
That makes sense. Trying to look to contest that high ground there.
So fresh
down
on
main.
Sojourn. It was a lot closer of a game. I mean, we've been so used to seeing just such dominant performances, but like I said, I think both teams just want it so bad.
I agree. It looks like Concordia is going to switch to a pretty dive comp here with Winston and the Sombra here, as well as switching over to a Lucio. We'll see how Concordia approaches this point coming down main as JV approaches from the left side.
I don't believe we've seen Jamaro much on Sombra, so I'm interested to see how they perform.
It's a great virus there. It looks like Sombra's just looking to shut down the supports, and they do, with Sombra taking down, and Sojourn taking down that Lucio there.
Catch you later.
And Concordia is going to be the first to capture point.
And there goes May. And it
Sojourn,
looks like,
Sojourn is just such an oppressive character.
I do agree. It's going to be interesting to see how JV has to adapt here to this dive composition. And it looks like they're getting oppressed, but they did get a pick on the tank. And they're putting pressure on point here. Tomorrow takes out Snarky. And it looks like they're just holding on here. May goes into blind.
Really trying to get Refry on there. Peach is hacked.
Looks like Sombra's just being a pest there and diverting attention as Lucio aims to get the Winston off the high ground but fails to do so. Down goes Opal, overextended.
Soulfresh's Soldier pick is really working out for them.
Sojourn's just so good at building up charge and being able to punish people that are overextending with the railgun, especially those squishies being Opal. And it looks like Opal swapping the Reaper here off that Junkrat. Just looking to counter that dive from the Monkey.
Now, we don't really see Opal switch off Junkrat very much. Do you think it's just that he feels like he's not getting much value out of Junkrat right now?
Between that and being able to really heal for his team, it looks like it's panning out here. As down goes So Fresh and Magic. And Nano comes down here.
Big.
And so does
There's a
EMP.
big hack.
Oh, and down goes Jamaro and Luddy.
Looking to
Freeze
get a
here.
blizzard.
As it's
Texas
just
going
tanked on
down.
point there.
91% on Concordia, but UW Green Bay is capturing point. I think it's going to be a long hill to climb.
I do agree, especially with Rampage here for Pectus. As he's going to really look at those supports there with that ultimate, but pretty mobile on the side of Green Bay as their comp, but
Looks like Concordia is going to have 3 ults to work with, so this team fight will be crucial to see if they can actually take the game.
yeah, 98 to overclock here. You can imagine he's going to pop it on high ground. It's just so many angles here for the side of Green Bay to cover. It looks like they're falling backwards as Peaches going left and down
Those beats.
Beat on the side, and it looks like we're even
Texas
here.
has popped off too. Soulfresh has popped off.
And it looks like down goes So Fresh. And once again, another trade coming out here as it's going to dive that back line, and so does Snarky. And down goes the Ana, and it looks like the fight advantage here for Green Bay as they hold on to point. And now we're looking at a Rain and a Blossom here on the side of Green Bay. It's just compared to that slam on Magic.
UW Green Bay really hold on to this point strong.
For sure, especially with that last fight, despite the ult economy, and it looks like we're looking at the Diva here, really to shut down that Reaper, I think. And down goes Jamar on the Ashe, as Green Bay once again holds on to that advantage. And Diva just trying to peel low health, and down comes Rain. And so does Blizzard here.
There goes the Blizzard.
It looks like we're just looking
Reaper's
to
popped
stagger
out too.
All ults coming down here as we're looking at an orbital strike on the side of Peaches, but it doesn't look like Concordia's going to get a second fight here on control, and Sombra just tries to get that overtime touch here, and a pretty dominant
That's
showing.
going to be second point going to UW Green Bay, but it wasn't as dominant as we've seen in the past. I wonder if we're going to get a game 5 for this.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here as Concordia will have to approach what map selection and what mode primarily is what's the determining factor. From my experience watching JV and scrimming them, it would be hard to imagine they go to Flashpoint here. as the only pretty bad map choice that you can have against this strong JV team.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that for sure. It's a good match to open up with. Very close, like I was saying. I feel like both of these teams that are in here are going to be just clashing the entire time.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here Concordia falling on control as their Busan against us was very strong. But JV overcoming these challenges and being able to win that fight.
But the thing is, too, is both you, Varsity and JV, both get the opportunity to watch as each of your teams are playing on the big screen in here. So they get to see that kind of communication that no other teams here get.
For sure, and being able to commentate this definitely gives me a broader scope on how JV approaches Concordia if we were to ever play against them again in the future, and their composition and how to adapt, especially shutting down that Reaper, or playing that Reaper, I mean, against that Diva.
Yeah. But now we'll be seeing bans, and I think Concordia might get Zarya back.
Oh, for sure. It'll be. It's hard to imagine a world where they don't pick a strong map for Zarya here, with no real high grounds. So something like a King's Row maybe, where Zarya is extremely strong, being able to push out that main choke with a coordinated dive.
Yeah, and King's Row, as I like to call it, the magic map where dreams come true. So much can happen there. Like, you either hold strong or you just get absolutely rolled.
Yeah. We thought King's Row was our map.
Yeah,
man,
having a little
but-
PTSD maybe?
Oh, for sure. Going into, not to talk too much about our team strategy, but it was tough.
Yeah, but I mean, your opponent there was Lawrence University, and Lawrence University just, each time they played King's Row, it worked out so well for them.
Yeah, that it did. Unfortunate that we did a lot of planning there on that map, and just all fall apart.
You think you'll take them to King's Row again today?
I won't talk too much on my team's strategy as we go into map 2, as they're sitting in the room here. So, but no, no.
That's a safe bet, but JV still has the opportunity to take Concordia there, or Concordia taking JV there.
Yeah, we did see JV also play against Florida King Row. Be interesting to see where they take, or where Concordia takes JV here. But like I said, you can imagine it's not going to be a flashpoint map, as that would be a disaster, I think, for Concordia.
Oh, for sure. But Zarya has been able to get one of the flashpoint maps and hold strong each time while they're playing Zarya. So,
Yeah, I think especially on New Junk, with those closer fights, Zarya will be strong. But JV's map strategy for those flashpoint maps is just so. As it looks like Concordia is making some adjustments here.
switching SoFresh to support. And they've banned May. So SoFresh is now on support and Luddy is on DPS. I wonder what the play is there.
Yeah, the May ban makes sense here, as May is extremely strong in Zarya with the walls and just his pure zoning potential of being able to just punish a slightly, like 2 steps overextending Zarya. You wall and you break the bubbles dead.
Yeah. And you definitely want to deal with Concordia Zarya. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, really. I mean, you can imagine we're not going to approach the Zarya with a Junkrat. But,
You'd imagine.
we'll see.
But you could be wrong too.
I hope not.
We'll see. We'll see if UW Green Bay JV has learned anything from their mistakes.
Yeah, I definitely think they have, as we're still awaiting the map pick here, which is surprising because I think that comes first. But it looks like they're going to have to think pretty long and hard about that as the map comes in, and
Eichenwald!
a
Yo!
hybrid
We have not seen Eichenwald yet today. One of my personal favorite push maps or payload
Is this in
maps.
the pool?
Apparently, it is in the pool.
Huh.
Eichenwald is just
Uh, I haven't seen Eichenwald in WEC here.
maybe it's just a
so
for the regionals event only for the 5 cent.
maybe I'm not.
Yeah, it looks
I'm
like
not
it is the
familiar.
case.
Oh, okay. Because I think I would have been. Okay, as I
okay.
said, Eichenwald is not in the map pool in WEC. Which I know this because I brought it up the other day as we wanted to. I like the map Eichenwald, but it is not a hybrid map. This is primarily Kings Road and Bonnie. I can't think of the other two.
Blizzard
but
World?
Blizzard World.
Blizzard World.
And not Circuit.
I mean, some of my personal favorite payload maps.
And Periosa. Okay.
Some of my personal favorite payload maps are Blizzard World and Eichenwald. So a little disappointed not to hear that Eichenwald's in the pool for it, but
Yeah.
it still lives on in my heart.
Yep, for sure. I was pretty shocked when I saw that Eichenwald there.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see what Concordia picks otherwise, and you can imagine it's going to be a hybrid map again, as that looks like what they want to approach.
Maybe
so.
Concordia was just playing mind games, mental warfare. You know,
Maybe.
it begins there.
Yeah.
Reading up on the art of war before the match.
It's surprising that went through. I would think.
Oh.
All right, and it looks like now we're going to
Kings
Row.
Row, the magic map.
We'll have to see here. Obviously, what sides we're playing here, but you can imagine JV is going to come in with a pretty strong hat as they have lessons to learn from after yesterday playing against Lawrence on this map. And it's been a favorite here in this Northeastern Regional.
I definitely think we're gonna see Zarya.
I strongly agree here out of the gates. Typically, like in my experience playing Overwatch, it's really been between Ryan, Zarya, Ramatra here.
Yeah.
Diva can be ran on that first point on attack, but it's not runnable
I mean, me personally, whenever I play tank here, it's usually Ryan on attack and then Ram on defense. Mostly because I know on attack they're gonna play Ryan.
See, in my opinion, I run Ram on attack and Ram on defense, but that's because I'm a pretty strong lover of the Ramatra.
I mean, I am too, but a good Reinhardt, it's always so much fun.
Yeah, as we saw it on Varsity versus Lawrence here, their Reinhardt was able to hold their space very well.
Oh, absolutely. Even against a Ramatra, which is the counter to Ryan.
And we'll really have to look here how Green Bay approaches contesting off angles in these high grounds. But as we saw yesterday, they had some Symmetra lineups where they go up and around taking these high grounds, contesting to drop onto point and putting pressure. So
For sure. And a lot of people made some comments about the Symmetra's weird just hit or aiming that they had there. They had a very interesting aim. It was like 3 blocks. It looked like an exclamation
the
point.
drop down.
The drop down,
I think
yeah.
that was one of my teammates has that.
Can I ask why?
I'm not sure. Admittedly, Symmetra has no fall off, and it's just a straight beam or a straight ball projectile. But I don't think there's a pure reason there.
I mean, props for being unique, I guess. I mean, they wanted to stand out. They did it.
I do run that crosshair, the 3 dots on Junkrat, but that's it. As you can count.
Maybe they
my
know
visual.
something about Symmetra that we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some little secrets that they got going on
We
there.
can imagine seeing a Symmetra here for sure.
Oh, for sure. We've been seeing a lot of Symmetra lately.
Yeah. It's really strong on these close maps and teleporters especially. Once you get to that organized setting where you can really coordinate what you're doing with these teleporters and positioning your team and moving. And also you can send turrets through your teleporters, so if you just put it in the back and it gives you a moment where those supports aren't always looking at their tank. It gives you just time to pressure.
So Green Bay, it sounds like they're going to be banning Ana, but we did have Luddy switch with Soulfresh for DPS, and Luddy is primarily the Ana player.
Yeah, I think it just looks to take away one of the strongest characters in Overwatch meta right now. As really on the defensive side, Ana is very strong with the off angles you can hold and just the great line of sight that you can have. As positioning is so important, and it looks like JV just doesn't have an Ana player primarily, so we're just taking it away. And we'll have to see how Concordia responds here.
Maybe taking out one of the
Or
DPSs.
didn't they ban May? They did ban May.
They banned May, yeah.
They banned May before map selection. It was weird. They were sure they wanted to get rid of that May.
Yeah. It doesn't matter which map, get rid of her.
Yeah, and I think we've seen May banned on almost every Kings Row play. Every single time Varsity has played Kings Row, May came into the ban as a lot of our map strategy there was to run a May. But
I can't wait for hero bans going into the next season of Overwatch when I can start doing that in my comp games.
is it 9 days?
I think so, something like that.
Drive starts soon as I look to get a new name banner. But I'm not looking forward to actually playing those comp games.
It's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a mess.
As drives is where all the players come out to play, good or bad.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to just more game, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. All right, and we're gonna get into our second round or second match of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, so second map here.
Yeah, and it looks like Green Bay is going to be on the side of attacking, I believe. Yeah. Green Bay is attacking, Concordia on defense here. We'll have to look at the compositions as I would imagine, if I had to guess, from my experience, JV is going to be running maybe a Ramantra. You could even see a Winston here as they look to dive, but
Always locks in Wrecking
Okay,
Ball
well-
first. Always locks in Wrecking Ball first.
yeah, we talked yesterday, and he scared the crap out of his team yesterday, locking the ball, and he actually convinced everybody on his team that he worked on ball in totally normal watch, and therefore he could play it in a WEC regional. However, we'll have to see what he really is playing here, unless he's going to stick with it.
I would love to see that from a commentator standpoint.
I don't think I would. Okay, as we see the Winston coming out here last second, as they're going to be looking to run a divey-ish comp with the Tracer Lucio Winston here, and of course Zarya on defense.
And at Hanzo.
It looks like we're running a Moira as well on the side of Concordia. Oh, and
Oh!
there goes Peaches with an early pick.
We are seeing Refry on the Tracer. Refry's Tracer, I like it. I really like it.
Yeah, Ryfry has been pretty strong, just contesting these backlines, and it looks like coordinated dive here as they take the high ground. Snarky goes down low, and there goes Snarky just looking to brawl into their comp. And down goes Peaches as Green Bay's left with no supports in the tanks in the backline. And it looks like there goes Opal, and it's now a 2v5 as
Yeah,
Wi-Fi
Concordia.
retreats, and there goes both
Oh!
of them as
This
it's a total
Hanzo,
team
take
wipe.
me your ways, please.
It looks like we got to get a shield here to block out this spam angles from these Hanzos. It looks like we're switching very early to I set a shield with Reinhardt and Farah as they look to just out-spam this Hanzo contesting main. And Concordia here holding point instead of this choke, which is a very good decision. And it looks like so early is this Zarya getting charged here.
And we're seeing Bloody with Reaper so fresh on Kirito. And keep in mind, they
down
did
goes
switch.
so fresh. As Ryan in the back line.
Risky.
And down goes Jamaro. As it looks like Green Bay is looking to take, and down goes Opal. And it looks like Green Bay here is gonna, as long as they clear out this Reaper.
Refry's Farah might be winning my heart right now.
Yeah, Without really a hit scan, I'm not doubting Jamaro, as I played far into this Hanzo, and he hits his shots, which is crazy to me. But we'll have to see what the approach here on the side of Green Bay is dealing with this Zarya on these chokes.
And Green Bay is able to get the payload moving here.
And it looks like Farah early just contesting this back line. And some barrage
Oh,
coming
big,
out.
big,
Down
big.
goes Moira.
And a pin on Jamaro. Pokes. You see, this
What
is why I
a-
love Reinhardt on this map. Reinhardt on attack. It feels so good.
And it looks like Concordia is just stunned here. It doesn't know how to respond to this Farah, as you can't switch off the DPS as both of them have ults here. But you can imagine a Reaper swap coming soon on the side of Concordia to really handle this Farah.
Oh, absolutely. And really trying to get Wi-Fi down.
And
That
if you-
Farah been doing so much
And
damage.
down goes Bloody diving
It
the
is
high
Bloody.
ground. Oh, and Ryan here with the shatter. He's going to look at it.
Big shatter coming. Big shatter coming.
I think so. He's looking at this.
And
here
there's
it
the shatter.
comes!
Big, big. Getting impacted into the
And it
back
looks like-
line. But that bubble.
Oh, and he's going to get the mega. He does. Oh, but
But still going for it. Oh, wins the 1v1.
55 HP. And Concordia just has yet to come up with a response to this Reinhardt, as they have all 5 ults in the bank. You've got to imagine, like, they coordinate this, but
King's Row, where dreams come true.
they've just yet to use an ultimate here. As every fight is just so dominant on the side of JV here. And here
Oh,
comes Grab.
grab, big grab. This is big
Tsunai
grab.
and Bull, but all 5 ults.
Taking out
Step
Snarky.
up.
Wait. This might be a team wipe.
Yeah.
Team wipe. Oh,
and
no.
that's what you can expect, as Concordia drops all 5 ults on this team fight. But JV looking like they were trying to hold on here using both support ultimates. And you've got to see how Concordia is going to come up as
Bloody-
a Bastion switch here.
I think Concordia is really feeling the pressure. I mean, they're like halfway to the last point, 3 minutes on the clock. They had to do something.
And down goes right here. As,
Magic Man Gem switching onto the BAP. I think they're definitely going for more of a.
They're definitely going for a hit scan.
Oh, pin.
Oh, a shatter
Another
coming
shatter!
in. Down goes Poke and Snarky, as Zarya is such high
Oh.
charge, and it looks like another team wipe from the side of Concordia here. But 3 minutes left on the clock. You've got Deadeye and Barrage coming up here soon. so-
Concordia is standing dominant right now, just shutting everything down from Green Bay. They got so much momentum going in, and they hit a wall, and that wall's name is Concordia.
And I don't know what that is.
Come in, block that person.
Oh, looks like the
Oh,
grenade
there's the
is
high noon.
saving. And
Big high
down goes
noon!
Tomorrow and Magic.
This might be the final push that
And
Green Bay
down.
needs.
Oh, and it looks like the tank's gonna get staggered here as Coach just is out for blood here on Texas, and he comes back up with the Suzu coming down early.
But it might not matter.
I don't think it does. 3 meters, 2 meters.
Yeah, they don't get the
and
touch. They don't get the touch.
2 minutes and 16 seconds left on the side of JV here, as they look to take a firm hold on Concordia here.
I feel like this is why I speak so highly of just Ryan on this map. You can take up so much space. You get your DPS to go in there. Supports are backing you up. You can make so much happen in such a little amount of time.
And notoriously so, it looks like Pectus just doesn't want to switch off the Zarya, but typically after a first death like that, or that first team fight, you've got to realize that Zarya might not work with this Reinhardt, as Reinhardt is a very hard counter to Zarya, as you can just keep swinging and shield your beam.
Yeah. And even just those shatters in the hallways, everyone goes down.
Yeah, especially with the way that Concordia's been playing this map here. Just so grouped up, so prone to shatters, as it looks like.
Pectus might be switching to the Winston here.
Yeah, this makes sense, as they're going to look to contest this high ground soon here, but I'm actually not so sure, because running a Bastion and Zenyatta, very limited mobility on the side of Concordia with that Winston. We'll have to see how Jamaro feels But an Echo.
Jomaro and
Oh,
Echo.
Bacto, okay.
Mercy.
We've got some switches here.
I'm a personal Echo lover.
Yeah,
I gotta
look.
say, Echo. Ah,
It looks like just the Mercy is going to be playing with this Echo here as they look to dive the back line of JV.
Pectus holding strong on Zarya.
And, the front there. As it looks like JV is going to give up some space here around this main choke, and Echo at crit here. As looks like Rai taking the high ground. Gets poked out pretty early there with the grenade, and here comes turret
Mashing
form.
with current.
Shield going down very
Just
early.
running
and just
down Pope.
absolutely demolished as 2-1 lead here. Oh,
Bastion and just so much damage they can output.
and that Zarya on 100 charge now. Oh, but he's 21 HP, and down goes Pectus. Will JV have a contest here? Immortal. Shooting up the Bastion. Oh, and Snarky goes in for the contest, but just nothing able to grasp there as Somber switch early here, and down goes Ryfer on that high ground in close fight.
A good dive from Jomaro.
Yeah. Looks like we're just switching to more of a dive comp slowly, but with Sombra, but maybe just looking to contest the back line of Green Bay.
Bloody getting in some warm-up squats, keeping himself warm there.
Zarya is a weightlifter.
Yeah.
Looks like just that damage boost Bastion here down main.
Running
no
down.
answer to it. You gotta get behind that cover early.
I don't know about you, but I do not want to be in a streetway with Bastion on turret.
And it looks like, oh, here comes the ult here. It's
Big ult. Doesn't get much
no
miles
value
off
there,
of it.
but down goes Fry. Tomorrow diving to the back line.
Magic Man Jim
Down
popping
goes
ult.
Bloody. And Opal just out of place there with the Reinhardt falling back. Oh, a lot of poke damage coming in. And down goes Reinhardt. As looks like a pretty offensive-sided map so far.
Now we saw a big performance coming from Green Bay, but Concordia is matching that and going above it right now.
And it just looks like defense here is just unable to come up with an answer, but
5 minutes on the clock now.
yeah. Looks like Zarya's just such high charge. You're poking these angles and just receiving the spam, but JB with the overclock
Right, popping
coming
ult
out,
stuff.
as it looks like it's just no value as they all just able to find cover there.
But the rest of Green Bay is gonna have all their ults. So the rest of the ults. Big grab, and a hack.
And
Big plays coming out here.
down goes the Mercy. Looks like we're even here. Support for DPS is Rai looking to test the back line. So fresh, so weak. Down goes So fresh.
Really just trying to push right here.
Oh,
Got a little too greedy
overextension
there.
here, but it doesn't matter as that fight going in the hands of
But still,
Green Bay.
4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Halfway to a final point.
Looks like we're switching to a Pharah here, which I do like that there with only really the Bastion and the Batchies to contest there. But looks like a Deadeye on the side of Green Bay.
And, we still have Soul Fresh and Luddy with their ults, and we're gonna have Magic Man Jim with their ults soon.
It's gonna be scary to see this Bastion in the window come down.
Yeah, Bastion in a window with a Mercy boost.
That
thing's a nightmare.
That shield may just dissipate.
I
but
think
looks
Ryan
like-
has shield with it.
Oh,
we're
down
seeing-
goes
ooh.
the Deadeye, and so does Poke, and ooh.
Big plays coming
You
out
gotta
here.
wonder if JV gonna get another team fight in here, as the window comes down very early, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Down goes Peaches, down at support with his final team fight. It's
Well,
gonna be a
they're
matter of
trying to-
desperation. And down goes Tomorrow with the pin.
Bastion's so good at just tearing apart Ryan's shield.
No answer to this Bastion here as down goes Green Bay.
I'm starting to understand the pick for Letty to switch to DPS. That Bastion, that Reaper, just big plays to take out Reinhardt's shield.
And it's just such a problem being able to sit there uncontested as the DPS are trying their best, but you need something a little bit more divey to be able to contest this Bastion, the Mercy. Maybe even a hit scan character to be able to purely take down this Mercy here.
Yeah. King's Row. I can't get enough of seeing it in these matches. It's always a good match. Looks like Pectus staying on Zarya. Jamaro hasn't chosen theirs yet. Luddy's staying on Bastion. Max Command Jim staying on Mercy. Soulfresh with Bat. Reinhardt for Poke. Lara for Refry. Cassie for Opal. Peaches on Kiriko. And Snarky, of course, on the Lucio.
Coming down to the wire here as we go for overtime. And it looks like we're running Reinhardt on attack here instead of that Winston that we saw on that first side. There's Magic now on the Juno. No mercy for that Bastion on defense here.
Really taking space with Farah here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how that Farah plays out. If you really can't play with your team here, you're just going to charge up that Zarya, as I've said before, and that's the worst nightmare for the shield. And down goes Snarky early again with a pick to tomorrow early game. As it looks like Cordy's trying to walk on Green Bay here. As the shield goes down early, 80 charge Zarya. It's just...
Oh. Jamario just... Pectus with Zarya, just kind of like a semi-truck running down the highway. You can't stop it sometimes.
Especially when that charge gets above 80
Oh,
at
absolutely.
that point. And it looks like an early switch here from Opal and Poke running that Reaper Winston here. So they just have to look to contest this back line.
I mean, they have a minute on the clock. They got to do something.
It looks like Poke and...
Ooh. Shoving the monkey back. Oh! Getting some some worried looks from Dilly over here right
Some
now.
insane
Watching
movement
JV.
from that Bastion. As he boosts himself up, and it looks like down a tank, JV still trying to contest it. Wow. And Peck is going up on that high ground, and down goes Suzu. And it's just a stagger there as Concordia cleans house. Oh. And it looks like Kiriko is still on that high ground, gonna keep getting contested from Jamar as he gets bubbled. And this is just, if he can't TP out, it's... And a stagger here with 8 seconds left. It's just, especially dying with that Katsunai with a very rush shape. As Bastion in turret form, just uncontested here as he mows down Farah.
Popping all.
All the ults come down here on the side of Concordia. There's not a tick for Green Bay.
And it's looking like King's Row is becoming a bit more of a nightmare for the UW Green Bay here.
I can't disagree with you there. Just a strong showing that first point on the open, but no response there.
And now Concordia has almost a minute more than what Green Bay had, so they got a bit more time to work with. They only have to capture the payload. That's all they have to do to win.
We'll have to see here how Green Bay will respond composition-wise to this Bastion as he's just reigning uncontested.
Luddy's Bastion, I see the change. I see why they did it.
And it looks like we're going to the Bastion mirror here as Rai switches to a Bastion and a Ramatra on defense.
Opal Junkrat.
Now it looks like we're going to be running into this Mercy Bastion comp again.
Seeing Snarky on the Baptiste, which might be the first time we've seen them switch. Or it could just be mind games.
It's just looking to really play as your team here as both times the supports, I think Snarky's been getting picked here by Jamaro's Hanzo, just reigning uncontested with these off angles. And We'll have to see how the Ramattra is going to be able to contest, as the shield's quite strong, but Bastion will melt you even in Nemesis form, as Concordia just needs one pick here to win the map.
Oh, here
And
comes
it's
the
just-
Bastion.
and here comes blocking in Nemesis form here, as they take so much space. Opal getting low here,
getting
60
shut
charge
down.
on Zarya. He's taking all the space he can want. His
Same
focus
charge,
low.
83 charge.
Suzu comes down in Immortal as Poke walks. Down goes Bastion. Mercy. As it looks like.
Ooh.
And
Big time
Bastion
getting taken
is
down. Poke Zero on the
mowing
ball.
down.
I mean, he did play a lot of totally normal Overwatch. We're going to see it now.
And it just looks like to no avail here as the
And
Sombra
you're
comes
dead.
out. And
And that's going to be the point going to Concordia.
now, unlike yesterday here, it's best of 5 as Green Bay is going to look at the map pick here. And you can imagine we're going to be looking at a flashpoint and most likely New Junk City as the map selection. As Green Bay just needs to look forward and put this map behind them.
King Zero.
Some of this map.
I think it might be another VOD review there.
On the side of JV, yeah. I'm not touching that map.
I can understand that.
But we'll see here.
Maybe it would have been different if it was Eichenwald.
You can imagine. I do like Eichenwald, which is so weird it's not a WEC pool as it is in OWCS, the professional league.
Any insight to some things you want to nitpick at?
That Bastion, just uncontested. So much value there, especially with the Mercy pocket on attack.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
no real answer as the tank was just getting mowed. And you've got to look at maybe even an Ashe or a Sojourn to really put some damage and get him to stop peeking main.
The problem is too is you get distracted by that pocketed Bastion. You got 80% 80 charge on a Zarya that will just mow you down afterwards. It's
Yeah.
such a strong comp there.
And you can look to switch to, like, I would say a Sigma even, with Rock to get him out of turret, the shield just to be able to find cover and especially the grass, but just unable to come with an answer there to that Bastion as he just mowed down Pogue.
That Zarya, Pectus' Zarya just truly is something else.
And you've got to imagine here that Green Bay is going to ban the Zarya again, as Zarya is quite strong on these Flashpoint maps, but we'll have to see.
But that still leaves Luddy open for Reaper and Bastion.
Yeah,
It's kind of a pick your poison on that.
I think forcing Pectus off something he's less familiar with is very important, as he is a very strong Zarya player, but on the side of Varsity, when we banned Zarya, in WC you're able to switch any players, any roles after hero bans, funny enough, and they ended up switching Magic to tank in our game, and
Green Bay,
And,
ban Zarya. Get her
Zarya
outta
ban
here.
coming in here. And we'll see if it didn't really work out for Concordia when they switched Magic. As I looked at his profile, and this guy's never played tank, but he just got to put pressure. And I can imagine that Pectus is going to stay here on that tank. His Ryan's good from what I saw.
We'll see. We'll see what they pick. Maybe that Diva comes out again. Their Diva isn't bad, but it's nothing beats their Zarya.
He ran that against. Lawrence. Sorry, my teammate. He's in the back. He ran that against Lawrence, and it was very strong. Showing as they 2-0'd Lawrence.
We'll see how Concordia responds.
Yeah. Wow, and Concordia here. Looks like they're swapping Luddy for Pectus on the tank and DPS.
Luddy
as-
just kind of like ping-ponging around here. They went from support to DPS to tank. You're just going up the roster, man. Congrats on the promotion.
Apparently, I've never seen him play tank. We'll have to see what he's running here.
I mean, they had a scary Bastion. I'm kind of afraid to see what they might do on something like Mauga.
Yeah, but Anna's protected here, as it looks like, as I said, New Junk
Junk City.
for the third map is Green Bay selects.
Noah, to get maybe some insight to what Luddy might do here, what do you prefer to play on New Junk City? I personally am usually going to play Doomfist or Ramatra.
And to no surprise here, I'm going to just say Ramatra. And it looks like Concordia coming down with a Pharah ban, looking just to take away this choke denial, as New Junk is so potent with these tight chokes to enter the point. But you can imagine we're running a Junkrat here, especially on New Junk. But,
Especially after those snipes that we saw last time on this map by Opal.
yeah, but now I think this is much more doable without a Zarya on the opposition. But I think it's a good ban by Concordia.
So yeah, we'll see what Luddy pulls out. Maybe a Doomfist, maybe a Ramatra. More than likely a Ramatra.
I do like a Ramatra here.
Ramatra, I do too.
I like a Ramatra everywhere. The only map I'd be hesitant to switch Ramatra is New Queen Street.
I mean, me personally, when I'm not sure what else to pull out, I pull out Ramatra. One of my most played characters for sure.
Yeah. He is my most played character.
Oh yeah, or her yeah.
Except for as I have.
But yeah, we're gonna see Luddy just kind of bouncing around everywhere, like we said. Orisa!
No.
We're seeing Luddy on Orisa, Jomaro on Reaper, Pectus on May.
This is Brawl. Holy crap.
Yeah, we're gonna see one heck of a copier.
This is just such an interesting matchup here. Hazard into this Orisa, but Pectus. Okay, well, so wait a minute until they walk out of the spawn room to say who they're playing. Is Jamara?
Jomaro and
three
Pectus
times.
actually switched characters.
Yeah, Jamara on the main, Pectus on the Reaper.
And you just see what Pectus will do. Like, I mean, without that Zarya, I feel like they're kind of becoming a bit of a one-trick.
Oh wow, and heavy contestation here as Green Bay looks to just spam out Concordia. The bulk of the team fight here between Hazard and Orisa looks like how their Rypri is going to be contesting these off angles, pulling attention away as Jamaro chases. Snarky on point here, Suzu comes down. Noah's gets the fall here.
Big
Low
stagger.
coming low. Looks blocked.
Deflect from
Down
Hazard.
goes Opal.
Oh,
and
look at
boom.
the spear. Just kind of skewering him against the wall there.
Yeah. We'll have to see if Folk wants to stick with the Hazard here, and it looks like he does as Peaches gets chased down. But Green Bay does get a pretty solid percentage here as Green Bay look to take a second team fight, coming up with Fire and even Pulse Bomb. As on the side of Concordia looking like Cole, Katsuna, and Death Blossom. Coming up here on this point, we'll have to see how Green Bay approaches Fire. As Poke gets walled off here.
Whoa,
Suzu
really
comes
running
down
him
and
down.
he lives.
Somehow making it out
Oh.
of there.
Looks like Ryfry stuck somebody there, but they managed to escape. I think it was the Reaper.
Yeah, or maybe a Suzu.
Down goes Peaches out of place here, found by the Reaper.
Concordia
And
really showing their
trading.
flexibility here. Being able to switch off from the each
We'll have
role.
to see here how they approach this. This Opal's playing on point here. And down goes Snarky. Not really didn't play
No.
their cards right.
I will say, I am a number one Orisa hater. I will play the character if need be, but just, I have so much I want to say about this character. I have so much I
And
want to
there's
say.
really no answer here to this Orisa, but just really ignoring her and just walking to trade this back line as Poke is attempting. But
Yeah, I definitely am liking the flexibility we can see from Concordia. Switching each roles like this is not an easy thing to do when he primarily plays one role in competition.
down comes Blizzard, Rain and
Big
Slam,
Blizzard.
and it looks like
Ooh.
in the favor of Green Bay substantially, as it's just Bloody living here and a clean team kill by Green Bay.
I think Concordia just wasn't ready for an on-all assault like that.
And it looks like a 3-2 trade here as Terra, Surge, and Blizzard come down on the side of Concordia, and Katsunai, Rain, and Slam from JV. But Blossom and Katsunai Rush are a pretty lethal combo here as Concordia look to take this team fight. Denying that side choke as they're prepared, and Opal playing very aggressive, and here comes Tyre, and
Ooh,
down goes
big Tyre.
Texas. And now they're walking in. Wow.
Yeah, getting this Junkrat with the
Down
elbows
goes
is
Opal
rough.
here, traded, but another team kill on the side of JV here. As no ults come down on the side of Concordia during that team fight. As Tyre set a good tempo, but I do think Concordia here is going to have another touch.
Oh, they definitely will.
Oh, maybe not. As Hectus playing. Oh, TP coming down here. Is he just going to Wrath on point? No
I'm surprised
Blossom
he
coming
didn't.
down, but
I'm surprised he didn't pop Blossom there.
as the team just isn't there in time, and 1-1 is the score here. And ult economy currently in favor of Concordia substantially, as Hectus has yet to drop that Blossom or the Katsunai. But you can imagine here in this first team fight, it's going to be chaotic.
Ryfry has their ult right now. We've been able to see Ryfry stick that a lot lately.
I'm not a big fan of Tracer here, as you can't get value out of this team. Every single one of them here, as down goes Opal, I guess my point in a minute here, and Coalescence just
Big play
taking
coming
out
from
the
Magic
team
Man,
here.
dude.
But Pulse Bomb isn't going to be able to find much value here unless you time your cooldowns. As Moira and both their supports have a cleanse, Reaper has a cleanse, and May does too. And if you're sticking Orisa, I mean, best of luck to you.
Yeah.
But
Orisa is such a character.
we'll have to see how Ryfry approaches it.
Concordia gonna be holding onto this capture point pretty hard right now.
And Blossom
There's a
comes
big
down,
Blossom
taking down
right now.
Snarky, traded, but both supports come down in
Ooh.
the tank, and it looks like another clean fight
Bloody
for Concordia
taking the
here.
control here. Ryfry wants none of the business right now.
He's just, yeah.
I mean, going 1v5 against as Tracer?
It's hard to contest this here as Tracers. Everybody here can either fight you or just, I don't like that. But down comes Katsunai Rush.
Popping out.
Rain.
They're popping out there right now.
Oh,
Ooh,
stop! And there goes So Fresh if you trade early here. Down goes both supports on the side of Concordia as JV looks to clean up here. Missed javelin there, but looks like trying to just keep the tank alive. And down goes Wi-Fi.
Snarky really trying to survive there.
Snarky survives as it looks at
Concordia is still holding out really strong though. Ooh!
99-0 here, but ult economy so far in the favorite of JV here as they have to look to hold this second point.
And now I see out of the corner of my eye the Green Bay coach making some faces.
He getting a little riled here, but it looks like we're staying on the Tracer, but it's just so hard to get any value from this team and everybody running a cleanse. As Opal getting dope by the Orisa, and
Opal!
he lit.
Opal, no!
Just still out of position there. Here comes Terrace.
They don't come out here, but beat to save everyone.
Snarky. Coalescence on the side of Concordia. Primarily looking at that tank here as the Maywall comes down instantly. And you can't, and down goes Rai and Snarky.
I don't think they're gonna get a second touch to take it back.
They will not.
They will not.
No Kitsune Rush or Tire here.
2 points for Concordia right now.
And it looks like ult economy in the favor of JV here as they have to look to take tempo on this first point as Opal gets very low.
Going to contest the third point here. One of my personal favorite points of this map, I will not lie. So much space to move around here.
Kitsune Rush from JV here.
Whoa.
So down goes So Fresh and Riley just chipping away and Pulse Bomb coming down. Looks like absorbed.
Ooh, big blossom, big blossom, big
Oh,
blossom
down
from
goes
Pactus!
3.
Hold 0, getting picked off now. That's gonna be a team wipe. Dominant performance coming out from Concordia to take the point. They want to win this match.
And it looks like we're still sticking with Tracer here as Concordia is just such a sustainable force. There's really no value to obtain from that pick, but no Pharah as the bans go, but as it looks like this Rift is just so oppressive. And here comes Tire with Nitro Boost, and so does Rain, and down goes Suzu, and so does So Fresh. Blizzard on the side, but down goes Jamaro. Oh, Opal with the cleanup on Magic.
Oh, Concordia not going down without a fight
Gotta
though.
imagine, and down goes 65% on the side of Concordia. As JV with no ult here, and Concordia looking at a Kitsune Rush for this third team fight for this point.
Definitely, like I said before, these teams seem to be very equal in skill level.
I do agree.
But the thing is too is with all these like role switches, I wonder how long Concordia can keep getting away with it.
Yeah, you can't really put like what we did when they switched to Magic on tank is on its Opal, and walled off is bloody, and down goes the tank. Putting pressure on this tank player if they didn't really play much with their team is so crucial, putting them out of place, and it's really on, and down cuts Kitsune Rush without their tank here as the wall comes down. Arissa still getting back to point, just not on the same page as Concordia. Has no value from...
Getting a stick.
And down goes Pectus. As another stagger here, as it looks like it's going to be 2-2 as we go to the final point of Flashpoint. And like I said again, Opal is able to find so much more value here in this competition. And it looks like Tracer's diving. Coalescence comes down without even the flashpoint unlocking as they just look to win this middle team fight, as it looks like no value from Concordia as JV finds cover going down main in this flashpoint. And no support ult on the side of Concordia and the latter JV, full support ults up here. And Tire and Kitsune Rush coming out.
Tire.
Down goes So Fresh again with the Tire.
Getting picked off so many times by his Tire.
And he's just mistiming this Suzu, as you can hear, every time.
I mean, So Fresh doesn't primarily play support, so
it's just
I think Pactus having to switch off tank is starting to affect the team now.
I strongly agree. There's just no clench value here with that Suzu, as every time it's come down early.
Pactus, I love your Zarya, but you gotta start thinking, maybe I can't do it all.
As it looks like JV here with 3 ults matching Concordia. It looks like they're gonna have to approach, but I don't like coming down this choke with the Junkrat here. And down comes Blizzard. And Rain in response, no value from Blizzard so far as Opal's down, and down goes So Fresh and Snarky traded. Down goes Peaches, but...
Bloody Zarisa getting some pretty good value. Team kill coming from Concordia as a response.
Like I said earlier, it's just 2 ults to 2 here, but Coalescence coming up again. I really wanted to see a Tracer swap earlier, as I've been drilling, because it's just so hard to get value from this comp. As Orissa's armor versus the Tracer guns, it's just not, it can't sustain a bunch. But looks like coming down main here is JV. His poke is dangerously low. But looks like Tracer is able to sustain some distraction here, and down goes
Trying to get the
Pulsar.
stick of
There
Reaper.
is response.
Big beat coming out
Slam.
from JV.
Coalescence down as well. And down
Yep.
goes Snarky with
Bopping
the
Blossom.
Blossom.
Big value, big value.
And Opal down to
Coalescence.
Coalescence.
Oh! Concordia looking to take this team fight. Only Wi-Fi left. Getting out of there. Maybe we do need to see a switch, but without the Pharah, who else can he fall on?
Too late. But looking just to get a touch here is Tracer as they do, and Kachune Rush response from So Fresh here, just covering the point for this final team fight. But down goes Opal. And Pokes just getting drilled by this Orisa as they look to clean up Peaches. Down comes Rain. And there's just no response. And
That's going to be the game going to Concordia for match 2. Now, we go into match 3.
yeah, and it's just not capitalizing on the hero pool.
Even with the switches, even with the role switches from
Yeah.
Concordia, still holding strong, but definitely seeing the kind of like flaws coming from So Fresh, especially not being able to hit the Suzus correctly. And then Luddy on tank though, the Orisa, the Bastion, Luddy might be able to do it all.
Yeah, as they take away a map here with this role switch. I mean, you can imagine they're going to switch Pectus back to tank here to get on that Zarya.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited. This could go to a game 5, but by the looks of it, Concordia might just keep pushing and take it all.
Yeah, I mean, this here is it's match point if Concordia takes this away, or we might be seeing a game 5 in round 1, but
I mean, if you do end up seeing Concordia, do you think you can beat them again?
absolutely. I think there's no wrong answer except for no. So
JV bans Hanzo, does not want Jomaro to be able to play Hanzo here.
that's fair, depending especially on the map they pick.
And especially that gives Refry the ability to play both Tracer and Pharah.
Yeah, with the protection ban coming out here, but with this composition, Tracer just presents no threat to this heavily cleansed team just playing so solidified. As once they turn and cave in on this Tracer, it's... I think I was right, Fry, walking over. Yeah.
Just dominant performance coming out from Concordia, and it looks like Coliseo, one of my favorite push maps. I mean, you can do so much here. Multiple characters that I like to play here. Personally, Reinhardt on Coliseo, I don't hate it.
I love Ramatcher here. As I no, man. All seriousness.
All right, I'll hear you out.
This is one of Ramatcher's strongest maps. But you can imagine that, I mean, Tracer is extremely strong on these push maps, but as long as they're running this Orisa for this Brawl comp, there's just no value to be obtained.
Pectus is going to do a sub in.
And looks like...
Yeah, so everyone is switching back to the
Factory
original rules
reset.
on Concordia. And I just want to point out, game 1, 2-0 in the favor of JV. And then it's been 4-3, 3-2. These have not been easy matches for each team here. And even the 2-0, as we like to say in the Smash business, it was not, it was a close 2-0. Close 2-0.
Yeah, with both points, I think, going to about 90% there. Just determined by grasp of straws and ultimates, so...
I mean, we'll see what Concordia responds with as a band, but having the push map, I mean, Zarya will definitely be coming out here. Tracer, we'll probably see Tracer getting value. But who knows? I mean, push maps can definitely. I'm interested to see how long this push map will go on for, because with these two teams being as close together as they are, I think it could last a while.
I do agree, especially with the sustainability of both teams. They do stay up quite a while with these team fights as the trades don't immediately make an impact, but just being able to set the tempo after picked or getting picked is extremely important as we look for this push map. Getting the most value out of each team fight as possible.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. And the Hanzo band, we've seen Jamaro pull out a number of characters.
I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Widow or another sniper character from Jamaro.
Concordia bans Hazard, getting
Yeah.
rid of that from Poke, but
It would be if I was in Concordia's shoes, it would be hard to determine a ban here. Just not being able to limit that damage character pool.
I mean Poke still has the ball.
Coliseo is one of the best ball maps, besides maps like maybe Lijiang Garden and other maps like this, but we'll see. I don't think the ball's going to get busted out here. I hope it doesn't, as there's been no practice there. But we might be able to play a dive composition, but I would expect to see maybe Ramatra or even a Winston here on the side of Green Bay.
We have seen Poke pull out Winston a couple of times and get decent mileage off of it, but
Yeah.
without that Hazard, we might see a little bit of a shift going towards Concordia's favor, perhaps.
And
And there's the Ramatra.
Okay.
And of course, the Pectus is on Zarya. Bloody is still on DPS with Genji.
Yeah. Which is surprising. I would have expected to see Genji last map with their comp, but never mind. As looking like we're gonna run a pharmacy, but hopefully, and this first fight here, very close is the map. But we'll see how this pharmacy works here on the side of Concordia. As running into really only their biggest counter is this Cassidy.
And then Jamaro on Reaper, Pectus on Zarya, of course. Sofresh staying on Kiriko. Opal has been choosing a lot of Cassidy lately.
Yeah, it's a very reliable pick, especially going into this Genji and the Reaper. I think, or not Genji, whoop. The Pharah and the Reaper. Ooh. Tracer gets dangerously low here, and so does the side of Green Bay. Opal, very crit.
Concordia is the first to get to the push map though.
And down goes Opal here, just these off angles with Pharah are just so hard to fight. As it looks like Pharah just getting free reign without this Cassidy. And down
Whoa.
goes Peaches, but traded for Jamaro.
What is Farah? Not bad. Oh, taking out Poke Zero. And my
he just-
co-host here putting his hand up, shame.
He just doesn't get looked at as he just gets in the face of Poke Zero and doesn't let go. And looks like an early Juno swap off of this Kiri, looking for maybe additional mobility. Cooldown would come down with Poke. But Luddy was already barraged here. Oh no.
I'm wondering now if we might see Luddy more on DPS after these dominant performances coming
Here
out
comes
from them.
both bombs. And down goes Opal again.
And already, Concordia has almost gotten at the second point.
Oh. And
And
traded as Snarky Blossom
some
comes
Blossom,
down, but no
Bubble
value
Blossom.
as farms come up for Ramatra.
And there they are at second point already. With 7 minutes on the clock, you want to have that momentum early on because you can just keep riding it the rest of the match.
And Green Bay needs to come up with a response here as Barrage and Kitsune Rush is up, and it looks like Farah's looking, and down goes Rai traded for Mercy. And Reaper just in the backline, so free. And down
Getting the
goes
recharge.
Opal and Peaches. As
Poke
just
Zero
no
getting
answer for the Farah and the Reaper.
It's looking a little bit like a massacre out here.
Yeah. And I hate to say it again, but the Tracer just unable to find the back line. It's just both dive. They're both running dive support characters, and it's just so hard to get value, especially with Farah.
Here goes Repry.
And I think Reluctance on that will,
Wow.
and it's
I don't think,
so grim. And down goes Lottie and traded it for Snarky.
Here comes UW Grim by swinging
Green Bay
back.
Annihilation, and down goes Mercy. Grab comes out.
That was a big fight that they needed.
Oh, Tracer comes in to clean up So Fresh as Zarya still on point here as Green Bay looking to come away with an A team fight in this map.
But by this time, the rest of the team is going to be coming back.
And 4 ults in the bank is JV here as they look to have to push 122 meters.
6 minutes left on the clock, though.
Anything can happen on push maps, but it is not looking good for the side of JV.
Not at all.
Just really no answer for these DPSs. I've seen it yesterday myself. It's the hardest. And down goes Wi-Fi with the Farah. And it looks like Farah on the flank here looking. And
Looking for it, there it is!
And down go support and chasing is Buddy.
That perk from Farah, being able to move around with your ult, absolutely just decimating.
I've played some Farah. I love Farah, but it went from one of the most hit or miss ultimates in the game to one of the most powerful, especially with that third perk.
Absolutely disgusting, man.
Being able to turn your concussive into a suck.
And Concordia already back to pushing.
And the dive is just so strong. And down comes 3 ultimates on the side of JV as Opal just looks to find value in the middle of the team fight, but down comes Blossom and a
Big
team
Blossom,
wipe
team wipe
from Concordia.
I don't think Concordia or JV is gonna get the
And
punch.
in a dominant fashion here, an absolute shutout as 0 meters obtained on the bot.
I mean, the thing is, Concordia wins!
This is true.
Now, I was saying before, like, how close all of these games were, and then the push map. Just absolute bloodbath. I mean, this Farah, bloody on Farah, the DPS, like, the flexibility we're seeing from them.
Yeah, it's just so hard, especially when you're only running this Cassidy. And it looked like Cassidy was just too involved here in the team fight on the side of the tanks instead of really looking in the air for this Farah, just being able to just push through so free.
And just, like I said, every match was just so close. And that last push map, I just felt like they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, but
Do you think you might be up till 12 on that one?
not myself. I've got too much to look forward here as I have to go play Lawrence.
All right.
But
good luck to you.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Welcome back, WEC. I'm here with Torador, one of our best Overwatch players here at UWSP.
Please.
But,
I don't know. I'm not that great. I just finished top 500 like a few seasons ago, and
yeah,
now I'm washed because I'm
Yeah,
playing another
yeah.
game. So
don't worry, me and Silver 3, I'll be catching up pretty soon.
eventually, I mean, come
Eventually,
on,
eventually.
just keep playing the game. That's all I say. You
It's
gotta
not
play
that,
the game.
It's not that hard, guys. Come on.
Exactly.
Uh,
Well, it's a little biased saying it from like all the way up there,
Yeah.
but I've been having a lot of fun here. I've been having a blast at the WEC Northeast LAN.
Yeah.
I've been here not all day, but yesterday I was here practically all day, spectating every map, moderating each team as they play, helping with technical difficulties, and being in that spectator position, you sort of familiarize yourselves with the players. What have you noticed most about these upcoming matches?
What I've noticed is, first off, this is a rematch. Speaking with Dilly, he was mentioning something that I noticed is they couldn't really deal with the Reaper problem that they had back there, and it sounded like they wiped them during like the games before playoffs. I definitely think like Lawrence University's Doomfist has been making some big plays.
And I've heard that Green Bay, especially their varsity and junior varsity, they put in the time, they put in the effort to VOD
Yeah.
review
Oh,
and to review
absolutely.
themselves. So I'm hoping this varsity team has taken a look back on all these Lawrence games, found the weakness in the roster, and exploit that.
But anyways, looking at the roster of each team, we're familiar with this. Concordia is in grand finals, and keep in mind, Concordia like 2-0'd Lawrence University, while Lawrence University has been holding on to quite the win streak against a lot of these teams. But Lawrence University, Green Bay Varsity, Concordia, all of them kind of like interchangeable for who could take it all.
Exactly, it's a very competitive roster, and Concordia certainly has a silly roster, as we've seen last match with one of their players. Was it Luddy?
Yeah,
Yeah, he
Luddy-
was just role swapping mid-match.
I mean, that's the problem. Is like once you like one trick a tank and you get so comfortable with it, it can be hard to switch. But you need that flexibility, especially on tank. And not having that flexibility, Luddy being able to like bounce around with all these different roles.
And I feel like that flexibility, or rather lack of, can really hurt Lawrence. I've seen Omegalin on tank. He absolutely tears up the competition on Doomfist, but when forced off, when that first
Yeah.
tank ban comes through on Doomfist, Lawrence starts to falter. So I'm hoping Varsity is able to sort of exploit that. But who else on the Lawrence roster have you seen really had this pop-off potential?
I mean, Useless Bard, we saw what they were capable of, but early on they just had a hard time finding their groove. Then they started to choose Venture, started to find a little bit of it, and then they ended up playing Reaper, taking it from Iltruist as kind of their main character, and we saw just big plays coming out.
Green Bay Varsity, a pretty good team, I'll tell you. Their flex support and their main support. This is really the only team that I've seen running a
Yeah.
traditional
Well-
flex support, main support composition. Everyone else seems to favor that double flex.
Actually, I think this, I think this might be the junior varsity roster here.
Oh yeah, Peaches, hey. What's up,
Hey, Peaches, hey!
Yeah, they're sitting right there in the in the spectator room.
Yeah,
but
we do know Dilly is going to be on tank. Loves Ramatra, most played character. I think we'll definitely be seeing a lot of that coming out. But I think definitely they're going to be choosing what to do to pick against a Reaper, especially. So we're going to be seeing a lot of comms to go against the Lords. Such an aggressive thing, aggressive composition. Each time, just going full force on all assault.
Here we are. Now I recognize these players. Savathun, the premier Reinhardt player, and then Pluto and Jay. The varsity team, unlike the junior varsity I see, play that double flex support. And you were just talking about the Reaper, and that seems to be a really common pick at this LAN event here. And honestly, the best way you can counter a Reaper is just to turn and look at him.
Yeah.
I've seen him come out of hotel on Kings Row, kill 3, and then just walk away. Best thing you can do, force his fade, let him get out, and then you push in.
Yeah, and I'm definitely interested. Like this is a rematch, and instead of 3 games, they have 5 to work with.
Best of 5, a more traditional format than the best of 3. So I'm hoping for some good, honest, and close Overwatch today.
I am too. I am excited to see Doomfist. I'm excited to see Reinhardt. I'm excited to see both of these teams going at it again. And who knows? One of them is going to be making it to grand finals, and then one of them could be Green Bay facing off against JV for third place.
And then the loser of this match, they go down for JV for third place.
And if
It would
Lawrence,
be sort of ironic if we had the varsity and the junior varsity pitting it out.
Uh,
I'm sure that would be a close match, but
and if we do see Lawrence University against Concordia, Concordia did 2-0 Lawrence University. Do you think they could find the key to victory?
I'm not too sure. From spectating the matches last night, I've always thought that maybe Lawrence was the top team, because if I was correct, the JV team did beat Concordia. It's such a weird power play and such a weird mix of dynamics here at the LAN event today. Every team is just stacked up onto each other.
Absolutely.
They're playing
Now-
King of the Hill for who's the best.
Now, I did hear from Green Bay that they absolutely just rolled Lawrence University before, and then they got a new player. I think that new player might have been Omega, because they had both of their DPSs, and I believe they said that it might have been one of the supports or one of the tanks. But to be honest with you, the supports being both main characters for DPS, I'm thinking it is Omega.
The story behind Omega is quite interesting. I was talking to the Lawrence players, and yes, Omega is a new player, and they picked him up. I don't know if their previous tank, the previous Doom player dropped, but they picked him up because they saw his stat line on his career profile. Every other tank was like proficiency level 0, while Doom was in the hundreds. So Omega is he's a diehard Doom player, and I believe it was Useless Bard. He said they brought him because other teams can't scout against him. They don't know his play style. He's not in any of the previous recordings. It's just a neat strategy to begin the LAN.
And remember, Omega, DMs are still open if you want to help me with Doomfist.
He's asking for coaching, $5 on Fiverr.
$5 on Fiverr. I'm going to make the big bucks.
Well, match will be starting shortly, and soon enough we're going to have the map picks and ban information.
The anticipation, like these very well could be the two best teams right now.
You believe so?
I believe so, because Concordia is good, but Green Bay, just the dedication that they have, and the JV being here, giving off that dominant performance, it definitely does speak volumes about Green Bay.
Exactly. It's a great school, great program. I know they have a lot of support. The directors here today.
Yeah.
I believe they had one of their assistant coaches as well. Meanwhile, Concordia and Lawrence, I think Concordia has like a Valorant coach with them to help them out today. And then
Valorant.
Lawrence, they have an Overwatch coach with them as well.
Yeah. But I mean, it's so good to see all these college teams and the representation they have, the skill levels. Esports is getting bigger and bigger, and I don't think enough people are recognizing that.
Especially here in central Wisconsin, we're seeing a lot of fledgling teams. Oh, and now we're just getting information about the match. Orisa banned by Lawrence University first, which means Varsity is unable to go for that Doomfist because they cannot ban off of the same role.
I think that definitely was like a protection ban, because they've only seen Orisa once in this entire LAN event, and it's been by Luddy.
It's been by Luddy. I believe it was against the Lawrence University Doomfist, sort of as a counter with that spear. You can cancel his block to make sure he doesn't get that powered up punch. And she's also just a big brick wall that Doomfist can't really punch through, not yet.
I hate Orisa, but gotta admit, definitely has its niche.
I haven't played her with the new Charge Lance perk. That seems like quite an interesting. I don't know. It seems like a fun ability. It seems satisfying to hit.
It is. I definitely do enjoy the charged javelin. And Lijiang Tower is gonna be our first control point.
This is a classic first control.
Oh, for
Most
sure.
teams like to go Lijiang, Busan.
Green Bay is banning Symmetra. So
Symmetra?
yeah,
Symmetra?
Symmetra.
This is a new
potato,
character
potato.
they just launched.
Yeah. It's a basically the same character, but with a little bit of an accent.
Oh, just a different accent.
Yeah,
It's from a different part
Just
of India.
just a slight tone change. Overwatch kind of running out of ideas here.
I get it. Creative bankruptcy on Blizzard is running high. I mean,
After all these wipes in the departments that they've been having, all the fires, they're working with what they have.
that's just the state of the games industry.
yeah.
Every day it's like 1,500 employees to like cut from Ubisoft. I'm like, oh my gosh, these are people's livelihoods.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that this character specifically is getting banned. I'm guessing it's for the fact that you can get into the control area so fast.
I guess I've never played in a tournament, at least an Overwatch tournament, that had Overwatch hero bans before. But as we start the map, I'm kind of excited to see how they're going to work
yeah.
around these bans.
I think we're gonna see Doomfist getting a lot of boops off the stage for sure.
Hopefully, Lucio players hitting the rollout. But first, we're starting. Oh, I forget this sub point's name. This one, the box one.
Yeah, the box one.
This is where Symmetra certainly shines the most on this map, alongside the circle one.
Yeah.
not the control command center. That's the only one I know from these on.
And Dilly, my previous co-host, doing the Ramatra copy pasta.
Is he a premier Ramacha player?
Yeah, he loves Ramatra.
So let's give it to them.
Seems
So-
he also likes Diva, starting off with that.
So before we saw that they had Symmetra as an ability for Doomfist to like move around so fast, to be able to just restrict themselves from using the cooldowns as their options.
I think I'm going to puke from that crosshair.
It's Christmas!
I guess so. We're starting off the map here right into the neutral fight. Both teams with a dive-ish composition. Lawrence University showing off a main support, flex support, Diva, Mercy. But Lawrence has been, and Concordia as well, been utilizing the Mercy damage boost in creative ways.
And we definitely see that like they do enjoy just going full dive, full on assault, pushing as much as they can.
Seeing the Fars start to, at the high ground, pressuring out the back line of Green Bay Varsity. Low onto Blink. Diva's going to
Getting
commit,
slapped.
yet doesn't eat the sleep in time. Doofus now inserting himself, hacked and executed by Sabathoon. Excellent Sombra plays.
Ooh.
Paulo Bloom taking out the Genji. Now both supports are suffering and dead. I think this first fight goes to Green Bay Varsity.
Trying to push for a team wipe there.
A trade onto Pluto, but Juno's just fast enough to get back into the fight before we have to really be concerned.
Now I believe we saw Dilly on Diva last time they played on this point. Diva especially being able to knock people off the map with the charge. I think
Diva's just an impressive hero. She's able to respond
absolutely.
to the Doomfist dives quickly. A really
last
good
time
counter.
we also saw Useless Bard whenever they would pop the ult on Farah, just being able to like charge forward and matrix all of the ult is super
Paula,
helpful.
hit by the own deflect on his flash. We're
Getting
seeing
the
a
power
low HP on Pluto. She's probably gonna go down soon. Illustrious confirming the kill. Green Bay Varsity is losing the neutral in this fight as the point flips. Oh, we're seeing a
Ooh.
commitment of the Genji play despite the fight already being won. You know what? It's great. I
I
agree
think it's
with
a
it.
statement. It's a statement.
It's a statement. It's a fashion statement.
And Omega just going after Dilly, trying to like show the tank diff in there.
It's a good tank diff.
It's
Omega's confident on his
Dilly was talking about all of what they needed to do, and I think that Omega might have heard of some of it. So I think he just wanted to make that statement.
We're exiting the neutral fight now. Ultimate starting to charge online. We need to take a look at Omega getting an
Ooh.
early pick. Here comes the barrage, takes out Jay. That's the only confirmed pick we get, but it's already Lawrence showing dominance and Varsity falling quickly.
And this is what I was talking about before, is Lawrence University is so aggressive, playing so fast each time.
Which is good. On these ultimate fights, you want to take the first ultimate and you want to be the team engaging. Go first and you win. And Lawrence is showing that.
Oh.
Sabathoon taken out by Illustrious. Just premier Genji mechanics.
A little bit of an embarrassing cuddle to Sabaton as they just like kind of starfish across the stage there.
5-3 ultimates. UW Green Bay is going to have to engage with something. They're going to have to
Yeah.
start. Omega saving his charge punch, however. Charging up and lifting.
Just barely missing up the ball. Here comes
They-
Oh, Diva
Overload
Bomb
taken
behind.
out.
Ooh.
Diva Bomb takes out Cubes on the Mercy. Nano charge punch absolutely executing Paula. They're just charging Doom's punches and he's able to get these amazing value out of it. Able to shut down Paula.
Omega, give me a VOD review and my life is yours. Holy!
Before I'm even able to recognize that the match is over 100%. Green
So-
Bay had a lot of ults in the pocket.
Absolutely. Like, just the dominant performance that Lawrence University is able to put on. Blink switching to Lucio for this map. Going for boops more than likely.
There's a big frown on my face because if Cube sticks that Mercy pick, oh boy. This is my Silver Lobbies composition happening right now.
Don't even speak to me about silver lobbies. My back hurts too much.
I get it, Elo hell is real. I was there once.
Might make an alt account sometimes. See where I end up. Maybe gold.
I
Maybe
did
plat.
that in Overwatch 1 and I thought I could climb out of silver in an alt account and I just got placed back into silver on it.
Oh, please let that not happen to me.
Alright,
But
now
I'm
we're seeing
wondering
Juno
here-
Mercy and Juno. Oh, but useless Bard with the damage boost. This Mercy is showing its prowess. Jay taking out first pick of the match.
I'm liking the echo pick here because you have so much space to use around here. Big punch coming from Omega.
And I believe Sabathoon Soldier is showing up to be the third support, that healing pad, able to support his
Getting
team.
to res on Useless Bard, but Useless Bard getting taken down again by Dilly.
Unfortunately, Green Bay is just not fast enough. They get these trades, they get
And
these
Lawrence
picks, but they're not
University-
able to. Oh, that crosshair,
Ooh.
but they're not able to get the value. They're not able to just flashbang me.
Gonna have to speak to Dilly about whatever that crosshair, if you want to call it that, is.
You know what? I think he's making it work. To each their own. I do rock with the hard crosshair that Paula has. Some more
Oh, I
traditional
love
dodge.
using the crosshair for that. Mine's always a small circle. Pink
Speed
heart.
out by the Juno missiles
Oh,
too. Gets
good
useless
shot by
Bard.
Paul.
Yet
But gets
oh,
knocked off by the
Then
punch.
look at the boop. The trades are insane. Lawrence University back up once again, but then immediately traded out with the res and then the pick onto the Reaper.
This is what I was talking about from the Mega. Just getting so much utility, add that punch to get them off stage.
We're seeing missed punches here. We have ultimates coming online. Copy.
Really
Hughes is
hunting
able
down
to
the
be
Mercy,
evasive,
and
but
down
not
it goes.
invasive enough. Sabathoon with his tracking takes him out. Yet the rest of Lawrence University is able to chunk down these players. And they don't opt to stagger Dilly. Personally, I
Good
would.
play, good play, good play.
Good plays all around. We saw just the Doomfist ultimate committed into there, and alongside the copy, maybe a damage boosted Blossom coming up. And here we do. We see the sneaky Reaper guy here with his special ability. Oh, he commits the ultimate, but it's 8 by Skilly. Absolutely zero value as he gets chunked down by the rest of his team. Green Bay Varsity has to play fast here, play on their advantage, get on to the point. Kitsune committed by
Big Diva Bomb, Big Diva Bomb.
Jay.
Ooh.
Oh, and Omega, he's not
Trying
able
to
to.
punch it, but just not really doing much for it.
Green Bay able to get that advantage, yet they commit both of their support ultimates.
And with Omega gone, Lawrence University kind of just falling apart there.
But we're seeing a orbital ray soon to come online by Blink. That is one of the best engagement ultimates in the game. You're able to get yourself a lot of space and a lot of damage and a lot of healing.
Absolutely.
So we'll see how this is utilized alongside the copy.
Oh, getting
but-
just shut down.
Useless Bard eats his push off. Oh my goodness gracious. Visor online, gets one, gets Blink, cancels out his orbital ray. Illatruis getting a Sabathoon pick, but it's just not enough for Lawrence University. Ults are committed into a fight that is lost from the start. Omega able to get out of the game. We're seeing 84 to 40%, at least 3 more fights for this match. DPS and tank ults on the line for Lawrence University. All they have is that high noon that is easily cancelable by the Doomfist punch.
Echo, being able to use so much space here, I do really like the pick that uses Bard made here. Going to with Meteor Strike.
Meteor Strike. Jay teleports
Whoa.
out. Yet that charge punch. It's Pluto getting the absolutely destroyed by the Death Blossom. Useless Bard on the copy.
Look,
Takes out
Diva Bomb, Diva
Paula
Bomb.
I can dip you on
No
your
value.
hero.
Oh, really hunting him down. Just barely gets out.
And Green
Down
Bay
goes the
Varsity
baby.
is out of this. Not out of
Whoa.
the world, out of the match.
Just the aggression that Lawrence University has. It's like, as soon as blood's into water, they're all going afterward.
They have 8 seconds to touch this point. It's going to be a scrambling fight as Dilly gets the first touch. Overtime counter about to start ticking down.
Getting the empower
Over
punch.
time, DPSs are traded out. Green Bay is down 1, down 2. Pluto taken out. Cubes gets the
Getting
resurrect. It's just set in steel. This Valkyrie is able to damage boost the entire team, and Green Bay falls. Lawrence University taking the first map. Lijon is sealed and in the books.
Now, Lawrence University is so oppressive. I can definitely see Omega, bringing in Omega, just the amount of damage you can do with a really good Doomfist.
Hey, we got sportsman behavior in the chat here.
Yeah.
Lawrence University and Green Bay Varsity, they're just having a good time at the end of the day.
We love Doomfist.
Now I'm willing to bet my liver that they're gonna ban Doomfist. Green Bay Varsity is gonna ban Doomfist next one.
I think there's a chance, maybe a small one. I have a hunch.
You know, Omega was just able to get his value, able to get his picks, able to get his plays. No thanks to Green Bay Varsity charging up his punch consistently. I always saw him put up a block and that meter on the right-hand side, immediately up.
As a Doomfist player, tip to all teams that play against Doomfist, please shoot my block, please. I'd be greatly appreciated.
This is like information coming from the enemy side. He wants his charge function. Don't listen to him.
Reverse psychology.
I mean, it works. It works typically. That's the first map in the books from both of these teams, besides their tank player and useless Bard. Who do you think was the star player? Who do you think could step up maybe in a way?
I gotta say, Iltrist, I love his plays. He's very flexible with whatever DPS he plays, and with that advantage, he can go from character to character for whatever works best for the map, and he always performs well. I kept calling out Iltrist, especially before in the earlier matches yesterday. He kept getting the big plays, big play after big play after big play.
I respect a lot of these teams that are sticking to the more traditional composition types. I see, especially from lower ranked teams that are performing in like the NECC 3rd division, a lot of them go for double flex, double hit scan, and some unconventional tank. I'm seeing a lot of success happening here at LAN for teams that are able to have every role and every basis covered. They have their main tank, their off tank, their flex support, hit scan, and then flex DPS and main support. I kind of got myself jumbled there. But I think because Lawrence is able to have these players on these diverse roles, they're able to access a lot more of the roster. The Genji, the Tracer, the Mei, putting that flex DPS on all these different kinds of heroes allows for your hit scan to pop off and allows you a lot of these utility that a lot of these other flex DPS unlocks.
And it sounds like Green Bay is going to be banning Reaper, so there might be maybe a King's Row, because I know that they had a lot of problems with Reaper on King's Row.
Oh, exactly.
But I also know they really don't want to go to King's Row against them.
Oh,
Numbani.
This is a first for the LAN.
It is.
We haven't seen Numbani yet, and honestly, I'm getting a little sick of Scrims Row. I want to see some new kind of action. This is a map that really favors dive teams.
Yes.
They need to be able to get onto that high ground, unlock and surround the back line of the enemy team, and they need to get those picks, and they need to be mobile. So we're probably still going to be seeing the Doomfist or a monkey play from Lawrence, while Diva, premier pick to counter that dive.
And the thing is Lawrence loves the dive. They live it, they breathe it. It seems like it's always what they go for.
I'm thinking that maybe these...
I'm sorry, what?
You're muted, Connor. Spider-Man is banned.
Spider-Man is banned.
Okay, honest to God, the Spider-Man Venom team-up busted. You cannot tell me that Spider-Man takes skill. You need, like, what, 4 animation cancels, but you don't have to aim to hit your uppercut or any of your webs? Like, come on!
It's wider villain. It's wider nemesis is in the comics, because if they're paired together, are too powerful.
It would be
like
too powerful.
The Marvel universe isn't ready for it. I'm gonna say it.
I feel like the rollouts on Spider-Man could go a little crazy on Numbani. Able to swing across coast.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, good ban. A good ban. I just...
I felt like what I was saying. Maybe...
Ramattra
maybe
ban.
alongside Numbani. For first in the WEC land, I'm hoping to see some Brig gameplay.
Yeah.
Brig was my first love in Overwatch. She was my first main. Fortunately now I don't play the flex or the support role that lets me to play Brig, but she's lots of fun. She's good into the dive. boop that Doomfist off consistently, protect your Ana, and if you have that like backline of steel, especially with the perk that allows you to give nano to yourself as Ana, you're not dying.
I mean, me personally, Brig and Bap, Brig being my first main, Bap starting to like creep in there. Whole reason I was able to get into silver my first season playing Overwatch. And it sounds like Ramatra is going to be banned from Lawrence University.
Ramatra on Numbani.
I mean, Green Bay, Dilly, with Ramatra, so they may be a master of non-on maps, but they're so good on like any map you can choose. They're very flexible on what map you can choose, and it sounds like Dilly has Ramatra as a comfort pick. So maybe if the stress comes down onto him, the pressure, he would want to choose Ramatra. Not having that, it's going to make him a little bit more stressed.
Now, that was a protective ban on the Ramatra. I don't know if you can see it in my face, but I'm a little confused. He's not exactly that great on this map, even on third point. On third point, we're seeing a lot, like I see a lot of Sigmas are favored there, just because it's a little bit longer and you can get around that that bend. He sucks on first point, so I don't. It's a little creative, but I don't think bans are really that important. For at least second pick bans are really that important.
True.
I think Connor is muted for me. I can't hear him. No, I can't. You're not getting through my headphones.
Connor was telling us that it might be a ban for the next map too, though.
For the next map? How does that work? What?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So is Lawrence just going through this and wanting to drop the map? Protect Ramatra Hero for their next and take the point up from Green Bay there?
Possibly.
This is some 4D chess that I just don't know. Maybe I'm just washed. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm just not that good. Unfortunate, happens to the best players. But Lawrence also really isn't. They don't specialize in their Ramatra. Maybe it's a secondary comfort pick for Omega, but
I mean,
respectfully, he's not that great at the hero.
Omega plays a lot of Ryan, but they have pulled out Ramatra. I don't fully understand the ban, but maybe it was just we don't know what else to ban. We know this guy likes Ramatra. Let's get rid of Ramatra. Because who would you ban on support?
On support, it would probably be that Ana or it would be that Gita, especially that Numbani as we were just showed.
But we haven't seen Brig in any comp yet in the LAN.
That's the problem.
I hate it too.
I'm used to it. I'm just used to it. A collegiate Overwatch is such a unique space because you're able to see a lot of these silly compositions. We're able to see that Mercy get a lot of value. We're able to see a lot of these other DPS picks get value, like Junkrat.
Junkrat?
Can I get a shout out to the JV Junkrat? Like, hello.
Oh.
Yes, sir. That's a Giga Chad pick. He's able to consistently get the picks on the Kiriko because he waits patiently for that bell, that Suzu getting thrown out. But now we're into the map. And unfortunately, I don't think any of these teams play Junkrat.
I don't think so, but who knows? We might see some crazy picks coming out.
Now, if I'm correct, if my knowledge is on par, Green Bay Varsity is going to be defending first, with Lawrence University on the attack on this newly reworked Numbani. What are your thoughts on the reworks?
I mean, I haven't been playing long enough to notice too much of it, but I mean, I can definitely see the changes for Numbani being beneficial, but that first choke is brutal.
I think I know why I'm not hearing nobody, because my headphones are dead.
Oh no.
I can't even get the audio.
There's always science to be done.
We might have not had a headphones not plugged in from last time, so.
I draw the star. Look on the bottom.
Okay, I got it. We're all good.
All right. And we're going in. We're going to be seeing Omega onto Winston, Useless Bard on Genji, Iltrus on Tracer, Cubes on Moria, Blink on Kiriko. And on the other side, Dilly on Rhine. I don't think we've seen Dilly pull out the Rhine yet. Paula Bunga on Ash, Sabaton on Maya,
Useless
Jay
Bard
on
able to get into the backline and tear them
Whoa,
apart.
whoa.
And honestly, it's all because they're on Reinhardt. This is certainly creative. The May is able to go past his deflect, chunk him down, but there's just no more support for Green Bay Varsity. They just weren't able to get back into the high ground to protect them from the Genji. I don't agree with this Reinhardt pick.
I don't either. Like, personally, going on for defense, like, I just don't like it. I will usually go Diva or I will usually go Doomfist here to be able to get like that mobility options. Just because I'm not the best Winston player.
And Winston, if you're able to be good at Winston, he's one of those stable characters of Overwatch. He is good, despite a lot of these new Overwatch 2 tanks being inflated. Being a monkey and having to jump in a bubble is really good.
Absolutely.
Pluto is able to go low, but able to sustain the dive as Omega doesn't have any support from his. Oh, but Pluto! Oh, Pluto
Shut down!
Traded out. Iltruist able to keep terror through the backline despite the trades on the DPS. Lawrence University is able to find themselves in Green Bay.
I
in
gotta say,
Lambeau Field and punching Jordan Love right in the mouth.
I gotta say, it's always satisfying to see a flying character just shot out of the sky.
Especially by Genji.
Oh, absolutely. It's even more so when it's Reinhardt getting a fire strike.
Oh, massive nade, but cleansed out by the Kiriko. Oh, he's going in a little bit too deep. He just didn't have any armor to commit to the dive, so that was honestly a creative jump. Green Bay is able to finally get possibly a fight win. Oh, but the blade is drawn. Useless Bard kills 3.
3K!
Absolutely nuclear.
I'm starting to understand the ban on Ramachu now. I know that Billy is feeling the pressure. They don't know what to do.
Lawrence University is able to turn that around all off the backs of the mechanics of Useless Bard. Once again, absolutely like reversion his name. He is quite useful.
I mean, we were giving a lot of shade to Useless Bard before, but they've really just kind of found their groove now.
Honestly, I agree. But we're seeing a lot of ultimates come online for both teams. 4 for Varsity and then 3 for Lawrence University.
In 5 minutes.
See this barrage. He has his first perk, which allows him to start flying around in the air with the barrage. Nano is committed onto the Joker Queen by Jay. Dilly able to kill 2. The wow, 3 ultimates into the fight and they win, but they're able to force out Cubes' coalescence. I think it's worth, especially to secure that momentum and stop Lawrence from rolling the map.
The thing is, though, is Lawrence still has 5 minutes on the clock.
5 minutes is a lot, especially in Overwatch.
Especially when you're this close to the final point. Even if it goes to overtime, that's a lot of time to work with.
2 really good support ultimates online for both teams, with the Kitsune Rush and the, the Orbital Ray. I hope Pluto, first committed is the Kitsune Rush. Pluto,
And
please, for the
final
love
Ray.
of goodness, press Q. No, and they're able to get destroyed.
Iltrus! This is what I was talking about. Iltrus! 3K from Iltrus!
3K. I believe Green Bay was just not afraid to press Q there, able to respond to the Kitsune Rush. They would have been able, Iltrus,
Just
maybe a
pushing
little
it in.
cocky, taken out by the
Iltrus! I
anti-nade.
just glazed you, man. Come on!
Dude is traded out. Orbital Array onto the cart. Yet Lawrence University is still healthy.
Whoa,
Bob
look
put
at
in.
Bob.
He's going
We
all the way
see
to the
Primal.
back line. Useless Bard chunking down. They're able to kite the engage, the retake by Varsity. Yet now they're able to stabilize once again. No ultimates for Green Bay Varsity. Yet Lawrence University has their Blade and their High Noon. If I were Green Bay, I'd be scared about Useless Bard.
Useless Bard getting that 4K, and Iltrus getting a 3K. Both of these DPSs and Omega, I see why Lawrence University is a fearsome college.
It's just a stacked roster. They're setting up, damage orb going in. They're looking for their first dive.
And there's the
High Noon
noon.
able to zone. Oh,
There-
here comes
there's
out
High
the
Noon.
Useless Bard. Blade kills 2 immediately. Green
Staggering
Bay is
everyone.
now
3K
falling.
again.
This is it. I feel like they're going to be able to cap
Oh.
3 minutes on the clock for Lawrence University.
This is what I was talking about. Useless Bard and Iltrus, just such dominant DPS players.
This is tough. This is tough, and this was a Green Bay Varsity map pick too. I was hoping they should show some confidence in their own map pick and understanding how the map plays. Yet, I don't think they do. I think this is a panic pick.
I think it is for sure too.
I'm sure they would have been a little bit more comfortable playing into the Kings Row against Lawrence University Varsity.
They were very adamant about not going there because Lawrence University, so strong on King's Row. I don't think they faltered once on that area. I think there's very well practiced there. If they went to King's Row, even with all the VOD reviewing they did, I think they'd still pull something out. Omega on the Sigma?
Sigma. I respect it. We're seeing a defense now from Lawrence University.
Dilly's
Poke
going
comps
back
are
on Ryan.
Still favored for Numbani, especially against a rush composition that we're seeing from Green Bay Varsity.
I feel like Dilly might just not know what to do here because it is unlicensed on that small point.
We hunt foxes where I come from.
Uh,
The foxes fight back.
Some shade being thrown out in the chat. I feel like Dilly, if their coach in there was able to tell them, like, hey, just play the diva, I think they would find it a whole lot more success.
the bathroom must have been the win. A little bit of a slip up there.
What, did somebody soil themselves?
But the thing is like, I don't.
Ooh, we're seeing the Symmetra. We're probably going to be seeing a TP up right into the back line of Lawrence University. There it is. It goes out, but they're able to chunk out the Symmetra because their tank is just scared. They're on the high ground, though. Useless Bard is able to find 2 on the other high ground here, committing his overcharge. Unfortunately, they're just not coordinated, the Green Bay Varsity. I'm not sure how Sabathoon was able to get chunked out there first. Dilly had full shield. All he had to do was walk up and shield him, and they would have been able to get a good first
There's
pick.
Dilly on the diva now. Like I was saying, just Dilly, the Reinhardt here, except for that first point where you can kind of brawl, I almost never pick Reinhardt here. You see a lot of time in lower elos, you see a lot of Reinhardt here. I never have agreed
struggling.
with it.
Nope. And this pick on Sadiva is good. Unfortunately, the Rock is able to chunk them down. Suzu committed by Green Bay Varsity to save their players. That beam is now at high charge. The Symmetra chunking down the Sigma really low. He keeps going down to 16 HP. Sabathoon able to find the pick on him. One of the most important players in the lobby right now. Traded out. Symmetra and Torbjorn taking each other out. Green Bay Varsity is at an advantage here, yet they're too scared to push it. The absolute raw mechanical aim from Illustruth. Blake standing on the cart, like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Bob committed to deter the advance. Green Bay Varsity just needs to commit and take the space. It's 2 players on Lawrence University. If they're able to touch the point before Sigma comes back, they'd be able to do something. Jay now taking a lot of space with his Kitsune rush. 2 are killed by both sides, yet not a lot of cooldowns on the Sigma. Please just push him and kill him. He's gone. Dilly confirms the kills. Now they got a
Good
good,
down on each side.
finally a good presence on the point. Wall to commit to save themselves. The dance
I don't
between
think it's
an
gonna work though.
a ballet. Illustruist able to weave and duck between the Symmetra wall to kill him. Anti-nade,
down
oh,
the
and barely able to get this neck. A lot of ults coming just to commit. A lot of staggers coming in. Pluto able to confirm 2. He needs
down
to play with
goes
his
Pluto.
Kiriko. Useless Bard able to secure the point by killing both supports. Jay just struggling. Oh, there's disrespect.
Kind of like the actual planet. Pluto's been kind of getting booted out of the solar system a lot here.
Exactly. They want to come in here. They want to be the big boy planet, yet they're showing up to be the dwarf. That sucks. But on the bright side, Green Bay Varsity able to get 2 tips. They just need a good fight just to get 1 tick out. Discord is already forced off of the tank. That's good for Dilly, and now he's able to commit once back at full HP. Sabathoon somehow dueling Useless Bard and proving to be the better. Pluto uses his orbital ray, but is taken out.
They
This
do
is
capture
devastating.
point.
They cap it. Lawrence University unable to touch in time. As I said, Green Bay just needed a good fight to get control of the point, and they're able to flip it.
3 minutes on the clock right now.
3 minutes. That's a solid lead there. But the second point can be difficult, especially if you get held up at this corner, which Lawrence University is seeking to set themselves up at.
But like I was saying before, they might have 3 minutes on the clock right now, but Lawrence University has 3 on the clock after they've already gotten it all the way to the end. If it goes to overtime, that's a lot of time to work with.
Hit by the rock, going low. Diva Bomb
Diva Bomb,
committed at
Diva
almost
Bomb.
full HP, gets
Doesn't
nobody.
get any use.
Bob able to counter their advance from Lawrence University. Pluto taking out first pick a lot of these flex support players need to be able to live, and they need to live long. They can't be the first ones dead.
Varsity getting picked off.
Not another hammer kill, useless Bard. He's gonna put that as his Twitter bio. Oh my goodness. That's 2 in a row. Now we're seeing some swaps from Green Bay Varsity onto the May, maybe to get Omega by himself, really chunk out the Sigma, force out his hand. But 4 ultimates from Lawrence University. They are cementing themselves at this corner, and they're just able to hold this. This is a great place. Overloaded out from the Torbjorn. Kitsune committed, yet it's cut short by Green Bay Varsity's own wall. IU delivered, but he's taken out by the, I can't call it that, by the magma, not the C word. Useless Bard able to kill 2 with his, and he was going for another hammer pick. That
Really chasing down Jig. Oh, believe. And he tried to get another hammer there.
I feel like Green Bay Varsity, they've come to this crossroads, and
gotta
they're not
say-
sure how to really push it. They're the Crossy Bird chicken, and they just can't get past the train tracks. They keep getting hit by the train that is Lawrence University.
I gotta say that a Torbjorn perk to stick at the walls and ceilings and stuff,
Oh, able to get
disgusting.
ult charge. An interesting off angle coming from Sabathoon, but they are a good, like, icicle flinger. They're able to hit the headshots. Illusters, don't peek when you're at 50 HP, I'm begging you. Taken out by the superior mechanics of Illatruis. I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Green Bay Varsity, Pluto once again with their orbital ray. We should see an early engage from it.
See that big crosshair there, yeah.
Bob now deterring the advance, splitting off the May from their team. It's a good Bob. 30 seconds left on the clock. We're seeing final fight territory here. Pluto committed onto the point. Able to be taken out, but Jay dies by a soldier in the back line. It's a trade. Transcendence out. D-Max. Oh my goodness. 3 with the May Blizzard. Sabathoon is able to confirm 2 picks here, yet the Sigma tank is able to stay alive.
Supports, by the way.
Overtime, clicking down on the clock. Dilly does not have mech, and Omega is healthy. He's able to stay on this point with his ultimate.
They're gonna need a touch.
Kitsune committed early. They have to take a lot of space, but unfortunately the Welcome Man is just able
Whoa,
to
all
counter
coming
it.
out from a... Woo!
Green Bay Varsity is falling to just the stacked ultimates that are on Lawrence University. It's not great.
Down goes QW Varsity.
Lawrence University domineering their way on this Numbani pick. Green Bay Varsity unable to win the map that they picked.
And we were giving some shade to Omega for being a Doomfist one trick, but maybe the old dog can learn new tricks.
I think so. We're seeing really good performances on the Sigma, on the Winston. To be fair, Winston can really translate to Doomfist quite well.
To be able to play Cassidy like this.
Now, I feel like we're glazing all the other Lawrence University roster members, except the MVP, I feel, is Cubes. His Zenyatta has been able to deter a lot of the teams from advancing. That Discord Orb is really punishing on the tank. They're just unable to take the space. They're unable to take anything. Having that Discord Orb allows the DPS a little more damage, 25% if I'm correct. And they're able to find these first immediate picks, all because of Cubes. I think Cubes is the unsung hero of Lawrence University's roster.
Yeah. And still, like, Sabaton was able to hit that big blizzard. We need to talk a little bit more about Green Bay because their DPSs, although they might not be up to the same level that we've seen from Lawrence University in these matches, still getting great picks.
Now, I think you're going to have to communicate to me with what they pick and what they ban because my headset is still a little janky, but that's okay. I think I'm going to wear it for the aesthetic. It looks kind of cool. Look at that. The gold is matching.
The colors matching.
Good
Roll dogs,
picks.
by the way.
Roll dogs.
Roll dogs.
Roll dogs.
Roll dogs.
Unfortunately, we're just not in the WEC bracket. I know we opted out to not play it just so we could focus on NECC. And I understand this semester is really busy for a lot of our players. But I think it would have been fun to see a lot more competition between in this small bracket. If we could see some kind of UWSB roster, I feel like it'd be fun if we could go against Lawrence University. That'd be fun as heck. I can't say the H word.
Maybe sometime we can set up a scrim.
That'd be fun.
Maybe
be
after
my
season
job.
scrim.
That's true. Green Bay Varsity, they're going to have to really pull in their reins, and they're going to have to find a reverse sweep. Do you think it's possible? Who do you think on their roster is going to be able to turn the key, unlock their full potential, go plus ultra on Lawrence, okay? I'm looking at the My Hero collab here. Who do you think is going to unlock the reverse sweep for Green Bay?
I don't know like in the game, I don't know who's going to be the one to kickstart it, but like hearing Dilly talk and knowing that he is the soon-to-be captain of Green Bay Varsity, if I remember correctly, I think he's going to be the one to stand up and be like, guys, what are we doing?
What are we
What are
doing?"
we doing?
Oftentimes, it's the tank players that become the IGLs of these teams. They're
Yeah,
the ones that
yeah.
are in the front line.
I mean,
They get the biggest perspective of the enemy team. They know what's happening, and with some support, some ult tracking from their main support, they're able, these tank players, to enable their team and get good fights. So I hope Dilly is able to pick Green Bay up by the bootstraps and lead them into a new dawn of a reverse sweep against Lawrence
yeah,
University.
yeah. But I also know from Dilly himself that he has said he's a little bit of a crash out. But if he can keep his mental flat, I mean, you have to have a cool head to be able to play tank, especially when you're put through tank experience of being slept, antied, just diva bombed on top of that, everything coming out on you, and you're still getting pocketed, and you have to live through it and then get killed because it's everyone attacking you. How do you like not learn to get a cool head?
Overwatch is a massive mental game. You need to be able to keep your cool, keep your reins, and you need to not, as Dilly said, crash out. The worst thing you can do as a team is boom. Get a mental boom. You're unable to play. You're not going at your best. Your mechanics are thrown off. Your communication with your team is thrown off. You might as well just sign the map away. Yet,
yeah.
Green Bay Varsity, I know they are a tight team. They're a very sportsman-like team, and I don't want to say they all love each other, but they're friends. They like each other. I don't get it. There's good teamwork on the Green Bay teams. They need to be able to keep themselves cool-headed, and they need to spearhead themselves into this next match.
Yeah. And to quote something from one of my wrestling coaches, as soon as you start thinking something, you start doing something. Whatever you're thinking is what you're going to be doing.
So
and if
they
you're
got to
thinking,
start thinking to win.
yeah, and if you're thinking, why aren't we winning? We used to be able to beat them all the time. You're going to start doing things that are going to be bad. You're overextending, getting a little too greedy, and you're going to lose.
Well, competition is really close. Competition is really fierce. Maybe not in the last one, but I hope to see a really great competition in the grand finals coming up.
No, the thing is, too, is the last match, Concordia versus UWJV, their payload, or their push map, just absolutely rolled. And I'm starting to wonder if these like push maps and these payload maps might be a little bit of a flaw that UW Green Bay hasn't quite patched.
It's push is one of those game modes. Personally, it's my least favorite. It's one of those. It's either you roll or it's really back and forth. Push has a lot of potential for the losing team to come back and really take the reins and retake the winning advantage. Yet it's really difficult. If either of these teams find themselves at a disadvantage on push, they have to win 2, maybe even 3, maybe even 4 fights in a row and able to get the advantage. And so Green Bay Varsity going to push, going to whatever sort of game mode they choose, because I believe that's up to WEC rules set, is they're able to choose which game mode. They're going to have to come out strong, and they got to come out ready.
So losing team just straight up picks the map, if I heard that correctly.
All right.
And
well,
I also want to say that we're seeing in the background, JV is communicating with themselves. There is a strong possibility they have to fight each other for third place. And
they're scheming, they're coaching, they're coming up with strategies
Yeah,
to
yeah.
help their varsity team take the match. Maybe even they're scheming against their very own team.
Or maybe it's, oh no, we have to play against Varsity. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
I don't think so. I still feel like Varsity has skin in the game. I feel like they can take it back if they really. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough. I've been in reverse sweep situations myself, and I believe only one we were able to take it back, and that was fighting for UWSP in the NECC playoffs. That was a difficult match. Yet being able to take the reverse sweep off of the enemy team, it's a great feeling. There's such a rush of dopamine, camaraderie. You just start, you jump out of your chair and you start screaming. You start huddling up like, yeah, we did it. And I'm seeing Green Bay. They I don't know. They're a really tight knit team. Whenever they win, they celebrate. They celebrate hard. And I remember Concordia was it. I believe Ali. She came in here and said that Concordia were just straight faced, unfazed by a victory. Yet being able to celebrate that victory, I feel like that's the best part.
I mean, that's what you get your momentum from. When you get that going, you get that adrenaline, you feel yourself. You feel on top of the world.
On top of the world, on top of the Overwatch bracket.
But
Now, let me ask about that bracket. Next match is going to be the third place match, if I'm correct.
yeah, and that could be Green Bay versus Green Bay. And in Lawrence University, I think they really want to prove themselves that they can beat Concordia.
That's true. That's true. I'm excited for this grand finals. I'm excited for the
excited for
third
sure.
place match.
I love Overwatch, man. What can I say? That's why I'm here.
Keep playing and you won't be saying that.
Well, I don't like comp.
Don't blame me. That's
I
kind of
like
a
it when I
dog
get
shit
to
game.
play with comms on.
I feel like the comp and to the ranked and like the rank to the organized play, like the differences is checkers and chess. You
Yeah.
know? It's such a night and day difference. Where one, I'm calling my teammate a something mean.
Yeah,
I
that
can't
little
really
player
do that.
should.
as I should. Hey, if you're bad at the game and you're throwing my game, I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I feel like in any competitive game, as soon as you cross that 1,000-hour mark, you go from I love this game, it's so great, to man, this game sucks. And
And we
Green
just
Bay,
heard information. Lawrence University's trump card, the Doomfist, is out of the match.
But-
Doomfist Omega, he's not going to be playing on his comfort hero.
but we have seen Sigma, Winston, Reinhardt. It's possible. It doesn't need to be Doomfist to win.
It could be that Omega is just in a league of his own, where he's a really good specialist, yet when he flexes onto these other tank heroes, he's on the same league, the same level as all these other tank players at the LAN today.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that Sigma, Reinhardt, big damage characters kind of get that utility from Doomfist where you can get a punch, shot or two, death. Like, it's the ones where he can just make big plays quick to be able to wipe the team out are the ones he gets the most mileage off of.
That's true. I'm curious to see what Lawrence University's ban is. This is their time to really snipe the varsity, see who their strongest player is, and take their favorite hero away from them.
Yeah.
And if I had to guess who Green Bay Varsity's best player is, it probably would be Dilly. They can't ban his tanks, however. So he has a full roster available to him. Who on the DPS and who on the support do you think they're going to ban?
It really depends on where they go.
That's true.
They might take out the May. We've seen a lot of times they take out May.
May is a little difficult for tank players to play into. And Green Bay Varsity has a really good May player in their roster.
For sure. But I just, Lawrence University can afford to lose a match, even two, but as long as they know how to regroup, get the reads, understand what they need to do.
Best monster flavor, by the way. All I'm saying, not sponsored. However, immediately
Hashtag
in the
not
map
sponsored.
set,
Hashtag not sponsored. Sorry, Connor.
we're being brought to New Junk City on Flashpoint. This is a comfort pick of Green Bay. We've seen them typically pick this as the second map, so a little curious why they went to hybrid before. But New Junk City and Flashpoint, that's one of those really competitive game modes that it could either go 3-2 or 3-0.
We've seen a lot of New Junk City lately. I know last games or yesterday, we didn't see it quite as much. I forget the name that we had, but Zarya was really good pick there. Now we've been seeing a bit more New Junk City. I don't know what Omega's pick was gonna be, but me personally, I do like Ram here. If I can't play Doom, I play Ram.
Ram would be an effective pick, especially on the first point where it's a
Yeah.
little close quarters and a little, you gotta go fist to fist. Nay. You predicted it.
Telepath, I keep telling you guys, you don't believe me.
I believe you.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
just
see,
an oracle.
see?
You're just an oracle, okay? May is a goner, and that's really good, especially, again, on that first point. That's really
yeah.
brawl heavy. I feel like Green Bay probably going to be going on the Junker Queen as Dilly has before, or the Reinhardt.
More than likely, I think Dilly's gonna play Ram. He wants to play Ram. I can feel it, and
But
I
the
definitely
May
know.
ban is really good, especially into these brawl tanks.
Yeah.
Because now they're not going to be cordoned off. They're not going to be immediately bursted after the wall goes up. It's a really interesting pick.
And the other thing that I've noticed too is I'm pretty sure on one of the Kings Row maps, Dilly or Omega has done a Ramatra Ditto against someone and lost.
We're entering the match now. New Junk City, UW Green Bay Varsity versus Lawrence University. 2-0 in favor of LU. Let's see where this goes. Good luck, have fun coming out from Green Bay Varsity. Keep your sportsmen,
Yeah,
like, as always.
I definitely like the sportsmanship that we come out. Either which way, I mean, when it comes right down to it, Overwatch may be a bit of a toxic game, but the players can definitely shine through and prove it wrong.
That's exactly right. Once you become a tier 1 professional, that's when you start to become weird.
Dilly, like I said, under Ramatra, Omega on the Junker Queen.
So they're sort of reversing the predictions that I've had.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Useless Bard on the Reaper. That Reaper has been devastating to deal
Okay,
with.
honestly, that emote was kind of tough. That was kind of scary.
I'm shaking in my boots right now. Shiver
I would
me
be
timbers.
shaking too. Now, one thing to take of note, a little misplay by Green Bay Varsity there, their flex support Pluto. Juno, you have to throw out that rune at the 5-second mark so all your team gets the maximum amount of speed boost, especially on maps such as Flashpoint. Now, because of that, both teams are meeting at the same time because Lawrence has no speed. Same with Varsity with that misplay in spawn.
I mean, Lawrence does get a little bit of space. Run beyond Junker
Truist
Queen.
again. Oh, the flex support is down first. He's able to find 3
This is
players.
what I'm talking about. Illutuous plays. They play Reaper. They play Tracer. They play Cassie. It doesn't matter. Even on Soldier, they keep rolling.
Now, I'd like to say it's thanks to Lawrence University's more traditional comp, yet they're playing a double flex support and double flex DPS lineup. This is not that traditional, unlike Green Bay Varsity's traditional roster, where they have the Juno Kiriko and the hit scan and flex support. Useless Bard teleporting into the back line while a duel is happening between the Tracer and Genji on the outline. Billy commits his Foreman, taken low by the knife. Now they're going to have to reset. Useless Bard just walking in the back line, killing 3 of them. Thankfully, it's not Pluto who's out first. Oh, thanks to the Suzu, he's able to win the trade with Useless Bard. It's not enough, however. Losing that Ramatra early in the fight is devastating to them. 64% for Lawrence University on the first point. This is last fight.
I just know Green Bay is feeling pressure right now. They want to win. They're trying everything they can, but nothing's
Speed boost
working.
committed. They're walking right side, trying to get to the point. 84%. Genji is taking a solo duel. Fave committed by Useless Bard. Shout in. Lawrence University going deep. Sabathu gets his first pick. 2 trades for 2.
Blossom.
Absolutely useless Blossom. Like what the hey? Pluto taken out by Useless Bard, able to redeem himself with a pick onto the support. Lawrence University takes first point with a close fight there.
Even while Dilly's able to pick their main tanks, just nothing's working. I know he is stressing right now.
I'd be stressed too. Dilly is having a lot of pressure on him. Let's hope he keeps his mental prepared for this next fight. We're seeing 4, maybe even all 5 ultimates up by Lawrence Varsity, Green Bay Varsity. Lawrence only has 3. Kitsune early committed by Jay. I like that play. It's able to really punch through Omega there because they were able to get their ultimates first. they were able to get the advantage in the fight. This is what I keep saying, Al. You need to ult first, especially for these support ultimates such as Juno and Kiriko.
Yeah, and even still, for the economy, ult economy is in the favor of Green Bay. They got 4 in the bank compared to the 2 in the bank from Lawrence University.
This is absolutely amazing. Oh, a pause being called by Dilly. There seems to be some kind of technical difficulty.
We've been seeing that a decent amount, but I gotta say, going in with that first ult, you're definitely right. Take the advantage, stagger them, get them off
Take
point,
the advantage. That's exactly
and
what
just
it is.
push. I
And-
think Green Bay is starting to take notes of Lawrence University with that aggression they have.
Maybe they can hear me all the way back there. Oh, first, please. And they took the notes and they were able to win. They were able to dissuade, how do I say this? They were able to make the enemy Kiriko on Lawrence University waste their ultimate because they just weren't fast enough. They didn't have the reaction time. Blink was just too slow. And Omega was down in the blink of an eye. See what I did there? 4 ultimates for Green Bay Varsity as this fight begins to start. Only 2 for Lawrence. I'm hoping Pluto's going to press Q first. TP out and Suzu for Green Bay. Here comes the first. 2 ultimates from Lawrence University. And they're able to get the first picks. I don't think they're taking by coaching. They're able to win that fight with a 2-0 ult trade. Yet if Pluto was able to get, hopefully, that that orbital ray out first, they probably would have seen success. Jay, however, had their Suzu forced out early.
And even with only 2 in the bank, Lawrence University was able to cash in there.
Especially, again, because that Suzu was forced out early. Jay was too aggressive.
Whoa.
Oh, hindered.
Big hinder, big
Here's
hinder.
Bard getting out by the skin of his teeth. Yet Dilly is taking a
Dilly low,
pounding.
Dilly low. Dilly
Committed
down.
Sabathoon blade. It's a
He got
fool noodle.
Reaper.
Nobody gets killed. Not a soul. It's unfortunate. They
only
try to
3
commit
left.
to a fight where their tank and their other
And
DPS was back
Jay
out.
picked up too.
And now they're on the Junkrat. Honestly, I get it. I get it. I'd be devastated too.
I
But
feel like they're
Junkrat
starting.
might be proving useful, especially in such a tight chokehold such as this.
Now, Iltruist and Useless Bard both having their ults. A Blink Blossom could get secure the point.
I'm expecting Useless Bard. Oh, but it's canceled! Sabathoon! With the first pick, he's able to get 1, hopefully a second. Illustrous hits a sticky, but just trades Green Bay Varsity up by 1. It's only the Junker Queen now. Absolutely crazy.
Green
Like
Bay's
Lay
not going.
Seraphim Junkrat plays. Useless Bard is unable to get his Blossom. They're able to like carve out that value. That's insane.
Green Bay is not going down without a fight. That is for sure.
Exactly. Now we're at final fight for this this point. Lawrence University is going to have to get an early touch on this. I would be scared for that Death Blossom.
Yeah. And I'm seeing that
Useless
in
Bard, he's teleporting in, he's looking for it.
And I'm
Oh,
seeing-
here comes it out, the High Noon, possibly able to dissuade him, and he's down! Useless Bard killed by the High Noon! Paula taken out, yet I think he got all the value he needs. Green Bay Varsity able to really rein in their play, taking this point.
And I'm seeing that out of the corner of my eye. The coach of Green Bay is just popping off right now.
I know he's excited.
I know,
He's
I know.
excited. We're all excited.
This is
for
what we
match.
talk about with Green Bay. They're so invested with their team. There's so much going on. They do everything they can. And it's why they have such a strong composition between JV and varsity.
But they're playing with fire here. This is like a do or die situation for Green Bay Varsity with Lawrence having 2 up. This is going to be tough. This is going to be really scary.
Bard going in.
Or Useless Bard, he goes in first, baits out the Suzu.
Oh!
Oh, but Sabathoon able to hit the one-shot combo. A Suzu to save his life. Cube thinks he can secure the fight with a coalescence of his own. And it might just happen. Sabathoon in with his own
Big bomb, big
tire.
bomb.
It
It's a
kills
tire.
Blake. The Suzu too late, but it saves the cake.
Oh,
A thunderstorm
big
going
fight going
in. Every single member of Green Bay Varsity is antied, and they're able to secure the fight. Lawrence University, they are confident with their ults, they're confident with their plays. They know
And
they can
down
reverse
goes
these
Billy.
fights even when they're down 1, because they go in with their ults, they know how to play with them, and they're confident.
I'm starting to think that Sabaton might have a sleeper Junkrat pick.
Honestly, I think whatever is in the water at Green Bay, whatever Lambeau Field is doing to all the people there in Green Bay, they just have the Junkrat gene unlocked.
Yeah, I need to get me some of that water.
Unfortunately, Lawrence University still has the ultimate advantage unless Pluto is able to charge their raid quick enough. They have that useless bar holding on to that Death Boss for a long time and doing a rush on their engage.
Getting a
See
good
the tank
stick
trace
there.
first. Dilly is holding quick. Speed committed by Green Bay Varsity.
Whoa!
But he kills 3 with the Blossom! Useless guard finally using his ultimate, and he secures 3 as the engage comes out from Green Bay.
Useless Bard might have been killed in that interaction, but he died a legend.
He died a legend, and he died a martyr for Lawrence University. This is last fight. I don't think Green Bay Varsity is going to be able to touch in time.
Even
Honestly,
if they are,
I was
they
Lawrence, I'd just start walking to the next point. Green Bay, you just cannot touch this.
yeah.
This is a go next situation. Now they're at match point for Lawrence University.
We might be looking at a 3-0 from Lawrence University, which would be a dominant performance.
That would be a dominant performance, but Green Bay is finally putting up the fight here. They're able to do something about this.
Now, if Lawrence University 3-0s Green Bay Varsity, that's going to be a big threat to a Concordia. Because Concordia, keep in mind, Concordia lost to Green Bay Varsity.
I'm excited about Sabathoon's tire here. Historically, these tires have been pretty gosh darn good. A split push coming out from Varsity,
Maybe
really
pushing
having
a
to
little
back
too much
off
there.
just to stay safe and sane. Useless bar fades out. Shout committed by Lawrence University to really engage. A duel onto the Tracer. Blake able to gap his other flex support. Lawrence gets the first pick, yet Jay trades it out for Useless Bard. Here comes in the Annihilation, chunking down all of Lawrence University. They're low. They're low. Both Kitsunes, a tire.
Popping
But
3
Lawrence
ults, but
University
still
is able
losing
to
the
get
fight.
the trades. That
And-
is 3 ultimates from Green Bay.
And
for
3 in the
only
bank for
one
Lawrence.
from Lawrence. What do you
Big.
have to say about this, Al? What do you think?
I feel like we need to stop telling that Omega is a Doomfist one trick and acknowledge the fact that his tank can play almost all the roles so far. He's played for tank, whether it be Junker Queen, Winston,
Late
Doomfist.
Pluto
It's-
dies first once again on the trio.
I feel like it is the survivability of the support.
Again, the trades are just insane. They're able to trade out for 2 of Lawrence University's players. They're able to get another fight here. Omega whipping his ultimate. Yet Cubes looking for cleanups with his coalescence. They have to touch here. 97, 98. Overclock is chunking down. Pluto commits his orbital ray, but I think they already won despite it.
I think part of the problem is that they're focusing so much on getting rid of those devastating DPS players that they're leaving these supports. And on the other side, Pluto keeps getting taken out, and that leaves one support a lot of the time for Green Bay, which might be why they're losing some big team fights.
Do we think Gilly is confident on this ball? This was an emergency swap. I think Lawrence University, apparently they do not have the advantage because Sabathoon is able to get one of these support players and then an immediate trade back onto that DPS. Blink finding Sabathoon, avenging Cubes here. Dilly taking out Illatruis, a star Tracer player on Lawrence University. They're going to have to reset.
I don't know about the ball pick though. I mean, I get needing to get back to a point as fast as you can, but switching off from your main tank.
And his shields is going low. Shout committed. Lawrence University touching the point. Oh,
No,
he
use
draws
off
just
of it.
too late. That's a whiffed ultimate. For them.
We
This
have
is
a
last
big
fight.
Big
Green
Blossom,
Bay
Big Blossom.
pushing with their Blossom, but he's in the back line.
Big
He
Blossom!
presses Q.
Big Blossom!
He gets Pluto. Paula Bunga is down. Yet the trades are true. Here comes the Lawrence University tire. Sabathoon taking out Blake. They are in the advantage here. They are in the advantage as it's just the Junker Queen and the Moira on point for Lawrence University. They're able to get the trades, and Green Bay Varsity brings us to 2-2. Final point on Flashpoint.
This is Overwatch. What else can I say? This is Overwatch.
This is
It's absolute cinema.
Overwatch. Absolute Overwatch right here.
These are very likely the 2 best teams right now. And then Lawrence is trying to push so hard to get this win, but Green Bay just not going down. I feel like that Doomfist or getting the bans out would be amazing for Green Bay Varsity. Banning that Doomfist and then taking out the May.
This would be a big shakeup on our roster because this is where it is determined. This is what we're seeing. If Green Bay Varsity can put themselves back in the game and get the reverse sweep kindled.
But that does mean next round we could be seeing the Doomfist come back out, and we all know how that ends.
Sabathun, I think this Junkrat is just overpowered. Green Bay Varsity is making me want to nerf Junkrat.
Yeah,
a slam committed along with the mines. Just get out the ultimate so you can swap onto an actual tank hero. Useless Bard is able to trade out Pluto. Yeah, they get second cap, Green Bay Varsity, and off of that they're going to get punished. Oh dilly, oh dilly. Saved by Jay. Useless Bard going in, trying to find the dilly pick here. Dilly is extremely low. Sabathun is taken out. All of Bunka is out again. This is a neutral fight coming out from Lawrence University.
That goes Dilly. Point's going to go for Lawrence University. They're capturing it right now. Both of these teams fighting for the last capture point.
Green Bay Varsity is able to secure themselves.
Dilly switching back to the infamous Ramatza.
Lawrence University winning the neutral fight. It's something spectacular.
Gonna have 2 ults in the bank for Green Bay Varsity, but 4 working on 5 for Lawrence
Jay goes in
University.
first with their Kitsune Rush response by Blake. Useless Bard is able to walk into the backline and get Sabathun. Kalabunga cancels Omega's ultimate with this high noon, but the Reaper in the backline, the Blossom kills 3! This is absolute star performance players from
80%.
both DPS. Paula Bunga canceling the Junker
Bay.
Queen ult, but Useless Bard responding with one of his own.
Lawrence University needs to win 1 more fight.
No, this is it. This
might be it. This might be it.
They can't touch. Lawrence
Almost getting
University
to touch.
secures the match 3-0 against Green Bay Varsity.
Dominant 3-0. Lawrence University wins. They're going to grand finals against Concordia for the rematch.
And now we're seeing the Green Bay Varsity team leave the spectating room.
Oh.
Going to go against their varsity team. This will be
There's a mega.
an interesting match. Wow. I was rooting for Green Bay there, Al.
I kind of was too, but Lawrence University has been showing so much lately. I got goosebumps.
I got chills.
got goosebumps.
I can feel it on my arms. I'm chills. My throat is a goner.
Yeah.
Thanks to our not sponsored. But that was a close match. I feel like Green Bay Varsity, if they didn't drop those first 2 maps, if they were able to really recollect themselves on Numbani, if they were able to show the performances they had here on Junk City on Numbani, I think they could have had a chance.
I think they just needed that fire lit, and they only got it the last game. They needed it. They needed it, and they didn't have it.
The DPS, I feel like, on Green Bay Varsity was really able to step up there. They were able to find themselves cemented in their roles, in their characters, and they were able to at least try. And that's all we can really ask for them here.
And we only needed 1 Doomfist game from Omega. I think that Omega kind of made a statement that Doomfist might be his best character, but that doesn't mean he has to play Doomfist.
He absolutely did. If we can see the bracket now, let's see what new matches we're going to be going up against coming into the future.
We're going to see Lawrence University versus Concordia, and we're going to be seeing Green Bay against Green Bay.
Green Bay against Green Bay. Let's take a look at it now.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at our awesome graphic.
Yeah. Well, this
Shout
looks
out
pretty
to the
good.
production manager here, Conman, absolutely putting a stellar performance into, putting absolutely all into this stream.
Now, I want to say 3-1, 3-0. I mean, Concordia lost to UW Green Bay Varsity. It looked like it was pretty close, but I just got to say 3-0 against one of the best teams here. Dominant. I mean, how do you think Concordia is going to feel about that?
I feel like Concordia, they have to strive into this next match with confidence, with swagger, with gameplay, with performance. They're going to have to really show their flexibility here, like one of their players, Luddy.
Yeah,
Monkey
Luddy.
D. Luffy.
Shout outs to Luddy, man. Like
That's
the
my
flexibility that they had to go from support, DPS, tank, back to DPS.
It's like he's just trying to gather the all-star belts on every single role.
I already know he's top 500 in open queue.
Absolutely. I'm excited for this next match. I had fun casting this
Yeah, yeah.
match. I had fun casting with you,
Yeah,
Al. So
it
I
was
want to
awesome.
thank you, and I want to congratulate your endurance because
Yeah,
I'm absolutely
yeah.
wiped after this first
I've
match. But you have a perfect voice. Still.
I have been doing comms for a lot for Smash Bros. Tournaments. That is my main game. I am working to take over for Overwatch, but 7 out of 10 games for the blocks, it gets to be a lot. I will not be commentating the next block. We will be having 2 of our varsity members commentate, but you will see me and Halo close out for the night.
Ash 410. I see.
Ash
what's going-
410.
Ash
Ash 410.
and
I'm looking
Fear.
at you. I'm looking at you too, Fear.
I feel like it's going to be a good match.
Oh, it's
I've
definitely
been
gonna be good.
Toreador. I've had fun.
I've been Apocalypse, and I've had so much fun doing this. Thank you, and have a good break.
Roll dogs.
Roll dogs.
Hello and welcome back to WEC. We got 2 new hosts.
Well, we both did this yesterday.
Well, we both did this yesterday, but not today. I'm Halo.
I'm Fear.
We both play for USP Overwatch Varsity.
It's been a little bit of I don't know. I've been doing it for 2 years. You've been doing it for a year.
Yeah, basically a year.
Hopefully you have another 3 years in you.
I hope so. Well, it depends. We'll see. We'll see.
Top 500 by the time he leaves
Oh God,
college.
I would. With the things I have to do, that would be crazy time management.
Just during your internship, get an easy internship, play Overwatch on the clock.
But we have some interesting matches vying for 3rd place. We got Green Bay Varsity versus Green Bay JV.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a crazy one. When the school teams just have to fight each other. We've definitely experienced this before. And speaking of the varsity team, here is the team itself. We got Paula Bunga on DPS, who really enjoys the Ashe. I've very much enjoyed his gameplay. We got Savafun on tank, usually playing the Ana, who is his favorite. And we got Dilly on DPS as Farah. I've seen some. Dilly isn't a DPS usually, but he's also played tank on this roster, and he's pulled some pretty crazy plays. Anyways, and then we have Jay on support, and Pluto on support also. They've been both favoring the flex support plays recently. They've been running double flex support, yeah. Next, we got our JV team here for UW Green Bay. We got Refry on DPS, preferring the Tracer. Poke Zero.
He's been corrected.
Poke Zero on tank, who usually prefers to play Mercy. I've heard he has ridiculous hours on Mercy. We got Opal Gibbon on the Junkrat. We've seen some crazy Junkrat plays. He is a Junkrat savant.
We've also seen the target Junkrat ban because of
Yeah, because of him. Then we got Peaches on support, as long with Narky Goblin. And
I want to see some Lucio play. I don't know if I've seen Lucio play yet.
he's been playing a lot of Lucio, but they've been playing a lot of interesting comps for their support line because of the bans, and they never know what's going to happen. Then I remember one match on Gibraltar. Oh, okay.
We're being redirected.
We're getting redirected. We got, this is our match for 3rd place in this tournament. And then up next will be our grand finals against Concordia and Lawrence. I'm excited to see what they have to offer later, but I'm excited to see this current match.
Yeah, it's always fun when you see a JV go up against its varsity. There's a lot of animosity between the two teams.
A little bit.
A little bit more targeting than
A little
normal.
more targeting. But hopefully they all take it in good fun. I hope they enjoy it. And maybe, we'll see, maybe the JV will outclass the varsity here.
That'd be something.
That would be kind of awesome, I think, especially from the perspective of someone who was on JV and had to fight the varsity team.
Sorry.
I have to root for the underdogs here. That Junkrat, I think, will be a terrifying threat. But I have a feeling there will be just an instant target ban for Opal.
Maybe. But those off-meta picks are usually what make matches really fun and interesting and usually catch people off guard. I don't know how often you play against Junkrats, but I swear it's like once a month.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I usually am playing with the Junkrat. But another interesting about this match is they've probably practiced together. They probably know each other really well. So they're, like you said before, there's probably going to be some high targeting here. And they're definitely going to very much coordinate a lot to counter each other. They're going to know what's going to happen. They're going to know the strats because they've probably practiced both of them.
Yeah, I want to see if either team has set plays because I think they share the same coach. So if they share the same set plays, then they should know how to counter the set plays.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting, especially map choice is gonna be a huge determination because I'm assuming they're gonna pick the maps that they're good at, and they're probably gonna be good at the same maps, unless they decide to pick, I don't know, something out the blue.
The J Silly also throws a wrench in the map picking. Because each team is probably going to prefer a slightly different style, even though they do have the same coach.
Yeah.
So,
Ooh.
Is Phoenix the varsity or the JV?
Okay, so we got some code word in. The varsity bans the Farah, which is kind of interesting because Farah has been a very dominating character in this entire tournament. I've seen some crazy barrage plays. Is that perk allowing her to move is insane.
I almost don't like it. I end up demonetizing myself pretty often.
And just a lot of these players have just kind of learned to master the Farah movement, using her concussive to get her that extra bit of movement before engaging in that dash, and just kind of getting kind of like a mosquito, just really being annoying and just taking out those squishies really fast.
Yeah, what is Farah if not Sky Junkrat?
That is true. Ooh. It's a very interesting gameplay style, and it's really interesting, and I'm excited to see how this is going to play, because also Dilly is also one of the Farah players, so maybe just getting rid of that, just kind of maybe they might go a Farah. It also depends on what map they're picking too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I want to see them later force a Farah on some kind of horrible Farah map.
Ooh, that would be really funny.
Like, give me a Circuit Royale Farah. I'd laugh.
Is Circuit Royale even in their map pool? I don't know. We're gonna have to see. There has been not many abilities to get to a just escort map. We've only been playing.
I saw Gibby yesterday.
Oh well, today it's best of 5, and they do a different order. We have seen a lot of Flashpoint. Scrimrow, always gonna be there.
Yeah.
We had an
We've
early.
seen a lot of Scrims Row.
Ooh, and JV coming in with their ban, Ramatra.
That's interesting.
I've seen Ramatra kind of be banned very commonly. He's kind of, in my opinion, one of the more balanced tanks. He's good at kind of taking that brawl, but also leaning into somewhat of a poke. He's just really good at taking that space through his range and also his ability to place his barrier farther up.
Yeah, I mean, Blizzard did call them Overwatch's first tempo tank.
Yeah. Especially with that Nemesis form and block, being able to just absorb all of that and kind of having somewhat of a baby primal in the form of Annihilation really just saves them a lot. And it seems like we're starting off with Ilios. That explains the Farah ban.
That explains the Farah ban, but I don't know why it explains the Ramatra ban. I didn't cast it, but I saw the GB Varsity match on Ilios last night, and they played Roadhog and Orisa. I didn't see the Ramatra once.
But also, we never know if Dilly's actually going to be on DPS. He could be playing tank, and he does play a lot of Ramatra. So we're going to have to see this, because Dilly, that is kind of his comfort pick. I mean, every time he loads into the game, he does give the April Fool's quote line. One of the ult lines for Ramatra, the really long one.
Oh, yeah.
But we're starting off with Temple. I think this is why it's called.
No, Ruins.
Ruins? I mean,
This
there's
is
a temple in the middle of it.
How is that a temple? There's just some stone pillars.
Potato,
Very
potato.
ruined stone pillars, dare I say.
Whoa. So we're starting off with, and I see Dilly on the Junker Queen and Poke Zero on the Doomfist.
But Paula on the Ashe. This is a very sniper map.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it because it's a lot of corners,
And I
but
see,
the sightlines are long.
yeah, and I see Savafoon on our favorite Rock Eater, Venture. So we're gonna probably see you some maybe coordinated dives. A slight bit of dives. Just kind of throwing in that knife and probably pulling in. Just being able to pull people in, I think, is the whole point. And I see that we switched to the Winston. And Opal, not on his comfort pick. He's playing the Genji.
I think if the Ashe really just keeps out of range of the Winston jump, she should be fine.
I
but
think so.
The rest of the team has to deal with the dive, otherwise that Ashe is going to get folded.
Paula has been showing like some pretty decent Ashe plays so far, and I think it's going to be a very interesting thing.
The Axe out early with the Tracer already set up. They're going in on that Ashe, but
We see
no
that
bubble.
we see that push into Winston via Venture. Sure. Oh,
The Refry Tracer off the
refi
map.
down,
The Opal Genji
and
off
Opal
the map.
again. Paula Bunga switches after dying to the Cass. It seems like we're gonna get a contested point. Wait, but all teams are kind of even right now.
It's 3v5, but they're
Yeah.
not looking like much
Poke
progress
Zero
is
kind of
happening.
just kind of moving back, going in for the dive on Paula Bunga.
And Peaches gets the pick on
Peaches
Pluto.
and
The
Paula Bunga
JV
out.
is going to take the first. Oh, no, but Dilly's still here.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get the first point to Ooh, Green Bay for the first flip.
Well, the JV.
Well, the JV.
They're both
sorry.
Green Bay.
They're both Green Bay. I gotta remember that.
No, it's tricky.
And hitting up with the meow in chat is crazy, guys.
The Varsity really committing to this anti-dive comp.
Yeah.
The JV pulling out the J Silly.
I see we got Opal on the comfort pick. Let's see some crazy Junkrat plays, especially playing into that choke right there.
Aretha on the flank with the rest of the team under pressure already.
Yeah. I see that
Winston forced
Hope
out
is
from
just getting
inside of JV.
forced out. Oh, Tracer is low, and Refry is out.
Contract one on the point. Finish.
Finished by Servathun. Ooh, and Snarky Goblin also out. Servathun just kind of taken up and cleaning.
Yeah, Poke Zero getting the one on the way out. We're finally coming up on all the ults.
Yeah, it seems like we're gonna have Varsity ulting first. No, we have Green Bay, JV. I'm bad at this, but it seems like JV is going to come in with a better ult economy with 3.
They need to hit it early though, otherwise
Yeah.
the Varsity is going to catch up.
I have a feeling we're gonna see that early.
But the
never
early pick on
mind.
the Lucio.
Yeah. I think the only way that we're gonna be able to win this is for JV to get back to point is to hit that road. But they're giving up a lot of space.
No, they just need to wait out for the Lucio respawn at this point. They've wasted so much time. And
And there's the
No
clean ult.
Suzu.
No Suzu on
defeated back in
Varsity, Junior Varsity. But we got Poke Zero just pushing off with Primal.
The Queen in the back line, can they turn it turn?
We'll see. We
Queen gets
see
one, but she's
Opal's
trapped.
out.
No, the Varsity's sustaining.
Yeah. Just putting that pressure. Ooh, and getting the stagger on Snarky.
The Varsity going for the spawn.
Yeah. We still have some ults. I'm waiting for that road, but I think Servathun is going to hit him with that Blossom when the road comes out.
Yeah, I think the Varsity just has the ult advantage here. His Tiger's a good ult, but Jay should know to hold this Suzu.
Yeah. We gotta wait for this. There's the road from JB, and what did I tell you? The Blossom, but nothing from it.
The tire whip.
The tire whip? Oh,
Varsity
no.
has more ults.
Yep.
They just have to regroup and they win this
Yeah.
point.
Unless we get a surprise touch or a crazy play. Refry is out, and so is Peaches. But Varsity responds with the road, kind of just securing point maybe. Snarky's the only one.
This is going to be hard for
on,
Snarky.
trying to get to point.
Oh, and we don't even get to see
and we
the
don't
end.
even get to see the point here.
What can we hear? The Lucio.
I hear the Lucio. There's Poke.
The
There's
stall
Poke.
from Snarky went crazy,
Yeah.
I guess.
Servathun just kind of pulling
Where
out
are
right
we?
now. Oh,
It's 5v5 again.
they're holding a
And
good
JV needs
sustain
to hold
by
on,
a
but they're going to have
JV
more
right
ults.
now.
The cast needs to find a high noon.
Yeah. Let's see. We see Snarky just kind of pushing him farther back.
The JV got the retouch.
And Paula Bunga gets the hit on Refry, and Snarky cleans up on Billy.
Someone get Snarky a scholarship for that.
Real.
Okay,
It
let's see.
seems like we're still going to have Varsity up in ult a little bit, but we're going to see a Primal at some point. And it seems like Refry changed to the May probably to help out, just single out Dilly.
Yeah, they've been holding on to that high noon for a little too long. They
Yeah.
need to use that to force out the beat, so that way they can
Yeah.
get the Queen ult value out. But they also
Oh,
have to
there's
play
the
around
Queen
Vincent.
ult,
And there's
and
the
there's
beat.
beat.
Absolutely mitigated.
We'll see. There's also Cole and High Noon. High Noon gets a pick off of Opal.
They're split though. It
They
looks
are
like a
split.
series of 1v1s,
Snarky's
and
out.
Varsity is winning that.
Yeah. I think they just got split up a little bit. They couldn't pick a
Winston
target.
with 6 health.
Yeah.
Oh, and
There
Nine
comes
with the tire.
Tire. Let's see if they can even hit it. Get a big play.
Savathun shutting it down.
Will they get the touch? We'll see.
Doesn't look like
And
it.
it doesn't look like it.
Oh, but Snarky was so close again.
Snarky was so close. He held pretty well for that first flip.
Yeah, that was a crazy amount of stall.
That was a crazy amount of stall. Just enough time for Poke to get back in. And it seems like we're on... I don't know what this map's called.
Yeah, you do.
I do?
Please tell me you do. We're looking at it. The name is the object that is directly in front of the screen.
Tower.
Lighthouse. It's a
Thank you
lighthouse.
for showing me the lighthouse. I am sorry.
Holy. Okay.
I know well. That's all that matters here.
JV sticking to the same comp.
Yeah, it seems like they're sticking to the same thing.
Varsity sticking to the same comp.
Yeah.
JV made a May swap.
The May swap happened already,
The
though.
Winston is curious.
The May swap happened already.
It did?
Yeah, that's why I said they swapped May.
I didn't hear it. You know, I'm in my own world.
But we're starting off with a fight in Cage.
That Winston is
Poke,
really not going to have a great day.
Poke is just kind of like hitting that angle there with that wall.
No bubble. They need to
No
fight
bubble,
that.
yeah. They really need to kind of maybe step back a little bit. Wait
He's
for
going
that
in,
bubble.
but he's
But
walled by
the
his
wall of his own May, trying to probably separate Dilly from the team, but it just didn't work.
Opal almost has Kyre though.
Yeah, crazy.
They're 4v4.
Opal
Opal down.
did
Kyre's
get
not
out.
there, but they're almost to Kitsune and
Well,
B.
Poke got rid of Jay.
Neither-
Sabafoon's out too. So JV is currently up. Now they're tied.
JV capping the point. too.
Yeah. We got JV again with that early flip.
The Varsity's still here.
Yeah.
Both sides need to do a
Dilly
little
just took a
soft regroup,
very
but
interesting. Yeah.
This is just going to come down to who can ult first.
In
JV
reality,
has-
yes.
JV has 2 huge ults, but
Yeah.
Varsity's going to have
Varsity's gonna
Queen
have
and
Cole.
Coalescence.
Cole. So following up Rampage with that Cole should maybe help them. But we get a pick on Sabathun
They're
early
4v4.
on, but a trade for Poke.
They have the Queen ult.
They have the Queen ult, and there goes, and it gets blocked by the
But it hits the May,
wall. But it hits the May. But she saved the rest of the team.
do we
But
say
now
boom?
they're just all
We don't.
in the middle, in hot tub. I see Blizz. We're
The
gonna have
JV.
Blizz in road. Perfect abilities just to hold this point, just in case a touch happens.
Yeah, the JV held that point
Yeah,
really well. They
JV's
kited
just
as
pushing
much as
away
they
the
need to.
varsity pretty well. Well, Jay is out, but so is Poke.
I'm completely blown up.
It's really funny. You're switching between
Yeah.
Poke and Poke. And it's every other.
It's every other. Yeah.
Let's see. Both sides are going to have 4 ults for this next fight.
Yeah, it seems like it. It's just really in the matter of who's going to ult first and which ult is going to be more impactful here.
And who can fight?
Yeah. I have a
Winston
feeling we're going to
playing
see
really
that
far back.
counter road hitting up really early. There's the counter road. Oh, a very early axe off of
And
Dilly.
Blizzard on Dilly.
But the 3 blossom. Huge blossom. But
But
the
he's still in
primal
there with
might
primal.
get punched out of
With
point.
Wushway in his eyes.
He's still holding that point, but it just wasn't enough for Poke.
Yeah, dying for percent, but now they're only going to have beat this next fight.
Yeah.
I suppose the Varsity is only going to have the high noon.
Yep.
Let's see. The Varsity is taking that little
We
bit
are
of
getting-
aggressive positioning.
But we are getting close to tire too. So in the end, I think JV is going to have just slightly better ult economy here.
If JV just takes it early,
Yep.
maybe, but
As long as Snarky, I think, stays alive, I think there's a chance for the split to happen.
Suzu forced out early.
Yeah.
It's painful here.
It is. But they're just kind of playing a little bit passively. Poke going for the dive, but getting
Onto the
hindered in the
queen.
middle. There's
The
beat
beat.
out.
Did you see the jump?
Sabathun gets picked off by Refeast. Oh, and JV is up.
Yeah, they just didn't use the high noon.
Yeah. It seems like Jay is gonna get picked out again. But with a trade with Opal, I see the rampage. Oh, and it's blocked again by Wall.
Oh my god, refry.
This Dilly is probably a little bit frustrated with that there, folks.
I understand entirely. His having to play around Suzu is enough,
Yeah.
but having to play around
Around
a May
the
that just
wall.
consistently wall you out is
But we
tough.
have, oh, there goes our high noon, forcing people off
Snarky
with a
picked
pick
off
on
early.
Snarky. Just kind of getting that push. Here comes Tire, and gets a pick. Pick 2 by Opal.
JV just picking off the Varsity one
Yeah.
at a time.
Oh, there comes Blossom, but it's not enough. But he gets the cleanup on Peaches.
We're going 1-1.
Yeah. I think we're going to hit that 1-1. We're going to have to see a fight on well.
Holy.
That's crazy. Those walls, the switch to May, smart decision. It allows
Those
them,
were beautiful walls.
Allows them to. They were beautiful. Some of the walls to cut off the queen weren't as great, but those protective walls against Rampage, absolutely stunning.
Okay, I have trivia for you. What's the name of this map?
It's well.
Okay, he's got 1 for 3.
I got 1 for 3 here. I'm bad at remembering map names, okay? Especially when it comes to control.
Both teams not swapping is kind of
Oh,
interesting.
I see Dilly going. We got
I take it back.
Dilly going for probably some well plays here.
The Roadhog, and we see the TP out.
Last time I saw a Roadhog on here, I did not see actually any hook kills on well. We also got the TP. I'm excited to see some of these creative turret placements because Savafun has a really good sim. And they are very creative when it comes to it.
This Winston is still going to struggle into this.
Yeah, especially, and
And
Peaches
there's
gets
opening pick from
picked.
Dilly.
Yeah,
Winston in, no barrier.
Winston
He's
in,
won.
no barrier. Gets
Oh, but they get
out.
Jay.
No, but
Just
it's not enough.
No, because they got the Moira healing.
Yeah.
And it
But they
looks like
did
it's
trade
JV
with.
taking
They
the
do
first-
have Palabunga out.
Oh,
Ooh.
big stagger on Opal.
Yep. I think at this point, if I were JV, I would wait for the regroup here.
The JV opting for the Zarya pick?
Interesting. Probably to deal with the hooks.
I'd be horrified for it.
I mean, Zarya has also just been oppressive too. Who in some of these matchups, it's crazy.
Nade out early from Peaches.
Yeah, we see the swap to the Ana, probably to get some of those sleeps off.
And an
Snarky
early
gets
pick from
picked.
Pluto. They're walking on this Zarya. That's 1 buck.
Yeah.
But the
But
Zarya doesn't
Zarya,
care.
high percent.
Oh, Dilly
and a
fishing for the
purple.
hook. And he gets it.
And he gets it on refree. Crazy. What a last minute sleep. We got the call and refree is sad.
Yeah, GB just needs to, or Varsity just needs to stabilize.
Yeah.
Face.
Decent anti on Dilly, but it's not going to be enough to push through kind of their defense here. They're
Varsity
holding
needs
a
to pop his
space.
coalescence early.
Oh, and we got the boop into the well by Snarky on Paula. Maybe this might give him enough.
Another?
Whoa, so
Another?
close.
Did they get the Roadhog?
They did
the
not.
Coalescence
They
coming
killed
out late.
them.
JV
We
has
got the
3 ults.
road. They got the coal. Well, popping 2 ults for nothing. Oh no, we got the anti out. 2 for 1. But I think JV just
JV
has
should have
enough
this.
power. Or but a hit on Opal by Jay. But they gotta retreat. I don't think they have enough staying power. So we got our first flip of this map.
No, but JV has such an ult thing.
That
It's
is
going to be tough.
true. But the only thing that's scary right now is probably the push from the road ult, the Roadhog ult here.
Roadhog ult in that
And
room
he's
is
pushing.
brutal.
And then he
Lot
gets
of
grabbed. And
Oh, that's
Blizz.
Roadhog.
Oh, but he
But he
gets
gets the
TP'd
TP.
out. Oh,
And he
they
gets the hook on
pulled.
the Zarya.
Oh
And
my
they kill all of
god.
Lucio. Oh my god.
They also pulled out B.
And
They-
the hook on the May.
They got 3 ults out of that 1 road hold. That's crazy.
The Varsity just cared.
Now
the
let's see
Roadhog
if
so
Opal
much.
can make it
And
out
the
alive.
Stagger on Opal.
Come on. Oh, such a stagger.
This is going to be a tough one for the JV to touch. A swap to the Cassidy, I don't know if that's fast enough though.
We're
The
just
tire's
gonna
gonna
have
have
to
to come from
see.
spawn.
Yeah, they're gonna have to find a big tire, getting out those supports.
I think if you're Varsity,
Oh,
you
look,
shoot
he's
right,
out.
pop the Kitsune.
Yeah, Ketsune's pushing him.
The tire with the big pick on Jay.
Ooh, that's good.
And the flank
We
on
see the
Pluto.
flank on Pluto. Look. Oh, close, but he gets out with Fade.
The JV gets 3.
The JV gets 3. This might be it.
That pick on Jay was just brutal.
Really provided a big domino effect there. And especially if Opal applying pressure on Pluto, making sure that he will not be able to heal for at least like 3 seconds while in Fade, I think really sustained that.
Yeah, the Varsity needs to play this slow to build their ults, but JV needs
They
to
are-
pop that nano as soon as they
Yes.
get a high charge Zarya.
I can also see the High Noon coming out if they can build it fast enough, just to push him off the point. Wait, but Zar is getting low,
And
but Sabathun is
picked.
out!
They just need to die and get another fight.
I think so.
But they pop the
They
coalescence.
popped the coal for Stain, but there's
get the nano for
there's
it.
the nano, and where Pluto is out.
JV is still chasing that road.
Yeah, getting that space, just trying to get him out.
The Varsity is almost regrouped, and
Yeah,
they have Sim Wall.
they have
Hog.
Sim Wall
They should be able
and
to
Hog
touch.
ult, but we also have.
We have Heat, High Noon, Grab, Fire.
Yeah, there
It's
goes our
tricky.
beat.
This is going to become one massive alt jump of a fight.
Yeah. Zard blocks it. There's the high noon from JV. Let's see if we can get anything. Nothing.
Little damage on the Roadhog.
But we got the reload
Roadhog
and,
again.
and the
Oh, there's a
grab.
cast in there.
But we got the cast
JV
out.
cinches
I
it.
think this. I don't think they're gonna. They might get a touch, and they don't. First map goes to JV.
Oh my god. I'm sure if you're varsity, your mental is probably suffering here, but you just need to
Yeah.
remember how you play the game. Like, don't
Yeah.
let it get to you. This is just another day in the office.
It is all about those mentals. You also have to, I don't know, play games with these people on a constant basis. So you can't let that get to you. You
Oh,
can't have those
absolutely.
rivalries happen. You just gotta be loose and have fun.
Yeah, shake it off.
Oh, that
Snarky.
snarky with the boop. That was a crazy. Varsity got ruins, but JV really stuck it out. Taking that space towards the end on well really cemented them. I think that win there.
Yeah, I almost don't know what to say. A lot of it is coming down to alts.
Yeah, and I think it's also some of those picks early.
Okay, and the team's going to be taking a 5-minute break.
I think
don't
also
think we're taking a 5-minute break.
we're not
now.
taking that
You
5-minute
think you
break.
can talk for 5 minutes?
I think I could talk for 5 minutes. But I think another big thing is getting those early picks on those supports. Where it's I've seen
Oh, absolutely.
constantly throughout these matches that when one support falls, I've even experienced this. When I fall a support, or when one person falls support, everything just kind of knocks down as dominoes unless you can really regroup and just hold.
You got to play so safe when you lose a support.
You have to play so safe. And I think there was just some very aggressive plays from Varsity, and they just kind of maybe lost Pluto or Jay along the way, and they just couldn't find that space to regroup.
I think part of the trouble is that they are playing the Moira, which is perfectly fine in some
Yeah.
comps, but from what I can tell, UWGB is playing very individual. They're not playing
Yeah.
that typical death ball where Moira can thrive.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember catching some of the early games and like, Moira? They're running Moira?
Oh, speaking of GB, there they go.
They're running Moira. I think it's just a very interesting, because again, with these bans, you never know what's going to happen. So you kind of have to have a very, very diverse hero pool. And Moira is one of those supports that is very much
Niche.
existence. Yeah. She just kind of exists in this weird, like, she's kind of more or less a main support, but not
Oh, I wholeheartedly disagree.
really.
Yeah, because she is the meter. When your meter runs
I
out,
guess,
the
yeah.
other team just gets so much power over you. In a poke fight,
Yeah. But she also has those orbs.
she has the orbs, but that's not enough to sustain a full poke fight.
I guess.
She's got to get in there. She has to be within range.
Yeah. But I think the biggest change was refry on the May. I think that was the biggest.
Absurd.
That was crazy. I think that was the biggest upset, was that switch to the May, just so they can get probably those isolation picks on Dilly, and also to stop those rampages. Jeez, those were crazy stops.
I'm kind of surprised that we saw him stick it out on the lighthouse, but not pick it instantly on ruins.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think they just wanted to maybe try something. What were they playing originally on Ruins? I don't remember. I think they were playing Tracer.
They were playing dive on ruins at
Yeah.
first.
And I think they just realized that they were running into just such a anti-dive comp. They were very
yeah,
stable
with the
brawl.
It was what, Junker Queen, Reaper, Cassidy?
Yeah.
Oh,
They have so much.
Any
And then they have
Winston
the
player.
Curie and the Moira. They could just get out. They have such high mobility and just survivability. They like that. And
but they don't have range is the trouble.
Yeah.
They got to commit to wherever their movement is, and if their tank decides to jump out,
yeah,
they might
they
be
have
screwed.
to commit. I think there was just a little bit of that commitment issue from both teams. Because at points there was some dramatic splittings of the teams
That's
there.
what I thought I saw.
Yeah, and it very much looked like it, and I think that's what really swung some of these fights into JV's favor. And speaking of some of these
Yeah.
picks, dive, Winston is out. I'm surprised.
Me too. It felt like the varsity had all of the ammunition to take down the Winston.
Yeah.
But I guess they thought the Winston was getting too much value.
Yeah, it's that Winston, I think, was just mainly maybe it was just a way to just secure that. Well, okay, we're gonna get some maps. Coliseo.
the Winston ban on Coliseum.
That's interesting.
I don't know if I really see Winston playing much on Coliseum.
No, but I gotta admit, Colosseo is probably one of my favorite push maps because
Oh,
it just has
absolutely.
so much diversibility in play styles. Like you can play that long range poke, especially down that first like main road there, or you have the high grounds.
It's a very
rounds.
pokey map,
It's
but there
very
are a lot
pokey,
of close corners.
But there's a lot of ways to play that close quarters brawl and dive on there, and I think it's just a very well made push map, especially with those changes that they made, just to make it a little more playable.
It's a little bit of a knowledge check. If you know where to take the fights where they're advantageous for you, otherwise you're gonna be brought into the open thinking that you're
Yeah.
getting payload pressure and that you can bunker under, but
Nah, it doesn't work like that. You always have to play those arches, man.
you have to
Especially
play
if you
arches, you have to
widow
bunker,
shots.
you have to play the bridge.
Yeah.
Capping the point is incredibly difficult because of those long sight lines.
Yeah.
So you really, again, it's a very snowbally map.
Yeah.
It's a knowledge check. You have to have your ult economy tight, otherwise you're not going to full cap.
Yeah. It's very important, and also just kind of hitting those flanks, especially if you're playing that dive, just being able for a tracer to like bob and weave in between some of those pillars is very a crucial thing because there's so much cover to play around in a lot of these areas on this push map.
Yeah, I just think the health packs aren't as influential for a tracer because it's a lot of minis.
Yeah.
Because there's the mega near checkpoint,
Yeah.
and there's the mega like on the far side of arches. But the minis are just so much closer.
Yeah. But like I think the main thing is just learning how to play that
What did I just hear?
wait, what? What an interesting ban from JV. They banned the Mercy. I mean, I have seen a lot of Mercy gameplay recently. I think they're trying to avoid the pharmacy here. I have been seeing, I mean, just today, Concordia hit them up with a pharmacy on this map, and it wreaked havoc.
It's certainly interesting. They did, because it was the JV that banned the Pharah map 1. No, it was the Varsity that banned the Pharah map 1.
Yeah, but you can't
JV
ban.
banned the Ramatra.
Yeah, you can't ban the same hero twice in a row.
Yeah, but I was thinking, you ban the Pharah, you ban the Mercy, you ban the Pharah again to deny the pharmacy.
Interesting, yeah. I don't know, we're just going to have to see. But it is a surprising amount. I've seen a lot of Mercy play here. It's very much a niche pick, but it has proven really well, especially if you can get Valkyrie and Titan It together. Having that damage boost applied to everybody is crazy.
I mean, if you have a creative DPS and you give them the Mercy pocket,
Yeah,
watch
they're
what they
gonna
can do.
they're gonna hit it. But I hear that we're loading in. We're just waiting for the switch here.
Do you know the name of this map?
I hope so. It's the name of the map. Ruins.
What? Come again?
See, it's in ruins.
Not really. It looks pretty intact.
Anyway, we're in Colosseo. Yeah.
Yeah, this first point definitely plays a lot differently now that those
Wow.
windows are gone.
What a great look at the bot.
What's his name?
I don't know.
It's like B5 or something.
I think so. But I see Dilly on the comfort pick of the Ramatra and Poke back on the Tsar, not Zen.
The JV banned the Mercy, but they're the ones running the Pharah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe they just didn't want like Sabathun to play.
Oh, and here comes Dilly's Ramatra.
Here comes Dilly's Ramatra. It's pretty impressive, and I gotta admit, it's pretty good. I think it's interesting that the JV team is going with the double speed comp with the Juno Lucio.
Absolutely.
I have seen that a lot recently, just in this tournament here. I think it's a very interesting way to play the game. Just getting that very aggressive speed control out the way.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You got to use those speeds effectively,
Yeah.
otherwise if you layer them, you're not going to be able to close space the way you want.
And you gotta use that speed, especially the speed ring, to play
Out
around.
from Zarya, but Dilly is
Ooh, and Peaches is out by Pluto. Pluto gets the pick on Peaches early.
the Pharah's in. Can the Varsity find another pick?
We'll
Zarya's
see.
going to have another bubble by now.
I see Refry getting pretty low there,
God,
and then a
Reload
pick
is so
on
bad.
Snarky by Dilly.
Dilly's still kind of half health though.
Yeah. He's pushing forward, getting that pick on Opal,
Yeah,
and
Varsity's
just
getting
putting
the
that
initial damage.
pressure onto Poke. Oh,
Do they get the
Just
Darius
playing-
It doesn't look like Dilly wants it.
Doesn't look like it. Probably they're just trying to get that push out
Do
there.
they know to play the arches here?
Let's see.
It doesn't look like it, but it looks like Varsity is going to have the ult economy anyway, so
Yeah.
it might be negligible.
We're just gonna have to see.
The JV swaps the Tracer from the far.
Gilly pushing up with Savathun, trying to probably force him off that bridge high ground. Getting a pick on Opal.
They're still on point most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, they pushed off point with Peaches taking it
Pluto in
from him.
trouble. Snarky won.
Yeah. Oh, but he makes it.
He doesn't.
Savathun.
Dilly.
No, Dilly gets the
Yeah,
gets
Dilly
a pick
picked
on
up
Poe
Savathun there.
and Peaches.
The refry Tracer.
Refry is just trying to kind of divert attention right now.
I
but
think
doesn't
she's getting all the
work
attention
here.
because she's the only one there.
Yeah.
That's tough. The Varsity's playing a lot of how they need to do. They're just
Yeah.
choking up while getting the payload pressure.
They're just getting that push up. Like I said, Ramasha's pretty good at holding that space.
They still have a violent
We
ult lead. They
we
almost have
switched to
Nano
the
Blade.
poke to the hazard, probably just to get some of that dive kind of brawl out. Just trying to get onto backline maybe.
I don't
Maybe
know
to
if I
deal
would
with
wanna try to
Genji.
dive into that Ramasha.
I don't think I would either. But maybe just trying to get Genji out the
Earlier,
way.
Monthol finding Snarky and
Ooh,
finding
getting
Opal.
Opal out too.
Savathun finishing off Peaches, and it's
Yeah.
a 5v2 to the side of the Varsity.
Hazard
still getting
playing
pressure, but the
under
Hazard
right
didn't
now,
pick up
getting
Savathun.
Savathun.
Can the Hazard make it out?
I don't know. He's going against Dilly right now.
No,
Hitting
Dilly
with the
drops
wall.
But
Poke is gonna Poke is gonna make it.
and Opal getting a pick while all
Yeah.
this is happening.
We just gotta wait. Peaches is a little bit at a disadvantage here with not really a lot of cooldowns, but getting back
Poke is
TP.
living,
And I look
but
up
they're- no
and I
one's on
see that Paula is out, and so is Dilly.
Okay, the JV's gonna take it.
Yeah,
But like I said earlier, the JV just has the ult bank for
yeah,
this.
they're gonna have the ult bank to probably retake. Like, they gotta kind of play fast here, play a little bit loose. They have that beat.
Yeah, but they need to get the Lucio out first.
Yeah.
I'm saying for the side of JV. JV needs to get the Lucio out of the play first, and then they have the Nano Blade. But they
You
opt
mean
for
the
Bob,
Varsity?
and
mean
it gets
Varsity?
the pick on Pope.
Going after Peaches, Dilly is.
Dilly's going on a goose chase
Yeah,
for this
Dilly's
Tracer.
just kind of chasing, trying to get that pressure, making that space.
Tracer's still behind.
Paula is trying to take the Tracer fight here. They're not hitting her
Opal
dynamite.
getting Savathun in the meantime. It's 4v4, but
I
the
see
Tracer's
Opal got that
dominant.
tire. Let's see if we can find a big one here. I see Fab.
Opting to not use it, and
We're gonna see. Maybe he might try
They die
to.
with
He gets a
Nano.
pick on Paula though.
they had 4 ults, and they opted for 1.
Interesting.
Now the JV's caught up. with
Blue
ult
also
economy,
out. Dilly's gone.
and the JV takes it.
Yeah.
Varsity's gonna lose the forest spawn. Does their rum get the long spawn? He does.
I think so.
Interesting. So
this is a-
JV now has the
JV has
advantage.
the ult economy now, has the ult advantage. I'm surprised that we did not see any ults pull up.
I mean, obviously they're holding the beat for the Nano Blade. but
Yeah.
I'm amazed we don't see the Kitsune or the...
Yeah.
Oh,
There
oh,
goes
there's the
Blade from Savathun,
But not the
pulling
Nano.
out the beat, but no Nano. There's Road. Road from Peaches, and Pluto throws out Orbit. Savathun is
Little messy.
low, and Savathun's out, putting JV at the advantage.
Pulse bomb misses. Can Dilly keep Pluto up?
Pluto is
No.
out, so we might see. But Dilly's
Dilly
getting
with
that
the
pick on
3K?
Snark. Hitting a 3K. But we're just gonna have to see. Let's see if Poe can get out. Oh, and
Dilly is getting the pressure all by
Refry
himself.
is just. They're just trying to do that kind of like buy attack. They're kind of taking like attention away.
Here's the far
Savathun comes out. Oh, and Savathun takes
Opal
it.
needs to pop this tire
Yeah,
and
we-
switch, I think.
We really need to see just some ults just pull up. The sleep
The sleep on
on
Pope.
Poke,
Oh, but they don't burn him.
but
He
they don't
lives.
burn him now.
Dilly gets traded instead.
Yeah, Savathun's very low.
And the Varsity is up 4-3.
Yeah,
Do they find another? The bar is half.
We're gonna
but
have
the
to
Tracer getting
see.
forced out. Okay, they're stabilizing.
they're gonna hold that high ground. It seems like the Varsity team is.
JV still has tire.
Yeah, I have not seen any downpour or tire come from JV. I think they're just waiting for one big play, maybe. There goes the Nano by Jay. Hey, onto Dilly. Let's see if he can make any big pushes here.
The Junkrat's one.
Getting.
He dies with fire yet again.
Getting
And then
killed.
Lucio's next. Oh, Sabathoon.
Sabathoon just hitting,
And Curie
getting
is down.
Peaches
But Poke
and
is
Starkey. He's holding,
Poke is
he's
stalling.
trying. And the Sabathoon gets poked.
Okay, Jay's gonna be back well earlier. They did not get forward spawn.
Yeah.
Both sides are gonna have a lot of ults, but JV is gonna have them right away.
Yeah.
They just need to pop
They just need
downpour
to
and
use
fire.
them. We also see the coming up, refree coming up on Pulse.
Yeah, JV
Hopefully
needs
we
to
can
take this,
see-
this fight quick.
Let's see if we can get refree to get a major poke on maybe one of the squishies. Jeez, there's downpour, but it gets no one.
Varsity's gonna
Let's
have
see
the
if we can-
barrage.
We're gonna have to see.
Poke was going down.
We missed. I
Sustaining.
see that we don't got any. Pulse was flushed out too.
And the
They
Varsity
only have
lived long enough to
tire.
get Annihilation off. Let's see. what-
Varsity is now currently ahead in the ult game somewhat, but Peaches is better
Yeah.
build her road fast and just pop it as fast as possible.
I think if you're Varsity, whenever you see red, you just pop the orb.
Yeah, and follow up with that barrage. Just getting those picks out. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Tire yet. This is crazy. And there goes Bob for
That's
that
the
just
second
pressure
Bob
from the
in time
back.
that this tire's been sat on.
Yeah,
And he dies with it
and
again.
he dies with it. My
But they get
God.
Billy.
They
But
get
Paul gets
Billy.
3.
Paula's out.
Sabathoon's cleaning up the rest of the fight. It's just
Peaches
Fury with
just
her
throws
Kitsune.
it.
And
I don't think
Pluto
there's
and
gonna
Jay
be a
are enough to
touch.
cinch it.
And there's Rocket Barrage
Barrage
keeping
at the
them.
spawn door.
That was a crazy Colossal match.
Did we see a tire?
I don't think we saw a tire. We saw the tire at the end.
Oh, okay,
The
okay.
tire was popped right as the slowdown happened.
Okay.
I don't know what Opal was thinking. They had so much opportunity to get that
hard.
tire out.
It's a lot of pressure.
It is, especially going up against people that you know, who probably know your tire strats.
They weren't giving him any space to do
No,
it either.
they were really aggressively pushing on him when they had the opportunity to. But there was a lot of ult holding I've seen in
Yes.
this match. It was
From both sides,
From
really.
both sides, they held on. Basically, most teams had at least close to 5 ults majority of the time.
I don't know if I would say majority, but that first big alt fight when Varsity had 4, I think it was, yeah, Varsity had 4,
Yeah.
and they let JV build up ults, and that's when they
Yeah.
got bot back.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a, I don't know how to say this. If you're the Varsity, you just need to go off that knowledge difference.
Yeah.
You just need to know that your alts are going to be up sooner when you're winning.
Yeah, and just knowing when, even if you're like, especially for JV, they have to realize when they're losing, there's probably an opportunity that they can win if they can get a crazy ult pick or just use an
Absolutely.
ult. Because I believe there was points in that, in when they were like in the actual Coliseum themselves, in the midpoint pushing that bot, there was probably opportunities that the fight could have shifted into JV's favor if they just popped something.
Yeah, I don't remember the fights too explicitly well, but
Yeah.
that was kind of the theme of the match was ult earlier.
Yeah.
Both sides, whenever they had control, also opting to give the other team a lot of space.
That is also true. There was a lot of space that wasn't capitalized on by the defending team.
Actually,
Trying
I
to
might
get
take it
that
back.
back.
The Varsity did a pretty good job of holding space. But they were very split instead of going for the 4-man choke with one support on the cart.
Yeah, they kind of split off. I think that's how they lost that first point, is they got a little too greedy and then split trying to get to high ground and kind of like pincer attack them on that bridge just to force them off. Try and get that greedy team kill so they can probably get more push. But it would just be better to just have at least maybe the Kiriko down there, because then you know she can TP up if anything dire needs to happen.
And we saw that happening a lot. I
Yeah.
mean, when Poke went on that flank with the hazard, when he was
Yeah.
trying to live, and he managed to
yeah.
live until Peaches got there.
Yeah. Another thing I saw is there was a lot of down cooldowns with Peaches. Peaches usually felt like threw that Suzu and then immediately TP'd out and getting caught in situations like we mentioned before where when they were with Poke during that fight against Dilly, really, I could believe at some point someone could have just walked behind and picked off Peaches because they didn't have TP or Suzu. They just got TP back right as they were
It's the
attacking that
challenge
underneath.
of Kiri and Ana, in my opinion. If you use
Yeah.
both cooldowns, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah. There's a lot of the characters here are very much
And there goes Pluto.
are very much reliant on that kind of cooldown mini game of you have to have at least something up. Like with Doomfist or with Ana or Kiri or anybody who has like one of those abilities that will push people off that is on kind of a long cooldown. You have to play that game a bit.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm curious to see where we go from here.
Me
'cause
too.
It's 1-1.
Yeah, it is a 1-1. Maybe we might get to that all-important fourth game. And it seems like, speaking of Dilly, JV bans the Ramatra.
Again.
Just kind of probably keeping Dilly on his toes, getting him off that comfort pick. Like, it really did feel like he really understood that character. And looking at the map, we got Blizzard World.
Interesting. I'm curious to see if we see There's a sentence. If we see the JV Sig.
Maybe. I'm kind of excited for the poke. There wasn't many poke comps, in my opinion.
I don't think I've seen many of them.
I've seen one, and that was last match with Green Bay versus Lawrence. Lawrence played the Sig on the defense, and it's on Nubani. They played a very much more poke style comp.
Interesting. The Sig there sounds like an interesting pick because you get walked over by any rush tank that goes top left.
But they were also running that Torb Sim combination, putting on impressive pressure.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep.
I don't know if I've seen much Sig since the perks patch.
No. And Varsity, very interesting, kind of curbing that speed pick, banning Lucio.
That makes sense, I think.
And in my opinion, Lucio is very much the speed support. He's very good at his speed control. It's a lot more.
He's the original speed
He's
character.
the original speed character. His ult is a lot more of a defensive ult, which makes him a lot more of like an oppressive threat. Because you have to sit there and it's like, are they going to beat this? Are we going to use this ult to draw a beat? Or will they not? It's kind of that kind of fear game that plays into
I wonder
it here.
what Snarky's going to do now
Yeah.
since the only pick we've seen him make is banned.
He is banned. Maybe they're trying to throw off Snarky just kind of maybe to gain that advantage there.
Snarky was putting in work.
He was. He was
Especially
doing
on Ilios, just because it was such an individual map. He was winning 1v1s. He was getting
Yeah.
hoop kills.
I think it was a kind of a strategic play by Varsity just to get him off that comfort character like they're doing with Dilly. But I think we haven't really seen much of Snarky to see if he has that diverse hero pool like Dilly. Because we've seen Dilly play the Queen somewhat okay.
Yeah. But I wouldn't play Queen on Blizzard World.
No.
You lose all of the space that you're trying to hold.
I believe it would be a great... I mean, Ryan would be perfect for this map because of...
Winston? Are you not a Winston guy or a Sigma guy or...
yeah. I'm just saying also.
Ryan, the character with a 5-meter range?
Yeah.
Interesting take, Halo. But we're going in. We're going in.
I just work here, man.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I think maybe you can get away with a Rhine, but if you're the Varsity and you're running Rhine, you're putting all of your poker chips on, I am not going to let you play this game.
Yeah.
You are holding up close, you have speed control, and you're just taking the fight to the JV every single time.
Yeah. You really have to... Because Blizzard World is such a poke map, it is very good to play the Sig.
Very
and then,
poke dive, yeah.
Yeah, and the Winston is like, yeah.
And
And
there's
it looks like we're going to
there's the
have
Sig.
that poke there from Varsity on their defense, and we see poke on the Doomfist.
But they have the Torb already.
Yeah, that Torb is going to be a very oppressive threat.
You also got the Opal going on Junk for the dive. Oh, and Snarky Opping for the Kiri.
Yeah. In my opinion, I like the Juno Kiri comp just a little bit more. It just provides that little bit more stability from that
so
Kiri
much.
there.
The trouble is, I feel like you lose a little bit of util by not running Brig, but they're on
Yeah.
offense.
But I'm excited to see some, hopefully, creative window placements from Pluto here. Because I've seen a lot of BAP being played too. BAP is an impressive support. Just being able to push out that damage, and also a lot of like support. And we see Poke going for the touch.
I was kind of looking forward to this.
Switching to that
Poke
one.
forced off his team
Yep.
group switching. They now need to get the Ashe off high ground,
Yeah.
but they're opting to go back, probably letting the barrier cooldown reset. There's
Drums
the
in with barrier,
cooldown, but they don't
breaking
get the Ashe off high
land.
ground. Poke
Yep,
is in
and
there,
then
he's
Poke
picked
gets
off.
picked off by Sabathun.
Paul just holding that far right angle. The JV already hit the back.
Yeah.
Obviously, no team is going to have ults yet, but
It
can
seems
the Varsity
like
get these staggers?
Opal
Opal's
getting
down. There's still
Opal's
one more.
down.
There's plenty
Uh,
of potential.
And Stark just gets out.
But the Varsity doesn't know where they went. Paul's still holding really far back.
Yeah. It's interesting how he's not playing closer with his team, but he's probably just trying to avoid some of that Winston just getting him off.
Yeah, trying to touch the...
Because at some point, if he's gonna be up there,
There's the Winston.
there's the Winston getting up there. Opal gets a pick off of Paula in the back line. And Pluto is gonna probably get got, but both supports are out. It's just Dilly, and it seems like JVs might get this point.
That was a huge Suzu from Snarky.
Yeah. Sabathun switching to the Pharah, and Pluto switching to the Juno, probably just to get that speed control and maybe orbit, just to help with some of that pushback.
And Pokey's mirroring the signal.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought he'd be having a fun time.
Yeah.
These crosshairs we've seen this weekend are
They're
pretty fun.
interesting. You should see Zabafun's sim crosshair. It's
Is that the
crazy.
square?
It's the
it's the upside
tri
down
box. Yeah. We see our Sig battle happening between Poke and Dilly right now. Really playing around that shield's cooldown. Paula
This is
getting
that
a
fight where it
nasty
comes down to
headshot.
people are getting ults just 10% sooner, and
Yeah.
you need to pop them to win.
Yeah, I see Refree probably trying to just survive to see if he can find a pulse on maybe a squishy.
We see the Dilly Flux. We do.
We see the
You
Dilly
got ult
Flux
down first,
getting
and he shuts down
Opal.
Opal with those tires.
Almost getting. He's just backing on Snarky, but
Drops
Snarky
the
keeps
kitchen
him
anyway.
out. We get a pick off of Pluto with Pulse.
And the
And a
JV
pick
just
on Paula,
dismantled.
and oh my god.
JV just mantled the
Ew.
Varsity there.
And I mean, they only got out. I call that a fair trade. That
We almost
Pulse.
saw Malga.
Ooh, we almost saw Malga. But I think this might just be a little bit of a safer play here, especially providing that util via bubbling teammates, just in case.
True. But
We got Zabathun switching
the
to the
Varsity
other
didn't even get a
spawn.
touch, and now
Yeah,
JV is
Pluto
gonna
is
have
also
ult advantage going
was
into third.
picked. Yeah. But we also still have Jay's Road. That might be an influential thing.
Yeah, but it's 1 ult versus 3.
True. But we'll see.
This has to be the biggest road in the history of
Yeah,
Overwatch.
but we also don't know. They've been holding on to ults a lot.
And JV is not opting to take this ult fight early.
Yeah.
They're letting
Just
the Varsity
holding.
build the ults, and
There's the road. Only getting Pluto out, but getting the pick.
And the
Hitting
rock on the
Paula.
pole.
Getting 2 picks. JV is still up by what? By
Savathun's in the back line,
Yeah.
just going for it.
getting
Picked off by
Snarky.
Opal.
But a trade by Opal. Well, they are currently pretty close, but I think Varsity is going to have just a little bit of a better ult advantage. There goes the tire. Let's see if he can get an awesome pick here.
And Paul shoots
Ooh.
it down.
But we still have that pulse in Peach's orbit here. There goes Bob on point.
And the solo ult
And
on
the
this Snarky.
solo ult on Snarky, but getting 2 picks.
Savathun, this is
Sabathun going for the 2K. Just running down Peaches right now, pushing Peaches and getting the final kick blow on
Savathun, I think
Pope.
that had a 4K.
I think so. It looked like it.
They're a horse apiece in ults. But the Varsity has
Varsity
orbit already.
will-
Well, mirror the orbit.
They're going to mirror the orbit.
Grab.
But if Dilly can build this grab as fast as possible, I think it's gonna swing into Varsity's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, Savathun alone with the grab.
Yeah.
but Savathun
There goes the first.
opting to market.
There's the first orbit.
They're both orbits down.
Yeah.
And there's
And there's the
onto
grab.
Juno. Oh, this poor Juno's doing so off.
Oh,
So much.
poor Peaches just getting pushed back. Maybe getting the pick on Refresh.
But Dilly's in there.
But Dilly is just getting all these picks. Oh my god.
Dilly just decided to hold W,
Yeah.
and it's working.
Getting that charge, just trying to keep that charge up. But no bubbles right now. They really got to kind of play it a little safe if they decide to reach out fast here.
They should. I mean, they have the ult advantage.
Yeah.
It's Kitsune versus nothing, and Kitsune on its own is a game-winning
Yeah, and we're getting close. If Poke can build up that flux fast.
ult. That's both Bubs.
There's both Bubs.
Shoot the Zarya. Shoot the Zarya.
Shoot
But they want the Juno.
Yeah.
The Juno's still alive.
Juno
the
is
Juno is
out.
down. Now shoot the Zarya.
Now shoot the Czar.
Or the Pharah
But
behind.
Sabafood is getting in there, but gets picked off.
Savathun's going on the same
They
consistent
got there. It's just only Dilly left. We're just gonna have to see. Dilly has no bubbles and decides to
The retouch from the
suicide.
Varsity is going to be tough.
Yeah.
They
Especially
have Kitsune,
with
but
having-
do they have time?
Will they have time? And if they
Can
do,
the Jamie
there's
get
the
picks?
flux right there.
Juno's won. They get the pick on the Juno.
Yeah, they're playing up so high. I'm waiting for that flux to get people off. The pulse missing.
What a mess. But the Zarya's still in there
But
with
the
Kiri.
Zari's still there with Kiri. Let's see.
JV
They're
doesn't have any
pushing
supports.
off. Trish trying to get Jay out. Jay
think
gets the
Varsity holds
TP.
this.
We're just gonna have to see.
Surely.
Refresh. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
Varsity holds it.
just refresh.
Okay. That was a lot of ults from
That
both
was
sides, but the JV's gonna
crazy.
have grab with 1 minute left on the
Yeah,
clock.
that's gonna be the deciding factor here. If that
Oh,
grab
Winston.
hits, if Opal doesn't deflect this grab, it might just stop them entirely in their tracks.
Or
here.
or Poke eating it.
Yeah,
I'm curious where they're walking though.
we're just gonna have
Tracer's
to see,
playing right side.
because if we can get that grab off, I think
They
it
go down
might.
main. Yeah, they just grab early.
Yeah,
and
they
win.
grab early, and I think it's just gonna be a win.
There's the
There's
grab.
the
Who's
grab, but I
Where
don't
is
think
it?
it grabbed anybody.
No, they got
No,
three.
it grabbed the
Juno
back line.
Gets a double kill on the support.
Fine.
Varsity's gonna cinch this.
But we're just gonna have to see. Paula gets knocked. It is a tie. Let's see.
The Genji's won. Can he get the Genji?
Can we
Dilly
get-
the Genji?
can-
Can Dilly stall the point long enough for his supports to get back?
Let's see. Missing rock, but hitting Poke,
It's
getting
just Poke.
Pluto.
Oh,
It's
but
just
Kiri's
Poke,
there in
but
time.
Kiri's
the supports are there
there.
in time.
There, it might just be a really close game. Let's see how
And the
fast
JV's
this
gonna
orbit
come
can
up on
be
all
built.
first.
If this orbit gets built, I think JV might just have enough leverage here.
But they need to survive.
They gotta
long
pop this orbit. Orbit's out. And I think this is it. I think this is third.
JV
If they
gets
can
it.
keep it.
enough. The Sigma held on.
I mean, that last minute Ketsune, just in case.
Yeah, just in case. I mean,
Just in case.
Why
You
not
never
in
know.
overtime? Just make,
Yeah.
or, not even overtime. After the point is secured. Why
Yeah.
not just?
I think that orbit, that fast built orbit from Peaches, really was the turning point there. If Peaches were have died there, I think Varsity would have held out longer.
Just were to have died there. Varsity would have held that longer. Varsity, what?
I mean, Varsity would have
Oh,
Probably.
would have held. Yeah.
held.
Yeah, Peaches got back just in time
Yeah.
to hit that Suzu on the Sigma.
I mean, Snarky. It was
Who is who?
Peaches is the Juno.
Thanks.
Snarky's the other
Snarky's
player.
the
Snarky's the
Fury.
Lucio who's not playing with. There's the Mercy pick again, and going more dive orientated with the Diva. And then we also see the poke comp coming out from JV. It's going to be a very interesting push here. We're just going to have to see. I'm assuming the Diva pick for that DM just to eat just so much poke.
Yeah, Savathun's gonna have a fun time on the Pharah against the DPS, but both the supports are hit scan.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see if Peaches can hit some of those shots. That's and so can and Sarky can follow up. I think Savathun might just have a hard time here.
I can't tell whose poke is better. I think it depends on the holy crosshair.
Anyway, we're hopping straight in and eating up some of that poke there.
I don't think he ate a thing with that first bit.
Not
oh,
the
but
first
he's in there.
bit, but
Is his
he's
team with
going.
him?
Oh my god, Paula getting trapped. 4K.
Okay, we're stabilizing.
4K.
We're a little split on the side of
Yeah.
JV.
I can see that Maywall probably coming in handy, splitting
Billy's
off
back
that
in there.
team. But it seems like everything's just kind of holding here.
God, Gilly
Here,
wants his
Gilly
high
just
ground, but
wants
Savage
his
is
high
just
ground,
not helping him.
but it's just not working out. Opal is probably gonna, but Opal, Refry gets the pick with Sabathun, and Opal's just living.
And
Opal
JV
and
holds on to that.
Refry are just eating those picks right now. They're just killing it
Ooh,
and getting
huge,
that
painful stag.
stagger on Jay.
Yeah, I mean, JV is definitely going to win this next fight.
We're just gonna, yeah.
JV has both support ults way earlier,
Yeah.
but Sabathun might be able to build up the barrage.
Yeah.
How do you solo barrage this, though?
I don't know, and I just realized did just switch to the Czar here.
Yeah, gets
Let's-
the boop.
Maybe just to convert some of that poke damage into some pressure here.
But now Far's the only one who can
Yeah.
contest the high ground.
That is very true. Pushing up.
We need to see the support
they-
ults from JV.
Yeah, JV pushing down back to high ground to hold that point. Like, we see Sabathun getting close to that barrage. I can believe this barrage is going to be big.
There's the window.
There's window right now. Let's see if he can get the
And
pick on
Sabathun gets
Sabathun!
Yeah, no barrage. JV
No
gets
barrage
this.
right now. Just holding that. JV is. Varsity is very much cutting that window right now. And JV just happens to be up. Let's see if they can get big staggers right now. And it looks like not. But they do have that Blizz for that recal, for that recontest here.
Yeah, but JV still has a dominant ult advantage. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be 4-3, 2.
It might be. Yeah, it looks like it.
I don't think Varsity takes this fight, but they might
Yeah.
take a chance after. If
They're
JV
definitely
isn't
going to
careful with
have
their ults.
Road here, looking at it. And if they can build up that Road, it might give them a little bit of leeway. If they can get a pick maybe on Peaches.
but
Oh,
the
and the
sleep
sleep!
on The solo barrage, the solo
And
barrage,
the
he
solo
gets limited.
barrage! Getting
Peaches didn't wait for
Peaches.
Just, and Poke gets a massive
Yeah,
flux
and
Blizzard.
Pope gets the kill on Jay. Really cementing that hold there.
They're gonna reset high. Their
Yeah.
only ult is the Kitsune, but they can't.
Yeah.
They're swapping the ball. We haven't
They're
seen a
swapping
tank
the
ball from the
ball.
side of Varsity.
No, not yet. Swapping to the Rhine.
There's no way they can challenge high ground now.
No.
I mean, they need to set up Paul, but Paul gets
Yeah.
spammed out.
If
They
Pluto
need
can
to-
build up that orbit, maybe they might be able to force out thing. But Tyre might get the pick here. Here, I can.
Yeah, I think if
almost-
you're JV,
oh,
you just pop tire, nano your
Yeah.
main, call it a day.
I think so. That would be a great plan here. There.
Snarky down.
There's Road out.
There's the main nano,
There
Juno
we
won.
go. Juno is out, but
but the orbit's still
Orbit
down.
is here. Getting Tyre out, just trying to getting a pick on Paula.
But Paula getting the pick on
Yeah.
Peaches after he died.
Oh, Dynamite.
Yeah.
And then getting a
Far
pick on
behind.
Dilly
Can-
by Refree. Just trying to
Can the
get
May shoot
those
the Farah?
parts.
That's one.
It's close, it's close, it's
Come on,
close.
come on. Yeah, the May.
Sabathun gets knocked out by the May.
That's a huge stagger.
Yeah.
But they swapped the ball already. JV's
Yeah,
gonna be
trying
there.
to
Plenty
get
of time
there.
to touch.
We're gonna have to see. May is going to have that Blizzard ready for that contest. Oh my god, that Blizz is gonna come out in like 1 second
Yeah,
here.
drop
I
it,
can
drop it,
feel
drop
it. Just drop.
Middle of the point. I don't care.
Literally
There
middle
it
of
is.
the point. Just hold it. It's gonna keep people hand away from folks.
Oh, Sabbath,
What
man.
a crazy round.
This feels like it's coming down to the map picks a lot.
A little bit, yeah. It felt like JV had a struggle with that attack in the beginning, but really stepped up their game with that defense there. It was crazy. They just held. And I think Dilly just kind of maybe freaked out a little bit and just needed a refresh of tank, but I don't think the tank choices were working out.
Well, I think the real nail in the coffin was they didn't get a tank ult.
Yeah.
That entire half. They
There
swapped.
was-
That really damaged how many ults they had on board.
They were so close to so many tank ults, mainly their first tank, which was...
No, they weren't that close to the Sigma, were they? No, they weren't Sigma.
They
Who
weren't
were they
Sigma.
before Zarya?
Who were they before Zarya? Wow, we're really good at remembering this stuff.
He swapped like 4 times.
But there was some that
went-
were like 85%. If he would have just stuck out, maybe just lived till
Diva. He was
ult.
Diva.
Yeah,
He went Diva, Zarya,
Ball Ryan. He switched from Ball.
Ball,
and went to
Ryan,
the
and then Ball
Ryan,
again.
And then Ball. Ball. But really, I think Dilly should have just played till ult, and then probably would have maybe won the fight.
Yeah, he was playing very aggro with the Diva.
Yeah.
The Diva bomb could have forced them off high.
Yeah, or just forced him off point too.
Yeah, it could have forced them off point, but I think they were struggling to get to point in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, because they only got to point like what, twice? 3
Yeah.
times if you count the overtime where someone just had to int onto it?
Yeah. But yeah, mainly forcing them off that high ground. They were struggling with that. They just had such a. They were just playing as such a unit on that.
On the high ground.
On that
I
high
agree.
ground. It was kind of crazy.
JV really remembering that this is a team
Yeah.
game.
They
I think
really-
the varsity is trying to take ones. They're playing very split.
Yeah, there was a lot of points where you just look and it's just like 3 or 4 of the JV just collapsing on one person. And maybe Poke is just kind of dealing with Dilly at that point. But they played really cohesively. It felt like they had a pretty good target calling too. It looked like it. I don't know.
Saying varsity or the JV?
JV.
I agree.
Varsity was, like you said, playing kind of split.
Maybe not necessarily even target calling, but the rotations were a little bit cleaner.
Yeah.
Whereas I saw varsity was trying to force some people left side of point while some people were still fighting on the right side of point. And I think that's what really led to it. Whereas
Yeah.
JV just stayed on each other.
Yeah, they were pretty compact, but they were struggling with that first when they were attacking, but they pulled it off. I thought Blizzard World was a pretty crazy map, and there's still one more map, maybe even one. a
Two
few
more? Do we
two
see
more.
the full hour-and-a-half long series?
We're gonna have to see.
It's what time? Yeah, we've been casting for.
We've been
hour?
playing this. Oh, someone waved to us. I think it was one of the Concordia people or the Lutheran people. Well, not Concordia. But this has been some pretty close games.
Yeah, now Dilly gets his Ramatra back. though.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see what's gonna be picked next. Will it be a more varsity heavy
speaking of
map
Dilly.
or a more JV varsity map? We're gonna have to see.
Well, it should be a varsity
It should
map.
be a varsity map.
They get to pick it,
Yeah,
assuming it works the same way NECC does.
and we're also just gonna have to hear out for those hero bans because those really do make the
Do we see the
change
target
here.
ban on Opal banning the Junkrat?
Yeah. I'm waiting for that target ban at
Me
some
too.
point.
They already target banned
They target banned
Snarky Goblin.
Snarky and Dilly already. So like,
Well, opposite team.
well, yeah, opposite sides, yeah. But like, we've already seen both teams target ban each other already.
Maybe we see a Farah ban out of the JV.
Maybe.
Savathun was kind of popping.
He was.
I'm thinking too far into it. I don't know how
You're
the system
accidentally
works.
playing 4D chess when you could really only be playing 3D chess right now.
A little. This is just
little.
speculation.
But I'm excited to see what's coming next. Yeah.
I wonder what we keep seeing the JV or the
Yeah, we
players
we see the Green Bay players walking behind us.
blowing off some steam.
Maybe getting that stretch break in. I know that's a very vital thing. I've seen it from our tank player all the time.
He just does push-ups.
Yeah,
and
no. No matter if we're winning or losing, at one point during the map, he gets up from his chair, takes off his headset, and just in the corner, doing push-ups.
Yeah, gotta get that pumping.
He's gotta get that pumping. He's
The
gotta.
Malga
pump
player got a
himself up.
mog.
He's got a mog.
Yeah.
A thing that I'm surprised about. I have not seen any Malga.
I'm not surprised by it.
Yeah, but I've seen one life of Malga. Period.
Anti, Bastion, Symmetra, Reaper, Cassidy.
The nerfs.
The nerfs.
Yeah. But I really want to see it. I think it'd be really fun. I want to see
Torbjorn.
the Torbjorn,
Torbjorn.
Symmetra, cleanse,
Okay. His ult is
EMP.
good. I would absolutely die laughing if we see a Melga Echo comp and just see the
would-
cage.
I would love to see that. I think this would make it just a fun match, because I think
for
that
whoever plays it.
whoever plays it. So for us, it's just gonna be. Is this Marvel
Another
Rivals?
cage!
Another cage! Whoa! Look at all this visual clutter. Are we playing Marvel Rivals?
Oh. There's so much visual clutter in Overwatch at this point.
It
And
kind of is
I've
getting
played
a
this
little
game for
aggressive.
years.
Yeah. I think they try to cut back on some of it too.
Good, because between Orbit, Cage, EMP,
Oh God.
Slam, like shapes and colors.
I'm just waiting for when Freya comes out in the bolo shot and it's just a calamity of colors at your face. It's like I can't do anything.
May Blizzard.
May Blizzard,
What else is really visually distracting? Kitsune even?
Kitsune, Bubble can probably be a little bit distracting.
Interesting.
I could believe also like damage, damage boosting. Just so many colors on screen. Probably is a little bit overstimulating.
What do you think like the combination is for someone to be able to see the least amount of the map? I think your
Least amount of the
Widow aim down sights,
Yep.
pocketed by a Mercy. There is an Orbit right in front of your face.
Yeah.
Then a May Blizzard going on.
And then
around
there's a
you.
shatter.
I don't know if that's visual clutter though.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like just not playing the map. Period.
Oh no.
But
I'm
yeah, no,
I'm
visual
saying, like,
clutter,
how little
yeah.
could we actually like?
Hone in. Maybe getting like. Well, I think with aim down sights, it does limit a lot of that clutter
Exactly.
down. That's the difficulty here. Oh, another one. Cass flashbang. That gives you a little bit of visual clutter. It like lightens your screen a bit.
I'm waiting for Overwatch to put in an actual flashbang ability.
I think people would cry.
People would cry. They'd cry more than when it was.
I
hard to
just
see.
hope that if they do that, they
Cat doo-doo.
if that does
I don't want to hear anything from you.
if that does happen, I hope they do the route like Rainbow Six Siege where you can toggle the option for it to just turn your screen black instead of white.
Oh yeah, I mean gaming at 10 a.m.
Oh God,
or
you just go
10 p.m.
those memes of just that one dude like a flash of white in his face.
Oh my gosh, especially when people play like.
Oh God, I'm looking at our people in the booth. I'm singling out people
Or
right
our
now.
DPS alternate.
Oh
Have you seen how he plays Overwatch?
yeah,
He plays it like he's playing Valorant.
it's crazy. I don't know. I think that would just prove like just too much eye strain, just right in the monitor there.
I agree. At least
I
it's
don't
that
know.
1440p monitor.
Yeah. I don't know how people like are able to like, cause like you're right there. Like I don't know how they can like focus on details around it.
Like
you
your
know?
peripheral vision doesn't even capture the whole
Yeah.
screen.
I have to be sitting back in a position. Like I'm always somewhat leaning back a bit.
I thought that too, and then I started playing Marvel Rivals, but everything is so small, so then I am zoomed in trying to click heads with Hella.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy. Some of these playstyles. You look at like CS:GO players, and they're like, there's the one dude who just goes, and it's just like
Oh yeah.
people who play on like
I
and we're
got-
getting into the maps here. Circuit Royale, another very big poke dive map, mainly poke though.
Do we see the Pharah on circuit? I'd laugh. I'd
I
laugh
don't know.
real hard.
We're waiting for that ban for the bans to come through yet.
UWGB Esports. UWGB Esports.
I know they're just winning all these maps. It's crazy. Oh, and speaking of bans, Varsity bans the Widow here.
Interesting.
Probably-
I thought Paula, being an Ashe player, would want to play the Widow.
I don't know. I think we don't know who's gonna play the Widow here, but Widow is just
Yeah,
really
is it the Junkrat
oppressive.
player or the May player that they're scared of playing the Widow?
Those walls just right in front of you. But Widow is very just oppressive because she just has that ability to just click heads and they're gone.
Do you know who Numbers is?
Numbers? No.
Numbers is a really good May player, and he has an alt account named Widow Maker. If you get good with May's aim, it's so fun. Dink, dink, dink.
Widow Maker.
Widow
That's-
Maker.
That's a crazy. That sounds like you're just talking like in an accent.
Widow Maker.
Widow Maker.
So that was Varsity's ban.
We're
if
wait-
you're JV, you can't ban the Ramatra.
Yeah.
No,
You can ban the
can't.
Ramatra.
No, because they banned it on Blizzard World.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because they banned it first map, they banned it third map.
Yep. So I wonder. And
Another
they can't,
target pick, they can't ban a DPS.
It has to be either a tank or a support. We're just gonna have to see.
Maybe they banned Jay's Ana. Jay's Ana is
Maybe.
kind of filthy.
Yeah. No, there was some impressive sleeps.
Oh, that really distracted me.
Yeah, they had some pretty good sleeps and some really nice antis too on JV.
Because what else would you want to see banned here?
I don't know.
If you're Varsity, banning the Widow.
Maybe
You're
banning-
probably trying to play more of a brawly style.
Yeah, maybe banning just, I don't know, but you wouldn't want to probably ban the Sig because he's just oppressive on this map.
Maybe you ban the Lucio. There are some comps where you run the Lucio.
Yeah,
here,
getting
but
rid of
Juno
some of
can
that.
accomplish a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah, but Lucio's just better.
But Lucio's just better than Juno.
They're about even. Oh,
Another Mercy ban.
another Mercy ban from JV. Interesting. I think they're really honing in on that pharmacy gameplay here. They just don't want that to happen.
I don't think anyone. Maybe that was it. Maybe the thought was that the Varsity wants to run the Pharah, so they banned the Widow. And then JV realized that, so they banned the Mercy so that they can't
Yeah,
run the
and
Pharah as easily.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
4D chess moment. We're
Yeah.
just here commentating.
It's probably not that deep.
It's probably not that deep. They're just like, I don't want to deal with Rez right now.
There's
No
that.
mercy.
But Sabathun was popping off on Pharah.
Yeah. So it probably is just to kind of cap Sabathun from just making those really aggressive plays on that Pharah.
God. I'm so happy that we didn't have bans. Otherwise, Gold, our JV team, would have absolutely counterpicked or counterbanned people.
Yeah.
No, I think target ban. Target ban's nice.
Yeah, we would be target banning, probably. So, who are they good at?
Mauga.
Mauga.
Goodbye.
We'd be sitting there, it's like, oh yeah,
Mauga May. Mauga May.
Mauga, May, Mauga, May, Mauga, May.
They
Oh!
swapped the tank.
They swapped it. But Dilly also, so they swapped the tank on Varsity. Sabathun is now playing the tank, and Dilly is now playing DPS. But you also got to remember, Dilly's favorite hero is Pharah. Maybe
Was
he
it Dilly's
is.
favorite hero?
Yeah.
Oh.
And also, Dilly has been playing the Pharah quite a bit too, I'm pretty sure. So we might be seeing some really great Dilly Pharah
Do they
plays.
just have two Pharah players on Varsity?
Well, I think Sabathun is more or less their
Flex player?
They play a lot more. It seems like a lot more flex. They play a lot. It seems like they also like to play a lot of sim based off the crosshair. And some of their sim plays were
Based off
crazy.
the cross.
Based off the crosshair. But we're going to have to see what's going to happen here. We're just opening up. But yeah, Circuit Royale is just one of those maps where it's just very high ground dependent and just very open sight lines and very long sight lines.
We could see a Pharah from Refry.
We could.
Go
They
around
are?
that top side as a little flank, catch the Varsity off guard.
Yeah.
While the JV speeds across.
We're just going to have to
The
see.
Pharah from Refry! He's a prophet.
Yeah.
The broken clock
And we
is
got
right
Poke
twice a
on
day.
the JQ. It seems like they're playing very much a brawl here. And it seems like they're going to match that brawl energy on Varsity, with Sabathun also playing the J Queen.
I wonder if they're going to go for the spawn hold.
We're just going to have to see. Dilly's playing the Sojourn.
I gotta know what on earth they're cooking, running the Junker Queen mirror.
I don't know. We're just going to have to see.
I don't know if I've played Junker Queen on this map once in my life.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that they didn't go for, like, the traditional kind of poke. Sure, they don't have the Widow, but, like, they have access to Ashe. They're playing the Sojourn.
They're not going for the hold.
They're going for a hold on bridge. Well, Sabathun's
A more
just playing
typical
up
hold.
really far with
The
Dilly.
challenge with this is now Sabathun just has so much space that he needs to kite.
Yeah.
The Pharah, I think, is going over
They're
high. Lucio's
moving
alone on
over.
guard.
Varsity's moving over the height. Probably gonna sneak in through that door.
Committing
He's
that
just
shout already, but
yeah.
the Lucio
Sabathun
wins.
is just trying to go after Snarky, but Refry gets the pick on Paula and just
Jay's
kind of
next.
raining down.
Jay's won.
Jay gets the sleep.
Oh,
and
but
Refry
Refry gets picked off
died.
because of the sleep.
That's because of Dilly and the sleep there. But they get pushed out of high ground by Poke. Oh, and Poke gets the pick on Dilly, but
at
trading.
cost of his own life.
Yeah. But they're also, Varsity's down J2, so there
Genji
might
next?
be the ability really to maybe catch up. We're just going to have to see.
Okay, Varsity holds this.
If they're holding.
They were 3v4 and they held that.
I just realized now that Poke switched to the Winston. Playing the
Usually that's
Winston.
what you see on this map.
Yeah. Oh, we're just
Okay.
gonna have to see. It seems like we might get a very early rampage. Because Sabathun is just probably fishing for it right now. Like getting that. Just
The bubble
ult.
miss.
The bubble miss.
But they're not shooting him.
But they're not shooting?
Refry.
And Refry is just kind of A little uncontested.
And
Poke's
there's
there.
the punish on Poke.
Poke just dies, and there
And
goes
Sabathun's
Opal.
getting Opal.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, whoa. No, that's their Junkrat player. Oof.
Where's Refry also died there. Oh, what a knife
Single knife.
on Snarky.
We're gonna see the early Rampage. We might also
Yeah.
see the early Barrage though.
It looks like it. We're just gonna have to see what's gonna happen next. It's all dependent on how fast Refry
Another
can,
jump.
like really get that. There goes.
But it misses Poke.
It gets Refry though, and they get a triple off that.
It's enough to just.
They're
no,
getting
not
a
the
stagger on
your own JB.
Peaches. Oh, that's just mean.
That's disrespectful.
But looking at it, it seems like Varsity is still probably going to hold up that ult economy, and Poke
They
switched.
swapped the Pharah.
They swapped the Pharah? They were so close to
They were
Barrage.
10% off.
They could have just barraged. I think it would have been good. I think
Now
they're
Paula
scared.
just bobs or Pluto windows, and this fight's won.
Yeah, and I realized they don't have the Ana anymore, so there's not a really scare of being slept. Only really the scare of just a Suzu.
Oh, but they have to use ammo.
Yeah.
That's concerning.
We do have
They
Window
have
and
Window.
Bob on Varsity. All we
Just
have
use
to
it.
do,
There's
and
the
there
Bob.
goes Bob for that.
Bob way over
that
the point.
pushing off. I see Dilly also has high. With Varsity just having 3 ults right now.
Can the Varsity sustain? Surely. I mean, they have 3 ults.
Yeah, they're gonna have 3 ults versus
Sabathun
Peaches
doesn't care that
only.
it's a bastion.
Yeah,
He's running it
he's
down.
pushing in. Probably trying to get that stagger on Snarky. Oh, they are holding this hard here.
I can't believe I'm witnessing a Queen on circuit.
Oh my god, that stagger on Opal.
Another
Refree.
swap out of Refry.
Going for the May here. They
And
only
a swap out of Opal.
they-
They're not going to see a single DPS
We're
ult.
not gonna see any ult. The only ult we have is Peaches, but Peaches is out.
But she
Oh
didn't
my
wait out
God.
the Suzu. Did she live? Sure.
I think she lives
there's-
with the lamp there.
And the window's
and
down May.
window again.
Getting the pick on Poke.
We still have High Noon and Road from Varsity. Really, I don't think they really even need to use it.
Just a JV
Poke
ult?
is just out again.
Has
If they
the
can
JV
get that,
ulted?
I don't think so. Peaches is holding on to it. I don't know why. I
they
think they
touch?
should just launch.
Sure
They have
can touch. I mean,
Road.
it's right there. There's an ult.
We're looking for that. Oh, and a
pick on
pick on Peaches with that High Noon. We got the Road and
Poke
Nile.
is one.
We got a counter,
holding right
2
click,
Roads
he's
and a
one.
Nile. Getting that push, just trying to push that cart, and just kind of forcing a space here from Poke.
The Varsity not going to have any ults, but Opal is coming up on the
Yeah,
double
Opal-
DPS all that are Refry and Opal.
Yeah, Refry and Opal are proved to build their ults fast. We're probably going to see that Blizzard just to get them off this point here, so then they can push it even farther.
Do they get the bat?
We're going to see.
Surely we see
They
the
have
tire.
the Blizz
Surely
now.
we see the tire. These
We're
staggers
going.
would be
You
huge.
gotta see this tire here. They're definitely holding on to that Blizz for the contest. But the tire could get some great picks here.
Where's he going?
He's just pushing up. Are we seeing the tire?
Please?
Please?
Do we see a touch? We don't even see a touch.
We get there. JV gets to the first point here.
JV capped that entire point
In
with
overtime.
a singular orbit. Oh no.
No, they
Orbit and
rode.
Annihilation.
And road. They
And
popped
road?
road. Yeah, they counted their road.
Okay,
there.
never mind. They just, the last 10 seconds.
Looking at it, we might get to see another window and
The solo blitz.
the solo
It
Blizz
missed.
on Pluto.
No, but it
no,
hits
it hits
Pluto.
Pluto. But we get another rampage. Pluto does not build the window here.
Refry traded.
But
It
Peaches
looks like
dies.
Peaches is next.
And it's just Poke on point. Probably not going to survive.
Wow, Varsity wins that one after
Yeah.
the solo ult on
It
Pluto.
seems like, looking at it, Varsy's just going to have the ult economy again with Road and Window, and possibly a Bob if they can build it fast enough.
Yeah. I mean, if you're JV, you need that tire.
Yeah, we need that tire.
You've
Tire.
held
We
it now
need,
for over a minute.
we need to see that push on either Jay, Pluto, maybe waiting for that lamp and Suzu to get out, and just forcing out Paula, Jay, or Pluto. There's the tire. Will it be able to get anything? And it does on Pluto! But the window is already out. That's the
doesn't look
problem.
like it does.
But it doesn't look like the
They
window's
need
gonna be
past the
there.
window.
They pushed past it. There's
popped
Road
the
by
Kitsy.
Jay. Pluto switches to the Juno here.
Jump behind.
There's the counter road. I don't know. Paula's out and so is Sabathun. Dilly's just kind of pulling on his own with the barrage. Almost getting a 2K. But trading himself with getting the Peaches gets him in the end.
Let's see.
But it might just, I don't know. I think they're stabilizing here.
They touch with Bob and they hold
Yeah,
it.
I think they can.
Yeah, JV kiting. That's a smart idea.
They're gonna come back with the
They need
Annihilation here.
Annihilation Orbit even.
Annihilation Orbit, and I can possibly see Refry building up that blaze pretty fast. The pit. They didn't kill Peaches. There's the Orbit of 9. I don't think the Bob's gonna be enough. Ludo is picked, so is Dilly.
Do we see a 4th Rampage?
We're gonna have to see. Let's see if we get the Rampage. Hey, we get Sabathun right before Rampage pops. Bob gets out, and they're just pushing off Jay. What a crazy, literally capping with like 3 seconds to spare.
2, 1. OT again.
OT, but they make it just in time. But we
What's
have that
crazy is-
Blizz versus that Rampage here, and looking at it, we're gonna probably get close to Tire again.
I
And
want to
so-
see May drop the Blizzard, Queen Rampage out of it,
Yeah.
and May wall the Queen into the Blizzard.
I hope. That would be amazing. I mean, Tire just to clean up some of those picks if they can't get it. Because looking at it, they are up by close to 2 ults. But
What's unbelievable is that JV had to pop 2 ults for that.
yeah,
But they're still not behind in ult count.
no, it's weird. But we're getting close to Road and Barrage from Dilly and Jay. We're gonna see if they can build that fast enough. But we're also getting close to Road with Snarky here too. I'm waiting for that Blizz. We just need something here. Here, Sabathun just kind of just in there. Walling off Sabathun. Let's see if we can get that pick. There's the... Oh, a pick off move there. There's
And the
Blizz.
solo Blizz, but the Suzu.
The
right
Suzu
off
gets
Suzu.
it! And a
Huge Rampage.
huge rampage. These rampages have been going off.
I know
right
they
now.
stuck this with Barrage and
Yeah.
Hitsu. And
I don't think they're going to even get a touch. They're going to get barraged out of spawn. They're just going to... Varsity's just going to eat that space.
I feel bad for Opal. He's
I
consistently
do.
having to end rounds with ult.
That is not a good thing. I think
not
they're
a good
really
feeling.
scared of some of these picks. But I think they're very much knowing that he's gonna tire. You didn't see that, but my co-caster Fear basically almost fell out of his chair.
It didn't behave like it was supposed to.
Anyway,
it's the chair's fault, not mine.
I think Opal is kind of maybe getting psyched out, scared that they're gonna either kill him before they pop Tire, or like when he's in Tire, or kill the Tire itself.
Yeah.
So I think he's just maybe getting psyched.
Paul has been consistent about shutting down those tires.
Yeah, it's crazy. See, but it's crazy, these ult economies. It's like they pop 2, but they have them back almost instantly for JV. And we see the Sigma on defense for JV. A lot more of a poke comp with them. And
Very
Sabathun probably playing more of the brawl here with the
Pluto
Tsar.
opting for the Juno swap.
Yeah, Dilly's still holding on to that Pharah, and there was some pretty good Pharah kills there.
Oh yeah. But that was refry. I don't think we saw Dilly Farai, did we?
We saw Dilly Pharah. That the whole last second of this match.
Oh, you're
I was
right.
watching
you're
Dilly.
Right, you're right.
Not the armed and dangerous in chat.
Wrong game.
Wrong game.
A little cheeky trap from Opal.
A little cheeky track. Let's see.
If this works, I'm gonna die laughing.
We're gonna have to see. Oh no, Pluto with the again. Let's see if he can get the pick here. I want to
Sabathun
see
should have a
this.
fun time.
I need to see this.
Sabathun's gonna have so much charge from
It's
all
gonna
the
be
spam.
so much spam onto Sabathun. We're really gonna have that high charge. I don't think it's gonna end up happening with this small little trap here. Nah, they're playing
All on
somewhere
that
else.
rotation. Still
Yeah.
working on it. The Junkrat getting caught out.
Dilly just kind of pushing
Does he
up
live?
on. Oh god, Dilly
Yeah,
almost.
Paul gets him.
Yeah, Paul gets him, but Dilly pushing up
Okay,
pretty
45.
far right now. Oh, and the
the
rock
rocket
on
in midair?
Dilly. That's crazy by Poke.
The far kill by the mate, maybe?
We're gonna have to see.
Sabathun is just pushing.
Sabathun
he
is
doesn't
just
have any bubbles,
pushing.
he doesn't have any charge, but
He
he is
has
holding
a
W.
prayer, but he got that bubble just in time. Probably gonna pick on Refry, but getting the trade.
Oh,
Hey,
this is messy.
but it's very
It's
close
even.
right now. It is even. But they,
Oh, and they get Paul.
and they get Paul, leaving just Jay and Pluto with the high from Poke, letting him walk away. Oh, Opal got slapped. But on the cast, probably just deal with Dilly on Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, Dilly needs to find a solo barrage on this backline.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this next fight looks like it should be the JVs.
Yeah,
They just have double support ult.
yeah. Well, they're getting close to Flux. They're building up ult pretty fast here. There's the barrage,
Oh, and a
but
Hail
it gets
Mary.
eaten and dies. Only
It's
getting
Opal.
Opal out of
They
it.
still have both support ults.
Yeah.
JV, I think, wins this.
I think JV, if they can road right now, I think they might have the ability. Because they're, no, there
Yeah,
are,
Varsity had to leave.
I don't think they needed to ult this. Varsity was down 3,
Yeah, they just needed to stabilize.
but they have this ability to reach out right now here with that road or window.
JV's gonna have damn near 5.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Paul's still only halfway to Bob.
Varsity is close to both
This has to
support
be a grab.
ults. There's gotta be a Flux here. Flux or a grab.
Yeah, I mean, look
There's
how
the
this Zarya
grab.
is walking. But it's
But
on
doesn't
the
do
window.
anything. And dies during grab. Pluto is so low.
His team just couldn't follow up. It was
Yeah. They're just pushing, getting that space. Hope
Bar's still behind.
Bar is still there.
Another.
Oh, off by a hair, but really pressuring Dilly off. The Mauga switch! We've been waiting for this one.
This is something.
This is going to be an interesting match. Getting the rock on Mauga. I'm waiting for that Flux.
I mean,
Flux here. They basically,
Blizzard target
yeah,
as soon as he
there
charges.
we are. There's Blizz. There's just everything.
That's
Hitting
a lot of
Paula on the back with that. Nano and Orbit's out.
The Mayfly?
Everyone just used everything. Dilly was the only one with ult, along with Opal. But Opal's just out.
They still commit the barrage.
And they still
And
commit the
gets a
barrage.
3K.
And they still
4K.
get the.
I didn't even see the kill
my
that went into it.
God. I think it was just a little too much of an overcommit to ults there.
Yeah, but they capped for it.
Yeah.
You know, end of the game, it doesn't matter how
Yeah.
good your ult economy is if you don't get
That
the
is
points.
so true. We still have High Noon from Opal. Let's see if we can make anything happen.
High noon window.
Yeah, we're
gonna
getting
see
close to
Cage
that
kinda
window.
soon.
We're gonna see Bob and Cage.
Oh, I didn't even see the Bob.
Yeah, we're getting close to that Bob. We're gonna get Bob before the Cage, unless he can, unless Sabathar can really build it.
Sabathun's just gonna crush it out.
Yeah. Like in Blizzard World, they are playing in a very cohesive unit here. JV is.
Absolutely.
There we
You
go,
gotta win.
and there's Sabathun just out. I'm waiting for that Bob to get called now.
It's not just window versus Bob.
Yeah.
It's 4v4.
Yeah. With Opal out, we're not gonna get that high. We better use that high just to get them away from point.
Have you seen a Bob yet?
We have not seen a. No, we've seen a Bob during attack when JV was attacking.
I mean this half.
No, not yet.
This is a 4.5 minute Bob.
Yeah. There's the Bob, but
Way back.
way in the back corner.
But
Opal,
Dilly
I
already
think, is
got
gonna
all
get
the kills.
picked. In the barrage again with the Nano.
1, 2, 3, 4 ults for that? Where was the Cage?
I don't know.
He must have gotten jacked.
I think he got K-Jaxed. But their
Okay.
spawn is right next to that point there.
JV gets the point. Or Varsity gets the point, but JV's gonna have Nano
Yeah.
and Flux.
I didn't even realize they switched to Liana here. Here, and they're getting close to Blizz too. What happened to the High Noon?
What happened to the High Noon?
Yeah, the High Noon's gone.
He got solo ulted.
Oh.
Well, no, he was part of the barrage. He was part of the 4K from Dilly.
But we
Dilly
do,
in there.
we do have Blizz now. There's the Flux coming out. Just holding it.
The cast
Ooh,
is just-
keeping Pluto up though with that bubble from Sabathun, but they lose Paul. Oh,
The barrage just got to play aggressively there because
Yeah.
the Cassidy was under. The Cassidy had half his vision blocked by map geometry.
yeah.
They're walking in.
I
they
just
have
realized
Orbe.
Refry is out. They're gonna have to Blizz at some point here. Oh my God!
Dilly already gets
Orbit too.
No Nano. Do we
No
see?
Nano.
Where's the Blizzard?
Where's
He's
the
so far
Blizz?
back.
We need the Blizz. I think he's just gonna get singled out. There's no
This
way.
goes to the Varsity.
Yeah.
We are going to see a map 5.
Yeah.
Holy.
Holy.
I've never seen a JV and a varsity this close.
This has been constant. But you could see that group up that JV has. They are very, like, playing as a unit.
Oh, absolutely.
And that was kind of to the detriment because of the barrage and also the concussive suck.
There's
where it
certainly that.
sucks
but-
in.
Oh my god.
Look at that. Look at this play by Dilly. It was just crazy. They just applied a lot of pressure on that back line.
I think if you're the JV there, you just take your hit scan and put him on some off angle, try to
Yeah.
mark out Dilly.
Yeah, you gotta really pressure Dilly there. And the fact they didn't even get a single ult in that last final push, I think really set it in for
Oh yeah, I
JV
mean the Anna
there.
dying with Nano,
Yeah,
the May
multiple
coming off
times.
respawn.
Yeah, May dying multiple times with Blizzard in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just somewhat of a consistent thing that I've seen from kind of both teams.
Especially the JV though.
Especially JV. The first map definitely was kind of both teams dying with ult. They were just holding for so long. But
I mean the
you
4.5
can
minute
see-
bob.
Yeah. But like they really hold on to that ult for like really big plays, it looks like. And that could also just be them maybe trying to have fun a little bit, maybe just baiting out things, but it's a very interesting competitive way, like a very interesting thing to do.
To die with ults?
To die with ults, yeah.
Yeah. And there's their coach.
And there's their coach.
They're taking a 10.
They are hitting the pause with us here. Here, now we gotta fill up a little bit more time.
You got 10 minutes of things to talk about?
So how do you like the weather today? It's very nice
It's
out. It's
incredible.
actually beautiful. Oh, we got
Who
some
banned Moira?
information. JV
That
bans
is a target
Lamora.
ban on Pluto if I've ever seen it.
Probably.
Because what's the final map type?
I don't know. We've never made it this far.
Production?
Production?
What's the map type?
What's the map type? They're pulling it up.
They don't even know.
They don't even
They
know.
just click
I mean, that's
buttons.
understandable. All the matches today
Oh,
have
it's
been just
Flashpoint.
all the way
They're going
to
to
three.
junk.
Ooh.
That makes sense for a final map.
I'm surprised there's no Saravasa pick. Unless it's not in the map pool.
I mean, if New Junk is in the map pool,
Yeah.
you would assume Servasa. Also,
Yeah.
can we talk about how long Flashpoint's been at the game?
Yeah, it's been since the like season.
No, it's been like a year. Because
Yeah, it's been a while.
I was playing it last spring.
And hey, look, there's New Junk. We live, laugh, love New Junk. It's got some very fun points.
It's been over a year. I was playing it last fall.
Yeah, it's been out. It's
and
been
there's
out.
still only 2 maps?
Yeah, they really need to. Blizzard needs to pick up the pace with this. I mean, Clash, I think, got more maps than this.
Clash has 4.
Yeah.
What, didn't Clash release on launch though?
Clash did not
Oh
lose
no,
on
not
launch.
Clash. That's Push. Clash has 2 maps. Clash has
Yeah.
Throne and
Throne,
Hanaoka.
Hanaoka.
When are we getting Clash back? Is that confirmed?
I don't think it's gonna be in comp anymore.
I want it back.
I really liked the push and pull of Clash. It is very similar to Push, but it just feels a lot faster. You could just ring in that map so much
Yeah.
faster. I think it just made for a lot more of a chaotic game in that push and pull.
I like it because it doesn't lend itself to dive, and I'm just bad at dive. I'm good at dive on tank, but my dive DPS
Yeah.
are horrible. My only one is Sombra, but
You always play the
Sombra can
Som.
play very brawly and just build EMPs so
Yeah,
fast.
especially with the rework in general. Like she's way more brawl intensive now.
And the Pharah ban yet again. Okay, so no Moira and no Pharah,
Pharah.
and we're going to New Junk.
Junk. This is gonna be an interesting.
Do we see the Symmetra? I heard of a fabled Symmetra.
Well, it depends if they switch Sarvafoon on to DPS.
Savathun?
Sabathoon. I don't know how to pronounce it.
S-A-V-A, Sava, T-H-U-N, Thun. Maybe Savathun. If it's
Savathun.
Savathun, I'll eat my words.
If only we could just steal Sabafoon.
Quick little player
Get over here.
player interview.
How do you tell us? And yep, they're swapping Dilly to tank. It's Sabafoon's on DPS, so we're probably gonna see that Symmetra play.
That'll be hilarious.
Yeah, I still can't believe that he placed TP and got Hog out of Blizzard on well.
That was
That was a
nuts.
crazy impressive TP.
This has been quite a series.
It has, and honestly, if they're playing this competitive, I wonder how Concordia and Lutheran, not Lutheran, Lawrence is gonna play. for the
Yeah.
grand final.
This is just a very evenly matched,
Yeah.
evenly matched match.
Yeah. It can really go both ways. We're just going to have to see who really earns that third place spot here.
The challenge is very much that Sim needs to be creative with the TPs.
Yeah.
See the Sim? Otherwise, Sim needs to be on top of a tank.
But like New Junk, in my opinion, is very an interesting map. There's a lot of high ground play. All the points at least have some sort of like height difference
I mean, yeah.
and some sort of control.
But I think really only Junkyard is the one where the high ground is oppressive.
Yeah, but like you always like there's always just something because on Suravaso there's not really it's all pretty flat terrain. Like there's some spots that are a little higher than most, but they're kind of blocked off by some of the map geometry.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about how I feel about that. I'm taking a mental tour of the map.
Mental tour, it's just like
Because there's again only the one point where the high ground's really oppressive, and that's
yeah,
Palace.
but like each spot at least has some sort of high ground
A
play.
lot of Saravasa's points are buried within their surroundings.
Yeah.
And we do see the Sim from Sabathun. Okay.
Yeah, we do see the Sim. And we see the Hazard on Poke with Free Fry on the Tracer.
Sabathun spots the junk.
What?
I wanted to see
the
this
Junk
one, bro.
Mirror! We have to see this. I want to see the 1v1 between Opal and Sabathun.
I think just in theory.
Dilly just
Varsity
pushing
has
in
better
already on
ground here.
Snarky.
Oh, but Pluto's found early.
Refry is just out. Pluto is out. So
Refry,
is
but
Refry,
Paul
but Paul is also out. So
The Varsity's
Varsity
still
is just
winning.
up right now. Oh, getting walled! Ooh. Getting
The JV.
Getting the first flip from JV here.
Because it was what? It was Pluto went down, then they traded out DPS.
Yeah.
So the JV had the control, and then they got the stagger on Dilly.
Yeah,
I might have accidentally said Varsity when I meant JV.
yeah. It's hard to tell. They're both Green Bay.
Yeah. I wish I could say school names.
Yeah, I really wish I could say school names to you, man.
Let's just say Green Bay the whole time. A
Yeah,
lot of abilities coming out of both tanks early.
yeah.
I think the JV just kites that. Oh, but the Refi taking the one against
Yeah,
the
Refry taking the one against it.
Oh, but burned all the blinks. That's
Yeah,
horrifying.
Dilly getting walled off again, but Poke is just kind of getting pushed out a little bit.
The Junkrat's still
Yeah.
in no man's land. I
Going
can see
after
that Poke
Pluto,
kinda
going
wants
for
it.
the dive onto Paul and Pluto.
Lucio.
Lucio.
Snarky.
Oh,
No, Snarky.
But we're getting close to that down four here. Let's see if Poke can get out
Looks
that
like
kill.
JV is. Oh, no, they're even.
They're even right now.
Paul lives the trap.
Oh my god. I'm waiting for that down four, maybe to finish off the rest.
No, he's 1v3 at that
Yeah.
point. No, he has his Kiri.
He has his Kiri,
Where did the Kiri come from?
but Peaches might get
But Paul
lost
gets
in
the
the
Kiri.
sauce. Come on,
Just Paul
Snarky.
with the Paul gets the
Oh!
Lucio. Paul with the 2K.
Come on, Poke, you gotta live this, man.
And Varsity. No, Varsity already
No.
has the point. Paul's just staggering, or Poke's just staggering.
Yeah, he's just holding.
Okay. Coming up.
But
this
we
is the
are up with ults with
Yeah.
JV here.
first big ult fight.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. That row is going to be ever crucial here.
I
Row
mean, JV has
four.
5.
Yeah.
Varsity's gonna have maybe 4.
I'm assuming we're gonna see the road and pulse engage here. Refry looking for that
We
engage
should.
here. There's the pulse out, getting nothing. I'm waiting for that road. There goes Annihilation, and there's Kitsune. Here
Where's the
comes
High Noon?
Here's High Noon, probably just to force people away from road. Maybe off point. There goes our two
The
tires.
tire for the
Tire
tire.
for tires. Crazy.
I've never seen such a jump.
We still
scare.
have downpour, but I don't think it's going to be enough against the road if they decide to
No,
pop.
it's even. I think JV's
Oh,
up.
Dilly's
JV's
shot.
definitely up.
Yeah, JV up. Maybe getting that downpour out now.
They just
might
need to
be
find
enough.
Jay.
And it looks like
And Refry finds
got
Jay.
the J. Ooh,
Huge.
there we
Any
go.
touch? I don't think so.
We're gonna have to see here. They do have Pluto on the Juno, and they
Did I
don't.
just hear a Sombra? I did.
Oh my god, they
Sabatuna on the Sombra. He
Sabatuna
swapped
on the
up.
Sombra. Maybe trying to get, I don't know, maybe trying to just get damage on the squishies, just take attention away from heals.
Orbit versus Downpour this next
Yeah.
fight.
But we are getting close to that Pulse again, so we're gonna have
That's
to see.
nuts.
Pulse is just one of those ults that just feels like
Every
it's
fight.
every fight it's there. We really need to look for that downpour though.
Varsity is so split.
Oh
JV
my
just needs to
God.
commit onto the squishies.
Yeah,
exactly.
no, and
But Jay gets out of it.
yeah,
'cause
Jay gets
Jay's
out,
won.
but Jay I think gets out.
Pluto's
and Pluto
found.
dies with Orbit in
They're too
hand.
split.
They are too split.
The squish
Really
is still trying to
go
come in,
after
but it doesn't
anything.
matter. Pluto's already dead.
Yeah.
And they're forced out again.
They're getting
Same exact
forced
way.
out. Jay might die here if Poke can do it. But they're
God.
pushing back.
Now Varsity's staggering while JV has
Yeah.
control.
And now they have Pulse and they're getting close to that road again. Downpour still in play. We're just waiting for that.
JV has the ult advantage.
Yeah.
Firmly.
We're getting close to annihilation on Varsity.
I think you just do an early downpour and
I-
absolutely
yeah.
decimate.
Or maybe wait for the annihilation when it's just
You're
away
trying
from
to
everybody.
read.
There's the downpour,
What
but
does
doesn't
it
get,
hit?
and
hits
it gets
something. It hit
Pluto,
Pluto. And she lives.
and she lives, but I don't
Wow.
think not for
Yep.
long.
Yeah.
There goes Opal,
In the meantime, the
but
rest of
Savathun
Juno's
and
dies.
Paula dies.
But Dilly invests the annihilation. Can
Yeah,
we find
we're
Starkey?
waiting.
No,
Starkey's
too
getting
fast.
out, going after Pluto here.
The JV should have this.
Yeah.
It's 3v2. 3v1.
Oh my God!
Dilly is
Come
doing what he
on.
can.
We look over. We might get tired if he can, just to get people off point, just in case if they find a way to contest and point to JV.
Varsity's in a tight spot.
So now we just gotta. This is
And the
the
tank
do or
swap.
die flashpoint here. Here, if Varsity can't stick this, it's done.
It's the series.
It's the series.
JV has 3 ults up already.
Yeah.
Varsity is going to be close to 4. They
Yeah.
held this orbit for a point and a half.
Yeah, we're looking for. I have a feeling Refry is gonna get that pulse back again pretty fast. And maybe we're gonna see a really crucial pick with that pulse and or tire.
We need to see ults early out of JV, otherwise
Yeah.
Varsity is going to equalize.
Yeah.
Equalize an ult.
Yeah, but we still have that defensive ult B
There's one
and
bubble.
that really big. There's Orbit in there, and there's Rogue from
But Jay's
JP. But Peach loses his life.
We're still even.
Yeah.
Nope. Varsity.
Opal is
JP
just
up one.
living there. Oh,
They're
but
even 2v2.
Let's see.
Oh, but Varsity has the support left.
Yeah.
And
I don't
Hazard's
think it's
down.
enough.
Zarya just needs to help her
Refry's just gotta
Kiri.
get out. Refry's just gotta get out, in my opinion, or unless he can get a pulse. Oh, Kiri's so low. I can't believe Refry is still there.
Varsity gets point control.
I feel
Yeah.
warm inside.
Okay.
But we're still up to.
We're pretty even in the
We're pretty
ult
even. We're
universe.
getting close to downpour. Or so I think JV's gonna just have a slight ult advantage here, unless Dilly can just build up that ult fast and maybe get Poke out.
I think if you're JV, you try to find the pulse after.
Yeah.
You solo pulse wherever you can.
Yeah.
Preferably the Juno, I
Prob-
guess.
Yeah.
Because
Or
the Kiri's going to be tough with
if
C2.
Kiri doesn't have any cooldowns, then go for Kiri because they have Rogue.
Yeah. But if you're Varsity, you do
There's
exactly
Rogue out
this.
anyway.
You just
High
road
Noon's
as
getting
soon as you see
popped.
it.
Nothing out of it though. Oh, Tracer's just going for it. Does it get anybody? No. But we're
All
getting
the
close
ult
to that
left is
downpour
beat.
though. But if Poke can build up that downpour right now,
If
it
JV
might be
stacks
it.
And there's the beat.
There's downpour
There's the
will be
pick on
coming out.
Savathun. Jay might be next. He's
We're
half.
just gonna
You're
hit
TP.
that. I think-
Juno's gone. Jay's still living.
Yeah. I'm waiting for that downpour. I think the downpour might cement here. Oh,
JV gets
damn. JV will get the point here.
But now Varsity's got nothing
Yeah.
for JV's downpour.
Yeah.
They're coming up on grab, but
That's
if they
really
do it
it.
fast
That can't
enough,
do
they
anything.
get Kitsune the fight after to match it.
Yeah. And if Refry is just crazy at his job, he's definitely gonna get that pulse again. And we're getting close to that high noon also.
And there's an early pick on Jay.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That's gonna be a tough
Maybe you
position.
just drop the
It look-
Kitsune down main.
Yeah. It looks like they're pushing Varsity's pushing back right now. not the voice lines, man.
He's having a good time.
From Poke.
Yeah, if you're JV,
Yeah, oh, there's Refry just being a mosquito right now, just playing in that back line.
forced out.
Yeah, the grab will be coming up shortly.
Yeah.
There. Oh,
But it's
what
too
a
late.
great
It's too
downpour!
late.
Oh, and the wall to protect his teammates, but getting a getting pick on Jay from Refry right here. It's just done, I think. Oh, and
a map from
overdrive
JV.
out. Overclock is
That's the
out.
series.
And there's JV. Clean
With an
sweep.
upset on their own varsity.
I know. That was crazy. I just felt like I think JV played not JV. Varsity played a lot split, and
That-
JV capitalized on that.
Especially on Refinery.
Yeah. That was crazy, and I hope that they both look at it and be like, that was great matches. We played very competitively. It was very close.
I agree.
Let's work together with each other and figure out how to build on each other.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what their
Yeah.
lineup's going to look like next year with everyone being so even.
Yeah, that was crazy close. And honestly, underdog wins. That's crazy.
Yeah, there you go. There's the story you wanted.
There's my story.
Okay. Well, after this, we have Concordia and
Lawrence University. Yeah.
And I believe. No, you're still casting.
I'm
but
still on
I'm
here.
getting out of
You're
here.
getting out. We're gonna be with Al here for the next match, and I think it's gonna be pretty competitive. Looking at it, we're just gonna have to see, especially with Useless Bard and Altruist, they play crazy.
Lawrence's DPS are a lot of fun to
Yeah.
watch.
They're also just very chill people.
They are very chill people.
And Concordia also plays pretty aggressive. Okay.
Okay, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's it.
We will see you after the break.
Yeah, we'll see you after the break. He's locking in.
Do you understand why I had the energy drinks now?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't like caffeine that
I
much.
know, I know. I also didn't take my
Zarya, and
Orange Band Zarya.
Okay.
Concordia bans Symmetra.
Are we live?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
Oh.
know. Why are we on map select?
Hello,
Hi.
WEC.
We were so a heads up would have been a little
Yeah,
bit more
no-
nice. I thought we were going to
normally-
do a mic check first.
Normally we see ourselves like on the camera, so my bad.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, we're on the map screen.
By the way,
There we are.
I'm back.
Okay. But
And
we
it
have
all
some
comes down to this.
Yeah, no, this is going to be some intense Overwatch. Concordia versus Lawrence. All right, I think it's going to be a very close match. Lawrence and Concordia are just strong. We're just ignoring the point totals on screen. They haven't even started
We're
yet.
working on it. We're working on it. We have a production sub, but they're doing great.
What was the ban?
The Lawrence University bans Zarya and
Ah.
Concordia bans Symmetra. I see it. I understand.
Wait, Concordia banned Symmetra?
Yeah.
Is that right, production?
Concordia bans Symmetra?
Concordia banned Symmetra?
Never mind. Lawrence University bans Diva.
Lawrence,
Lawrence
bans
University
Diva.
bans Diva. That's a pretty good ban in my opinion because Pectus is a very strong Diva player, but also really plays into that Tsar. But
It's
like
definitely a crutch, but on this stage, or sorry, this map, Smash Brain, this map specifically, having the Diva to like dive in and out on these high points is going to be a lot more beneficial than having Zarya run down to low ground.
yeah, and we're running Busan, correct?
Busan. We love Busan.
Question mark.
Busan? Question mark.
Right. But overall, I'm pretty sure Pactus is a way stronger Zarya player compared to their Diva. But they're very,
absolutely.
very even. It is very strong. I think it's going to be a very close battle. Oh, and it sounds like we're starting?
Yeah.
I don't even think we're going to even get a
Alright.
close look at the teams. I mean, it is the grand
I mean,
finals.
we do know. We do know.
I hope they know.
I gotta admit, Luddy, Pectus, Jamaro, you guys are the goats to me.
Jamaro is going to go crazy with that
So-
Hanzo. I can't believe they banned Symmetra over
I
the
think we're gonna
Hanzo
see.
here.
I think instead of seeing Soul Fresh on DPS, I think we're gonna be seeing Luddy on DPS instead.
It looks like it.
They were popping off. I'm not throwing
Yeah.
any shade, but
I'm just excited to see what the teams are gonna pick here.
and a little bit of history.
And it looks like Omega going to the comfort pit of the Doomfist and Pectus on the Tsar. We're just gonna have to see. We have a brig.
Yeah.
We finally have a brig.
And a little bit of history. Keep in mind, Concordia was the only team to 2-0 Lawrence University yesterday.
This is going to be kind of a revenge pick. Altruist on the Tracer and Useless Bard on the Cass. Yes, I think it's going to be a very, very close match. I'm assuming
excited.
Lawrence
I
VOD
can't wait.
review the heck out of their 2-0, their loss against Concordia. So we're just going to have to see. It seems like they're going for Drum over here, while Altruist is just trying to play Cage. And with that early engage, and Omega going for point. Like, Jamaro just kind of poking him out a little bit. Pectus
both-
meeting him.
Both of these teams have been so aggressive.
I'm waiting
lately.
for this dive. We see Luddy going for
Jamaro!
it, and our first pick on Useless Bard by
I
Jamaro
need
here.
to know. I need to know
Really
how he
going-
got so good with aiming. Like, it's crazy.
It's crazy. He just gets those picks. Speaking of picks, we got a pick on Cubes and Omega and Blink, and it looks like Lawrence is not going to get this point.
I don't know what it is against the Concordia, but Lawrence University just struggles. They really do. Bard switching to the Reaper, Blink to...
Yeah.
Dang! We got 3 switches. Bard to Reaper, Blink to Juno, and Cubes on Moira.
Yeah, we're going to see that Moira, some of these picks. Useless Bard is a very, in my opinion, a really good Reaper player. They're probably trying to maybe flank with his with Altruist there, and maybe trying to beat up that, just kind of apply some pressure onto the supports. And it seems we got Altruist got to pick out Jamaro, but traded with Luddy gets the trade there. And then Cubes gets on So Fresh. But Useless Bard
Bard
is
gets
losing
that.
out to Whip Shot there.
Concordia is holding strong
Yeah,
right now.
but Lawrence does get the flip on point. Let's see if they can hold it.
Ooh. Doomfist.
Omega's really playing into that aggressive dive that we know of. He's really good at getting in and out like that. And Pectus is someone who really knows how to play well with their bubbles and play aggressive. So it's kind of a match of like who can get into the backline first and who can pick off those supports.
I just want to say how strong it is to have Pectus, Luddy, and Magic Man Jim kind of like running down
And
the
there
center
goes
to take
the
people
rally
out.
off of Magic Mike Jim. And we also have Dragons. We're getting close to pretty even ults on both sides here. So Fresh getting picked along with Ruddy.
Having the three of them running down the center and then having
Pectus
Jamar
is
pick
out
people off.
also. So Lawrence is currently down 1. But I think there could be a tie here. No,
gets it.
and Omega is just the last one on point.
75%.
He's getting
Go
out
for
with that
Meteor
Meteor Strike, maybe looking for a pick, but nope, getting out, trying to get back some of that health.
Good
Trying to get a pick on Jamaro, possibly. We do see that high noon from Altruist, and we have Cole. But Pectus has Grab. There goes Grab, and I'm waiting for that Dragon to pop at some
Holy
point. No, we're hitting it with Form, but I think Form got canceled out.
And Omega lives it and then takes. Oh,
Yeah.
Omega starts taking
Gets
people
the
out.
2K. Altruist getting Pectus, and Jamaro getting Useless Bard.
Holy.
So leaving Lawrence in.
This is
Being
why
able
I.
to flip the point.
This is why personally I love Doomfist so much. You can like take the advantage and start pressure, and everyone's gone.
You
Pectus on Hog.
Pectus going for the hog, maybe to cancel out some of those punches there, and maybe force some of the people who are playing slightly back just kind of into their team there.
And Luddy switching to Reaper, maybe to get into the backline, take out the
Maybe,
healers.
probably. We still have Dragons with Jamaro, and So Fresh has the Orbit, but so does Blink.
Realistically, Concordia needs to only win one more team fight.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they pull into it. But Blink's Orbit, so does So Fresh, and there goes the Dragons.
Pectus going full hog right now.
Yeah, we see some great picks on the side of Concordia against Lawrence here. But it's very even right now, but we have Rally to just push them off.
Lawrence really needs to keep contesting on here.
Yeah. Blinks is just
Blink
up there
is a
on
good-
there.
that's a
but
good
he's
stall
gonna
for
get
Blink.
pushed
Really good
off
stall.
by Luddy. Useless is probably gonna get the touch here.
Oh, good.
So does Omega. We just need to see if they can push everyone off the point.
Omega, no, get back
Maybe
on
get
point.
the cap.
Mega, no, get
They
back
did
on
flip
point.
point. That's the whole point here. Well, let's see if someone can get there.
I don't think anybody does.
But no. And Concordia gets the first point here.
I
on
think
this
Omega
line.
getting off point there was a little bit dangerous. If they could have stalled for a little bit longer, we could
Yeah.
have gotten the Reaper to get back in.
And I just realized they also flipped point at that point. So just having that stall there probably could have gotten closer. But they
Absolutely.
weren't playing with a lot of speed or any way to really touch. And looking right now on Control Center, we have Blink switching to the Ana, and Pectus going back to the Czar.
Definitely think the hog pick was a good idea.
Just to get probably Omega out of punch and just to pull people forward into just so his team, so Concordia can collapse on Lawrence.
Iltrus going on a
Wait a
big
minute.
big changes.
Omega
I do-
on the ride.
I
and
do like
Ultra's
Omega's
back on the
ride.
pass.
I'm guessing they think that they're gonna be staying on either Zarya or Hog. So pulling in a Reinhardt,
Yeah,
not a
keeping
good
that
idea.
shield up just to block some of that beam, probably be useless, especially with the Ana. Because technically, on Concordia, they do, and an early pick on Luddy. He's crazy, but it was a trade between Luddy and
Good pin
and
engage by
Ultras. So
Omega
we're just
right
gonna
there.
have to see here. Luddy switching to the Genji. Probably just to apply more of that dive pressure on the back line. And Cube's on the Lou. Just to keep probably some of that speed up. Useless Bard gets a pick on Jamaro and kind of walking out on their back line, but Omega falls. Currently, it could go either way in my opinion, but Pectus is really getting close to that grab here. They're really building up really fast.
Lawrence right now in the lead.
Oh!
Pectus, 2K.
2K with the support
looking for
there.
3K.
So, I don't think
Whoa.
Omega's gonna last that long with
I-
nothing to really support.
I don't know why Lawrence struggles so hard against Concordia, especially because
Yeah.
each other team, they just kind of rolled. But Concordia seems to have found just like the key, the answer, the Magnum.
Looking at it right now, Concordia's also up in ults, getting close to Road, having Grab, having Dragons. Since Lawrence is getting close to Blossom, but oh my god! The 4K Dragons! The Grab Dragon goes crazy here.
Concordia, what are you on?
Oh my god. But looking at it, Lawrence might be coming in with a little bit of an advantage with probably 3 to 4 ults coming in, with Concordia only really having 2. And there's the rally to probably keep him off point. Getting a pick on Useless and Cubes. Omega's got that shatter. Useless dies with
2K.
Blossom.
Oh,
Pectus just getting pushed forward
I don't think they're gonna get
into
the
the
value.
team, but Pectus could die here. I think that second bubble
Oh,
with the
Pectus.
shatter!
Misses
I
the
don't
pit!
think- Misses the pit on Ludi.
Bard, big blossom dome.
But the Blossom inched
The
up.
shatter to blossom. Oh,
That's crazy. And the
Good
pin
pin,
on the
good pin,
Zarb,
good pin.
but the kill with Useless. This has been pretty intense, pretty back and forth. 2 ult fights with a 4K.
oh yeah, dude, they're just going back and forth right now.
And I see that we have Concordia has Road right now. We're getting close to beat on Lawrence's side, and we're getting to that overclock. But overall, Concordia will have the ult advantage here. With Bloody having farms.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I would have wanted anybody else in our
There's
grand final.
Form probably trying to force just people out. Getting Blink probably in the process, and it's true. Just applying that pressure, trying to get on point. There goes Altruist. It's just Blink alive all the way back in spawn. We're gonna see another grab at some point here. Probably keeping them away from point. I could see maybe the grab being held just for a little bit longer here. Maybe waiting for Jomaro to build up that dragon to get that.
Whoa!
Whoa! Get that.
Pectus just
Cheeky,
kinda
cheeky play there. We see the grab. Jomaro got picked.
Big.
Big. But we'll see. I don't know if they're going to have enough. I can see the beat coming out if they grab here. They're waiting. There goes Rally. There goes... No! Cubes got caught and beat there. Oh my god. And I don't think... Wait, no, they still got a touch here. But I don't think it's going to be enough. With Dragons pushing down just to keep that pressure going, I don't think Lawrence is going to have a touch. And they don't. And map 1 goes to Concordia.
Yeah, very close games that they had there.
What happened to our... I don't know. Look at this though. I think this is a crazy play by Bard here. Can they hear us? Or I don't have audio in my headset. We've ran into a little bit of technical difficulty. If you couldn't tell, the stream kind of lagged out.
Yeah, there's just like a time warp there. I don't know what happened.
It was weird. It was weird.
I think somebody EMP'd our setup. We
Yeah,
lost all audio in our headphones.
I think so. I don't think we're going to have any headset audio, but we could still hear perfectly fine in some of this gameplay. So it might look a little weird without our headset.
Hashtag free to ears.
But it was a crazy match. Concordia really held hard. There was some good flips, but Concordia overall, I think, just had a better ult plan and outpaced and ulted Lawrence.
I think so too, but I still don't know what the key is that Concordia has found, but they keep shutting down Lawrence.
They really do. They just find a way to just keep that closed. It's just interesting. there are impressive trades going on, but Concordia finds a way to just squeak out on top. It's probably because of the fact that they just ult first. They ult faster, and some of their ult combos went crazy, like that last Grav Dragon.
Hello.
Let's see.
No, we still don't have any
I
audio.
still don't hear any audio.
Ugh. We'll be fine.
Yep. Well, I can't wait to see what the next map's going to bring. I really want to see if Lawrence will be able to squeak, because there were some pretty close, especially on Control Tower. They held pretty hard there.
Oh, it absolutely was. Like, I don't know if they quite haven't found their mojo yet.
I don't
what's
know.
going on.
But I believe Lawrence has it, like, will be able to maybe squeak out something soon. I have full faith, but Concordia just has very strong holds, and I really can't wait to see what the next map's going to bring.
I mean, yeah, just those Zarya combos, especially.
I'm
brutal.
waiting. I know. I'm waiting for Lawrence to ban that Zarya. I totally get
her out.
I
Get her
totally get
out.
banning the diva because it allows them to have useless setup some plays, but Pectus is such a great Zarya player, knowing when to use the bubbles, how to apply that pressure, and just trapping people in chokes with that grab. It's impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just Zarya and Doomfist both high maintenance characters,
Yeah.
but the payoff is huge.
Huge. And I think it's just the fact that Omega just kept getting caught because Zarya kept pushing into backline.
Yeah,
line.
yeah. I mean,
And he had to pick between either peeling for his team or just keep pushing. And that Zarya just kept getting a lot of charge off.
and then when the pressure is on you like that, it's hard for that.
It's hard.
Decision making becomes
Yeah.
just so hard. You just kind of want to punch things, but you have to make decisions.
Yeah, you have to make decisions. But we're going to have to see what the next map brings us and the next set of hero bands.
Yeah. Dude, I love both these teams. The Zarya, the Hanzo player, Woody, the flexibility is crazy.
I know. He had some crazy shots.
Iltruist, just the ability to like choose any DPS really popping off with them, and then Useless Bard. I mean, they had a slow start yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
But they picked up.
We didn't have much faith, but then they proved us wrong, and now they're proving us wrong time and time again.
I'm waiting for Cubes to get back on that Zenyatta.
Yes,
That Zenyatta
please.
Discord orb is so oppressive, and if they ban Zar, it might be a high chance that they might be able to hold a good hold.
Cube, if you can hear me, switch to Zen.
Yeah.
No, it happened right when that whole glitch happened. I'm sure something
Hello.
happened.
We're making sure that we can check over and over again. And weird glitch.
Yeah,
It
I don't
always happens.
I hate it when it happens mid-match, Joe.
Yeah, you sit there and it goes. It feels like your computer's a transformer.
Potato mode, initiate.
But overall, impressive matches, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Are we going to see the repeat of yesterday with the sweep with Concordia, or are we going to see some great pushback from Lawrence?
I'm not sure, but either which way, it's gonna be some good, honest Overwatch.
Yeah.
It's a billion different things. I'm not worried about it right now. That's okay. So what's going on? Their headphones, they can't hear the game, which is like not that bad.
Yeah.
Headphones die.
No, hold up. I'm going to mute for this.
Your mics are still on.
The did the funny thing of glitching out. Oh, where it went whole as they always do, and it just killed the audio in the headphones.
Yeah, dude, we got EMP'd. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody was like, you know what? Boom.
You're not muted, by the way.
Oh, shoot.
That's so. Yep. Okay, we are back. So looking
The magic map.
okay. Hey, we have King's Row. Maybe we could see a little bit of redemption. And also, speaking of redemption, Lawrence banned Zarya.
Okay, but I want to say,
course.
I keep saying it. Lawrence University on this map, so strong.
I could believe they held an impressive hold against Green Bay. Hey, when they played this last, but Concordia just happened to outpace them, I think, and just
Absolutely, they
played
weren't ready
against
for it.
Useless Bard. They really had the ability to destroy those setups as the diva.
So I will say something that Holden was pointing out is these teams, they just have a hard time of like situational awareness, knowing where everybody is.
Yeah.
And the reason they kept losing on King's Row is Reaper would get the high ground, take everybody out. Pectus though on Diva was so situationally aware that they knew that Reaper wanted that positioning and would take him out as he teleported up there.
Anyway, we're starting the match now. Were there any other hero bands producers? And the other ban is May from
see this-
Concordia.
we've seen
this
this
is
a lot.
this is a very common ban for King's Row. Probably because May is just so oppressive, being able to get on top of high ground, be able to cut off some of these chokes, and just be able to isolate tanks and supports alike.
I mean, man, King's Row, yeah, me personally, I would not want to play against that.
No, so it's probably a smart ban. And it looks like Concordia is going with more of the poke comp.
Maybe the
They're
Sigma.
matching the poke? We see the Mirror Sigma, Altruist on the Widow. We will see if he'll stay. Nope, he switches to
I'm
the
seeing Magic
Bash.
Man playing a lot of Brig. I'm surprised we haven't seen that thus far. Maybe it was some of what Holden was saying, needing to see more Brig players, because she's such a good character.
Yeah, Brick has been very underrepresented in this tournament in general. Well, but looking at it, I kind of can't wait. And we see Useless Bard hitting up with a Torb on attack. Very interesting. I like the sim play, but Torb? I wonder how this is going to play out. Maybe to zone out a little bit, build up that lava, build up that molten core, and just push him off.
So yeah, we're seeing here, Luddy popped off the last time they were on King's Row with Bastion. I want to see
Oh no, Useless Bard back on sim, getting the TP the high ground with that Sigma. We also see Ultras on the Ash, probably providing some of that poke damage, throwing out some turrets just to get some poke damage, TPing on the other high ground. And it seems like the entirety of Concordia is playing Hotel, just kind of taking those angles with that cover there. But I think it might be a little too much. They're kind of getting poked from all angles here. And they're from this high ground. Ooh, and a rock on Pectus. Ludi trying to get behind, but getting caught.
This is what I'm talking about. On this
Oh,
map
but
specifically-
behind! Still getting behind, but Altruist, but Useless Bard still gets picked.
Especially on this map, you have to be like so aware of flanks because there's so many
Yes.
spots you can do it.
There's so many high ground flanks and low ground flanks that you can take. Oh my god, a rock on Cube getting him out.
Cube, my Zen, no!
It's a very interesting way of playing this. Playing it poke to push in. Playing that Sigma battle here. But we're getting kind of back. But Concordia is really going to have the goal advantage here. Getting close to Flux and Road. Well, Lawrence is getting close to Wall. And somewhat tailing behind the Flux and Road here. I'm waiting for the big Flux from Pectus, just pushing people off. It's just been keeping kind of that playing on Hotel. They get the touch here. Wall is out. Ripple Road from So Fresh. There's the
Big
Flux.
ult, big ult, big
Getting
ult.
3. Oh my god.
Good flick.
The
Pectus.
3K from Pectus
I
with
think
the
Pectus
Flux.
is making a point there that they may be the better Sigma. I'm
They
just gonna
might
say it.
be. They also popped Rally. So they are currently kind of down ults here. Lawrence was coming up to 3. With only on Concordia Form from Luddy and then Visor, which aren't really that good of ults. But maybe we can get some good zoning out of the Form. And Omega does have his Flux ready to go, and we have Bob to help contest that point. There comes Form. Bob is out. The TP for the Flux. Getting Luddy and so
Big, big.
fresh. But Luddy getting a pick with cubes of Form. Ultruist getting Jamaro.
And there's the touch
Oh
to
my
capture the
gosh.
point.
I think
We still have a game
I
in our
don't think
hands.
there's gonna be a touch here from Concordia. So now we're finally onto the push here. Here.
This is
Got
Overwatch.
cubes with Trance still. Looking at Concordia, they're very much at the ult disadvantage here. But if they can build up a lot of their ults fast enough, we'll see.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And just both of these teams are so aggressive, and just the
Yeah.
ability to play off of each other the way they do.
Also switching to the Reaper, probably to kind of flank up that Symmetra that just kind of plays pretty weird. Playing flank Symmetra is kind of crazy, and I can see why they banned her in the beginning match. What a great block of the rock there. We're getting close to Road on both sides, and a Flux. But I think we're gonna reach Road. Lawrence is gonna reach Road first, but Pectus will have his Flux probably by the end of this fight.
Whoa.
They're just throwing.
Pectus getting pushed back.
I
now.
have a feeling that this trance is going to come out when Flux happens. No, they pop the trance here. Here, just to get that extra push. There's the Flux.
Whoa, big, big.
Cubes gets dropped by that. The Pectus and Luddy gets dropped by Omega, but
Yeah,
Jomo
broken.
gets Altruist.
751 with overhealth there.
It's very much in Lawrence's favor here.
This is what I'm talking about. They're so oppressive on this.
Yes. They really just needed that first push to get through, I think. I think that's what they needed, and the floating. Getting that Sig on high ground. Kind of important here. Looking for a cheeky Flux angle maybe, and just kind of making sure that they can't contest up here. Especially since the switch to the Winston. Just
Yeah.
kind of being oppressive on that height, throwing in that Hulk, building up some things, just denying that space from Concordia.
I feel like on this point specifically, whoever can get the high ground first usually comes out on top.
Usually, yeah, and holding that from Jamaro and Buddy is very important. Here comes Bob again. There's the Flux.
Whoa.
Getting
Omega.
Pectus, getting the kill on Pectus there. Throwing rock.
Rock though.
Yep. But currently, Concordia does have a lot of holds, but we also have wall out. Kind of allowing them to play a little safe. Altruist gets picked by the visor here. And going into this,
Lawrence needs
just
someone to
holding
touch.
this fight here. Lawrence is just
But he's
kind
taking
of
high ground.
holding, probably building up that road.
Whoa,
There's
big,
Blossom getting rid
big.
of Blink. Getting rid of Blink. And Cube switched to the Moira at some point. And currently they have Orbit with Magic Man and Jim. Still kind of pulling into that ult advantage here, building up that Primal.
This is good. I'm
We're
liking
getting-
the plays that I'm seeing right now.
we're getting
Taking the
clo-
high ground,
we're
battling. Whoa, Reaper duel, Reaper duel.
We're getting there, but it was all in vain. And Luddy getting Ultravist. We're getting close to that road. I'm waiting for the road pop down here just to get something out.
You're gonna have to touch at some point.
At some point, they're going to have to make it. Just kind of applying that pressure, trying to build up some ults. Cactus getting really close here. Getting that
Orbital Raid's
TP,
still
probably
there.
putting pressure on Jamaro just to kind of flush him out from his angle there. Now we have Road. We're waiting for that Road pop at some point. Getting close to that Flux. Primal. There's Orbit
Orbital Raid.
from Concordia, allowing them to push up a lot. There's Road and Cole.
Whoa.
We're getting there. But
They're
getting a
pushing,
pick on Jamaro and Luddy, plus the wall, giving him a lot of space. All they have to be careful is that Primal. There's Flux
Primal.
getting Jamaro and
Whoa!
getting
Wait,
Pectus.
wait. We have a game on our
Getting
hands.
Pectus. Let's see if they'll have a touch. We're just gonna have to see. Will Concordia be able to touch?
Just 5 points.
I see the switch to the ball.
Ah.
There's the Blossom getting 2. All they have to do is probably just get rid of the ball, and I think they get the point.
They really just took out a lot of them with the ball, though.
Yeah.
Good God.
I think they just had a lot of pressure, and at some point, they gained the ult advantage over Concordia.
You know, sometimes I forget how much of a threat ball can be because you just don't see ball much anymore.
Ball is a very niche pick.
It is, but just the 3K with the ball at the end there, almost being able to hold the point.
But no, it was a very, very close point there. But Lawrence just kind of, I think, got some influential picks on supports and just had slightly faster ults.
Absolutely. I mean, that final push though at the end from Lawrence was the deciding factor.
Now the question is, will they be able to defend this? We know that they have a decent hold, and we're back on the Sigma with Omega. And it just looks like we're waiting. Pectus is on the Diva. We're gonna have to see how crazy these push-offs are gonna be.
This is
off
what we
of
were-
Ultras and Useless Bard.
This is what we were seeing last time with Pectus on Diva
Oh,
going
wait.
after.
Going
I think
after-
Pectus is messing with us.
I think
Pectus,
so.
lock in, Pectus.
But we also have that Sombra there, really to apply some of that pressure to the high ground, especially probably to the Ana there, because she's definitely going to be playing the high ground, looking over point.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Omega's trademark Reinhardt here yet.
No, we haven't. But I think they're just looking for more of a poke out comp here.
I mean, I guess so, but like Reinhardt has been his utility here every single time, and it's been working really
I
well.
mean, the last time they ran it, they kind of did lose, so.
Maybe, but even trying it here, losing one
I
fight,
think
you
just
can still
holding,
come back.
I just think holding the poke here will be a lot more beneficial, and just being able to, and an early pick on Jamaro. So, Useless Bard chasing down Luddy, but he has the jump. Luddy with the jump rat, probably trying to find some picks here. Playing to fight that Ana, Ultras getting picked off by Pectus. Is Useless Bard getting a pick on Luddy. Currently, Concordia is up by 1. But I think we can have a decent hold here by Lawrence. Or not. Omega's falls. Let's see if Useless Bard can make it back for a pick here. I mean, for a touch. But we got Jomaro out of here. We do get the touch. I think we can get the touch here. They're fading in for touch, but getting picked out immediately. So a little too late there.
Lawrence has to do something here.
Yeah. Pectus already almost has Flux, and they are very much going to get Rogue before even their support. Before most of Lawrence's support will even be able to touch him. If they can get some cheeky picks, I think Lawrence may have a chance, but right now we have Flux and coming up on Road and almost Orbit here. But we're also getting close to Nano on Lawrence's side here.
Oh, absolutely. Nano to Reaper Blossom, maybe. More than likely, Nano to.
We're gonna be definitely getting. Oh, a pick off of So Fresh before even Road. That's going to be a major factor here. If they can get maybe Magic Man Jim to get out, or just force him into a bad position, we might be able to see maybe a little bit more of a pushback.
Wait, Luddy on the Junkrat.
Yeah, Useless Bard teleporting to that high ground there, just trying to get some poke damage, I think. Hey, there's the Flux here by Pectus. There's Orbit too.
Pectus still dominant on the
Pectus
Sigma.
getting a 2K.
Wait. The sleeper Sigma pick with Pectus. We've seen a lot of Diva, we've seen a lot of Zarya.
Yeah.
Sigma though.
I
Kinda
think
doing
the Orbit was really the deciding factor there. Maybe a little bit overkill, but it definitely confirmed that push there. And looking at it, Lawrence will have the ults advantage here compared to Concordia, with coming up to 5 ults. So they're gonna have to use this pretty hard here. They're gonna have to be smart with their ult usage, and I am assuming we might be getting close to a Blossom, but Useless Bard gets picked out pretty early. Oh, and the tire gets blown up by Altruist. I'm waiting for that something. Lawrence
This is what
has
I'm
to
talking
ult
about.
at some point.
They're so aware of whenever Useless Bard tries to take that high
Yeah.
ground. 5 ults for Lawrence, by the way.
And looking at it, I can see Jomaro waiting for the Flux to EMP it. I'm seeing no EMP from Jomaro. but not really many picks. We got Pectus out, so fresh. Jamara almost dies to Iltruist. Iltruist gets Luddy, and then Useless Bard gets to pick up Magic Man Jim here.
I mean, when you have 4 minutes, why burn your ults now?
Yeah, that only took 3. The Nano Flux and Visor. So it's going to be pretty close, but Concordia will have the ult advantage with Flux coming up so soon with Pectus. Pectus is playing pretty aggressive, probably just to build up that ult. He's got the Flux, poking out Useless Bard, probably assuming the Blossom will be coming at some point. Pectus misses the rocks, but I'm waiting. There's the Blossom, getting so fresh. The Pectus cleans up Useless Bard there.
Pectus was able to get a lot of overhead from that though, like.
Yeah, Elshra playing the Tracer now, probably just to force out some cooldowns here. They're just being a nuisance. There are still 3 ults in total on Concordia that they can use to engage this push.
And 3 minutes left on the clock. And
Yeah.
a lot to do.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're trying to feel pressure because we know Lawrence is so good
There's
at
there's the Flux from Pectus, getting basically everybody with the EMP. Maybe a little bit overkill there, but definitely cleaning up Lawrence. And I just realized the EMP also stopped the call.
Catch you later.
But right now, it looks like we're probably going to have somewhat of a more even ult economy. Maybe with Lawrence maybe squeaking out just a little bit more advantage, being closer to that nano there. We have Road out and we have Orbit already. I think the Orbit will be the deciding factor here, getting them to the 3. But Useless Bard gets the Blossom. Luddy gets the Blossom. Sorry, I got lost.
Holy! We're gonna go into overtime.
We're gonna see that overtime play here. Concordia really did stick out. They pushed very hard. I think what ended up happening is Lawrence lost some tempo and lost a lot of their had some early picks.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but Lawrence University just, even on the Magic Map, they can't do it. I having a minute on the clock compared to 3?
3 for the attack is going to be a difficult push and attack.
Absolutely.
Especially with Pectus still running that poke comp here. Omega on the Doomfist. We'll see if it will help. We see Useless Bard on the Venture.
And Iltrus on
hit.
Echo. I'm wondering what we can see.
Yeah, I'm excited. Maybe we'll get some probably earlier picks on maybe forcing some cooldown. Oh, Omega goes back to the Sig here. But Cubes is on the Mercy. I could also believe that Omega is cycling through all these tanks, getting picks, choosing his choice of perks, so that he can set up just in case if he does need to cycle through his tanks. Oh my God! What a rock! He hits Peck just hits a lineup rock, hitting Omega out the gate.
Yeah, Doomfist just getting rocked right at the start there.
Yeah, it's crazy. Ultra is getting very low here. Just kind of playing with cooldowns.
The Echo
just
Mercy.
waiting.
Always having an
Getting an early pick on Blink here by Pectus. Is rocking again, but we got the res from Cubes on Blink.
I know they want something big right now.
We're back to playing Concordia playing Hotel. I'm waiting for Useless Bard to go around and wrap around and get some of those supports, getting that dive, getting that Venture gameplay out there. Omega does not survive.
I mean, getting hit by rock.
Yeah,
Omega.
they need a touch.
Trying to battle.
Lawrence needs the touch here.
I don't know about the whole
and
counter picks and stuff.
That's that round.
Fighting Sigma on Doom for me at least has always felt tough.
Yeah, it's a difficult matchup, especially since Doom can get stunned out of so many things because of accretion, and they just ended up not getting a touch. So let's see if let's see if Lawrence can hold for that 3 minutes.
And all they need to do is capture point. 3 minutes
only
to
need
capture point.
Capture point. This is going to be a very hard hold for Lawrence University here.
I mean, the thing is, it's just both of these players, or both of these teams, Pectus and Omega, Luddy and Iltros, Jamaro and Useless Bard, So Fresh and Blink, Magic Man and Cubes. Each of them, I can just talk on and on about both of their roles and what they do.
Yeah, they play really well. I think it's just at points, the teams just get off tempo, and Concordia just has a better time at taking advantage of that tempo.
Luddy
They just
running
play a
the
little bit
back again.
faster.
Jamaro with Widow.
It seems like we're going to be playing that somewhat more of a pokey push here, and Omega on the ram, probably just to hold that space.
Seen a nice spray from Jamaro there.
Shooting out all the eyes.
Ah, not the eyes!
Let's see if Useless Bard will be able to even set up in his usual spots here.
I mean, yeah, that
But
Widowmaker is going to
I
be
think
sitting
the
down a
Widow.
lot.
Ooh, nice hit. Oh, Ultras holding down that angle. They're looking onto Theater just to make sure. But they do get the pick on Useless Bard there. They can get pretty even. Jamaro switches to the Sombra, probably to help just whittle down that top. Just attack that high ground there. And I think that Mercy is going to be a real help here with that damage boost on Luddy. Useless Bard gets the flank and just kind of gets out. Omega gets a pick on Self-Rush, and Pectus gets himself, probably with splash damage. Which that's not a good thing. Pectus switches to the Diva now.
I think they can do this.
Flush out that high ground, just to make a more coordinated high ground attack. Like, as you can see, there's not many people playing on the high ground on Lawrence University.
This is going to be close.
Yep, holding that corner there.
Pectus switching to the Diva.
Yep, Pectus flushing out Useless Bard like last time. Just kind of pushing. Jamaro probably looking for a spot to TP to and just get a good angle on. Looking for Useless Bard, it seems like. But Luddy gets up, but gets picked off by Useless. Useless is just in the back, like,
Useless, not so useless.
And just attacking Magic Man. Almost getting
Get out there, get out there.
but he's not able to because of the hack on Jamaro. But we have Blossom, we have Valkyrie. We're just gonna have to see what's gonna happen. I'm assuming Useless. We got Visor popped by Altruist, seeing if we can get some value here. Road popped by So Fresh and Valkyrie, so both support are out. We got Trance keeping them.
Annihilation out right now.
This is an ever important thing. Throwing out Blossom, but not doing a lot. Just trying to push them off point, trying to get them away for that hole.
Concordia really just needs to win one team fight.
Nano is also out just for that push.
Blink on Ana doing numbers out here.
Yeah. Like getting rid of that. Demecking that Diva there. Let's see if they can get rid of this Diva or at least get some sort of pick. As long as they can hold this hardcore, we might be able to see a draw.
Magic Man James switching to the Zen. I like it, I like it.
We got the remake on Diva, but Diva has Bomb. So the main thing here is, will it work? Will they be able to throw out a fat bomb and cap point here? There's Bomb, but throwing it right into backline, but I don't think it's going to... It gets a pick off of Blinks!
Will it be enough though?
Luddy and Magic Man Jim just wait. And it looks like there's not going to be really a good
Can they get back in that time?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be to Concordia here.
Concordia takes the point!
I think it's just because they lost a little bit of tempo. They lost one of their supports. They couldn't. Lawrence just couldn't hold a little.
I don't know what these teams. I mean,
And Pectus getting the play of the game is the wrecking ball. Crazy.
yeah, it's when they get that kill at the end there.
Will they get a bomb kill off of the thing? It looks like it.
Yeah.
They get some environmental kills there. That was pretty crazy.
Green Bay Varsity going against Concordia, beating Concordia beating Lawrence University. Lawrence University 3-0's Green Bay, and Concordia is on the verge of 3-0ing Lawrence. What is going on?
Yeah, no. Concordia is really proving themselves to be a very strong in holding their positions against Lawrence and just kind of abusing tempo here. They play a little bit faster. They throw them off tempo, I think, a little bit by getting some really impressive picks, and then Lawrence just can't regroup in time.
I mean, a big question that I have now is, what if Green Bay was in grand finals against Concordia? Would the story be different?
I don't know. We would have to. Well, it's just kind of a what if at this point.
Yeah, what ifs, what ifs, what ifs?
But I can't wait to see what's going to arise next. What map we're going to see, what hero bans, because we might just see another ban on the Czar.
I wouldn't be
Well, not on the
surprised.
Czar, but on the Diva.
I wouldn't be surprised if Lawrence University asked for 10. Kind of like regroup, maybe get the reverse
Yeah.
3-0.
Maybe just get a time to relax. We're just going to have to see. But Kings,
This is Overwatch, man. Even on the Magic map. The Magic map.
I like how it's the Magic map.
It's where dreams come true.
It's where dreams come true.
I
It's
don't know how many
classic
times.
KR.
I don't know how many times I've been on a losing streak, get King's roll, absolutely roll.
Ugh. Kings Row is just one of those really fun maps that anyone could really take. Yeah. So,
Again, like I said, I think Lawrence University needs to take some time, regroup,
maybe
get their heads on straight.
just get maybe more of a game plan, you know? But
mean-
it's important.
I wonder if it comes down to Green Bay University just not being able to shut down the Doomfist as well.
You mean Concordia?
Or no, Concordia is able to shut down the Doomfist,
Doomfist.
but I think why Green Bay might have lost to Lawrence University is because of the
They
tank.
just couldn't. Yeah, they couldn't. get
But
some
I think
influential
Concordia
picks.
knows the number on Doomfist.
Mhm.
It seems that they just are able to shut down Omega every single time.
It really does feel like that, and especially they play into useless Bard setups. Every
Yeah,
time I
every
see
single time.
I see Diva holding that high ground, pushing off people, and they really play into flushing out that high ground on this KR.
Concordia does what Green Bay doesn't.
I have a feeling Concordia really does scrim and play KR a lot. Just so they know that this is how we flush out high ground, this is how we're going to initiate a push here. And I think it's just important. And it's integral to their strategy.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see this one coming. Concordia taking this much of a hold. I thought for sure Lawrence University going in with the 3-0 might have enough momentum to get the rematch and revenge on Concordia.
Yeah.
But Concordia, I apologize. I didn't know you were about that.
Well, we're just going to have to see what this
Yeah,
final map
yeah.
and what this next map entails. It could be the last map deciding the winner, or we might have a few more in store. It depends on what Lawrence University can do and if Concordia just kind of maybe gets a little bit too big for their britches. But I don't know. Concordia doesn't seem like people to let ego get in the way of playing the game.
We were talking about this earlier. When Concordia won their match against Green Bay JV, I believe it was, they just go,
The straight face. They know that they can't let themselves get to themselves. They
out
know
there.
that they're like, we're winning. But at any point, if we keep expressing that we're winning in that winning mindset, they could take advantage of that and we just lose tempo here.
out there, they really got the killer game face on, I gotta say.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day for all of us.
It's been a long day for all of us, but a fun, exciting day of great Overwatch gameplay.
I've loved every second of it, but all this energy, I am going to take a fat nap when I get
I'm
home.
going to relax and work on some homework and maybe watch some YouTube.
Uh,
Maybe play a
homework.
little bit of Overwatch. Maybe play a little bit of Overwatch.
I have to be at college to it when I go home.
Yeah,
No.
I sit here and we watch all this Overwatch and it's like, wow, I feel very inspired to play and maybe
Same.
win.
I want to play so bad.
Take some great inspiration from some of these players and be like, yep,
I'm gonna have to wait
Yep.
till Monday though.
what else can we
hey,
talk about?
maybe we can get the 3-stack going with Blizzard, you know? You know? Maybe boost them up to Diamond 4.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, we're just kind of waiting on some news right now. But Overwatch, the new season's coming out in like a few days.
yeah,
It's like
my,
a week or so.
Yeah, something like that. And my Doomfist doc is coming along nice for season 16.
You're ready to sit there and then have Freya go, "No Bangladesh," and then you just get bolo shot.
We don't have have to talk about that.
Are you terrified of the explosive arrows coming your way?
Yes, but also no, because especially at the elo I'm at, they're just gonna shoot my block, and I punched them.
That is true. I'm also excited to see Stadium. I'm ready to play
I am
some
so
matches
excited
of
for
Stadium.
Stadium.
It seems like a really fun, fresh game mode that is going to provide a lot of fresh air to a lot of people who thought Overwatch is kind of getting stale. Providing that, I think it's 6v6.
6v6.
Adding
Stadium
third
mode.
person is crazy.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
I can't wait to sit there and be like, yeah, I don't feel like playing support Kiriko. I'm going to play damage Kiriko and just run the back lines.
I can't wait to be maybe Battle Mercy.
Battle Mercy.
Battle Mercy.
Full on Battle Mercy would be crazy. Full Team Nano from Ana is funny.
Hot take. I think they should give a Mercy perk where it just turns her gun into a machine gun, but she can't heal.
She can't heal.
But she can't heal.
She just becomes Bastion.
Thoughts?
Thoughts. Mercy.
Olivia, I'm looking at you.
Mercy gets an ability to change her into Bastion for like 30 seconds.
She just like snaps her staff in half and just like pulls out a minigun from her pocket.
That would be crazy. I'm
Devs,
sick
take
of
notes, take notes.
I'm sick of that Genji going, I'm healing in the back line. I'm trying to heal other people, man. Get the mega.
Absolutely, which is why maybe giving miniguns. I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this next match. I'm excited for what Overwatch has got going.
I am excited too.
At least this game gets constant updates. Smash doesn't.
I was so lost. What was your logic there? And I'm like, what game doesn't get constant updates that's live service?
Yeah, what games?
Don't worry. Don't worry. There'll be an Ultimate 2 for Switch too.
I am losing to the tablet kids because of Steve.
He slowly hijacks this and it becomes a Smash stream.
Yeah. Where's Fox?
I just realized I'm looking down and I see your name is Fear.
Hi guys, I'm Beer.
I'm Beer.
I'm a Fear's alt account.
Fear's alt account. That's crazy.
I'm a Golden Widowmaker.
Golden Widowmaker. Gold Widowmaker Genji.
Genji? I don't know about that. Genji? Maybe.
We're going to
to
Saravasa.
Oh, we haven't seen this map in a while.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of New York
Wait,
cities for this
isn't
Flashpoint
this
map.
Lawrence's pick?
I
Or is
think
it Concordia?
so.
Concordia has been dominant on it. This is the King Rose. This is Lawrence University's King Row, but for Concordia. Concordia has been so dominant on Saravasa with that Zarya.
Yeah. Well, we're just going to have to see here. Saravasa is just one of those. I like Saravasa as a Flashpoint map.
I do too. I love the colors. I love the ability for like movement and stuff.
It's a very interesting. Oh, and the bands that we got are
Kiri or
Kiri
Sim?
and
Do we
Sim.
know what team banned what? Lawrence has banned Kiri, and then Concordia has banned Sim.
That makes sense because of the potential of TPs and just setting up some of those car washes, as they're referred to, just all those turrets becoming a nuisance, hitting up those flanks, and just dealing a constant damage pressure. Sure, but Saravasa is very much a lot of indoor points. It's even more of the outdoor points have a lot of like cover or cages, so it makes it very hard to kind of do the dive.
I wonder what characters we'll see. I mean, with all that indoor stuff, we've seen a lot of Pharah.
A lot of Pharah.
We can see more? Who
But
knows?
I'm interested in the Kiri pick because Kiri is also one of those characters that has just been played a lot because she has strong utility and just the survivability, with Suzu being able to cleanse most things and giving some vulnerability, like TP getting her out of tough situations, having the damage to basically two-shot a lot of squishies if they're headshots, the healing output, and Road. It makes a lot of sense why, was it Lawrence Bandit?
Yes.
And especially if they're playing any characters like Ashe, Mauga, Ana. Just get rid of those status effects.
Anytime we've seen Malga, it's been for like one life.
It's one life Malgas. It's kind of sad, but you know what?
Lizard, this is to you. I'm sorry about the nerves. I felt it too.
But honestly, I think it just helped maybe improve the game overall because Malga's still a kind of oppressive tank.
Yeah, but who cares?
If you play him right.
Who cares about the game's health when I'm having fun?
I care about the game's health.
Fine,
Because if the
fine,
game isn't
okay,
healthy,
okay,
no one plays the
okay.
game, and there's no one to play the game with.
Fine, I guess.
But yeah, I'm excited to see what they're going to run on Saravasa, especially having Pectus having choice of tanks.
I mean, we've seen so much Zarya out of Pectus here.
I could believe they're going to go with the Diva for a little bit more of a dive. A little
And
more
then
of a brawly dive
For
here.
Omega, I can see Ryan.
I don't know. I could see more of less the Doomfist or maybe the Rhine. I mean, not the Rhine, the Ram.
I feel like with it being the last game, Doomfizz is more likely just because it's a comfort
It's a
pick,
comfort pick.
booping off stage.
There's so many boopable areas on map. And I think Meteor Strike is one of his best utilities. And I think we're going into game.
We're gonna go in.
So I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I can't wait. This is Overwatch. Get it on a t-shirt. Get it on a t-shirt.
Yes, this
I'm
is
saying,
Overwatch.
I'm saying we need to get it on a t-shirt.
Well, we're just going
And
to have
like
to
I
take a
said,
look.
such a beautiful map.
Yeah.
There's so many colors. It's lovely.
And first point's always interesting because it kind of plays like a King of the Hill style because it's on an elevation, so you have to come either
Yeah.
from the sides, but if you come from the front angles, you have to climb up those stairs, which provides some interesting chokes. And Omega on the Queen.
I feel like the first point here really is just kind of like a black and white play style. Every single time you're gonna see each team take the same point or
It's
same peak.
Same angle. Usually it's going to be from the sides. They're going to rotate onto point. And Jamaro on the May, probably looking to single out some people here. Kind of play into some of the chokes. Maybe block them off from certain angles here. Just kind of separate the team a lot more and play into that off-tempo nature.
Altruist on the soldier, and I like the pick. You need the damage, you need the kills.
Let us keep our questionable choices.
And Useless Bard ready for the flank on his patented Reaper here.
The useless Reaper. Not so useless.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see. And it just seems like Pectus is holding that rotate there, kind of applying some pressure, pushing off, and it seems like Concordia is probably gonna get onto point first and cap it. With Lawrence playing down main, it seems like. Booty takes the off angle, just kind of get behind, and just waiting for people to kind of appear, trying to get that pick onto Altruist,
Whoa.
which Jamaro kind of cleans up.
Tomorrow, like, having a
Useless Bard is probably going to get a little bit picked off here, but gets out just in time with a sliver of health left.
The thing is, like, those May icicles, they hit hard.
They hit hard. It's all about your aim, though.
I gotta admit, watching
really-
Pectus on the Zarya makes me kind of want to maybe write up a doc about Zarya. Maybe.
We see Bloody just kind of playing in the middle of Lawrence here. They're just trying to get some damage, probably building up Blossom as fast as possible.
The
And
Reaper
getting
1v1.
picked.
Whoa,
But
this is what I'm
Useless-
talking about.
But hey, we got the Cole and Blizz from Concordia trying to keep him off that point there.
Having Sojourn out there,
Ooh,
2
and-
headshots. This is what I'm talking about.
and
You need the damage, you need the kills, you need the
So
security.
fresh. Blink also gets picked off by Pectus, but I don't think we're gonna get a touch by Lawrence. From that Blizz and Cole, they pushed Lawrence way far back.
Yeah,
So Concordia will get this first point, and I think they might. No, Lawrence is gonna get to the point first.
Concordia,
But it's
tell
gonna
me
be
your
close.
secrets. Please, I won't tell anyone, I promise.
Playing that bubble, I see Luddy probably looking for that big Blossom from behind here. Really
maybe.
looking for that play, going down the stairs.
I see it, I see
waiting
it.
for probably TP.
Illustrious with the 3K.
Oh my God.
This is what I was talking about. You need to
I
have the
look
damage,
away
you
for
need to have the
1
headshot.
second, and I see Orbit and Overclock just
Illustrious just
melt Concordia.
Illustrious just able to play any DPS and just looking amazing out there.
We still have 3 ults, but it seems like it's going to be a pretty even ult fight here with Omega getting close to Rampage. But I think we're waiting for just the perfect. That makes sense.
Well, listen.
We're waiting for that Blossom here. It's probably going to come out at any moment. If Buddy doesn't die, which he does.
Blossom.
But Useless Bard does get the pick on Magic Man 8 from Blossom, but also loses his life in the process.
No, hold on a mileage out there.
No. No. But like, it looks like currently Concordia will be hitting up with the ult advantage here, with May getting close to Blizz and Luddy still having that
I gotta say,
Blossom.
I like the Omega Junker.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this Rampage is gonna do, especially since we're getting so close to like the high percentages here. I can see it being used to get them to kite away, play, and just apply that pressure to keep them away from touching point. But we're just gonna see. There's the Blossom! A 2K Blossom from Luddy.
Hitting the bubble, too.
Finally finding it. And just pushing off Omega off point. Oh, Omega getting the nice kill on Luddy. But Concordia does get the flip, pushing off a lot of Concordia and getting Omega out. Now we're just kind of looking here. We just gotta make sure Concordia's really gotta hold that hold here. We're getting close to that. We have Liz and Cole, which could really deny the push from Lawrence here. But there's still that Rampage.
And there's Blizzard online right now
Yeah.
with Coalescent. Big plays maybe gonna come out
We're
here.
also getting close, really close to that overclock again. There's the Rampage out. Big Rampage, forcing a lot of people off.
Absolutely
Just
massive.
getting literally off. Now, Jamar, but Concordia does end up killing 3.
And down Omega goes.
Yeah, they hold.
The
hard.
queen has been dethroned.
Yeah.
Zarya looking like the queen out here. Holy.
Looking at overall, Lawrence will still have the ult advantage here.
And then
over
grab.
Concordia, but I don't think it's going to be enough
Oh,
to get
poor
Concordia
Blink
to
getting
get
melted.
a touch here. Unless they can get a
Concordia.
Blossom, but no. No, but overall, Lawrence might be able to get the first touch. But no, they're fighting here, getting a pick on Altruist, really hitting that stagger. You're forcing Omega probably into another stagger here. What crazy. But I still think Lawrence gets first touch here and gets to set up
Well,
first.
the thing is we've seen Pectus' grabs. They're big.
Yes, they're going to be big. Probably somehow, if they do get point, if Concordia does get point here, it's probably going to be used to defend that space and make sure that they can't even get a touch. And it seems like Concordia actually does get first touch. But we also have Useless Bard with Death Blossom coming up, and Orbit, and Overclock. So I can see a big ult jump
I
coming
mean,
up
last
soon.
time Iltrius popped off with Overclock.
Yes.
But
Overclock
again-
opens up, getting that headshot, but countered by the beam.
We're seeing Orbital come out.
Yes.
Oh,
my
so much
God.
going on.
There's so much going on. But Lawrence ends up being ahead in fight with
Cubes
Cubes
reviving
reviving Blinks.
You need both supports out there.
Yeah. But it feels like Concordia will have the ability to reach out here with Blizzard and Cole coming back on.
I mean, 50% on the third point while you're 2 up.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. We're going to have to see how Lawrence holds this. They're getting close to Rampage again, and they're halfway to Valve.
Yeah, I mean, the hill that Lawrence has to climb up is looking more like a mountain.
It is. It is. But we could see probably a really big Blizz play coming up, maybe. And with the Cole to protect, Pegasus gets pulled off that little high ground there. There's Blizz. Everyone moves off a point. He doesn't really get anybody. But it's kind of pushing everyone off, allowing kind of a reach out. Pegasus getting cubes and someone getting Iltruist. Useless is very low. Needs really that pick there. I'm waiting for the Rampage, but I don't think it'll happen. They're down +2.
Really trying to block them off there.
Yeah.
They're hunting Omega
They're
down.
hunting Omega
Oh
down
my.
for that big stagger.
They know Omega's a threat. They know.
They're getting close to that grab and beat again, and they also have Cole. Well, I could believe if they kite this Cole, I don't think Lawrence will have a chance to touch. They really need to hit this Queen ult big and get some really good picks, especially on Pectus or Magic Man Jim.
98, 99.
There we are. You should
got it.
rampage
You need to
into
do it.
that. There's
There
the
it is.
rampage. But will it be enough? Push it off Pectus. But we're getting close to that beat there.
May, volleyed off
But
their own tank.
Omega falls. Lucius Bart and Blink are also out for the count. I don't think there's going to be
They
a
might
touch
see 9.
here.
They might see 9.
But we're going to see the Ultra Boost hitting the overclock, and it's just cubes on point.
Brutal.
Getting pushed. They're going to have grab. And that's it. That is it.
Concordia, tell me your secrets.
Concordia does it again.
I mean,
Just
I
not
don't-
letting Lawrence even get an inch.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
That was a intense
This ends
few
now.
matches of Overwatch. You can feel like the overall competitiveness of both teams shining through. But overall, I think Concordia just happened to play slightly better.
And Concordia Falcons win.
Yeah. They won the
It
grand
does. It
finals.
says it on the screen. It's true.
But there were some very close areas where I think it could have swung either way. But Concordia just, I think, found a little bit of a foot in Lawrence's tempo and just kind of pushed off on that, really giving them the advantage here.
I mean, just dominant performances. I don't know how Lawrence is going to be feeling after a 3-0 victory over
know.
Varsity.
And then getting 3-0
Oh no!
again against themselves. But Concordia has proven themselves that they are strong. They are really good.
I'm really interested because I was reaching out to teams earlier, and it sounds like we might be able to scrim against Concordia first.
I'm
So,
excited to go against Pectus.
Concordia.
I can't
Concordia.
wait to see how we're going to play, how Pectus really plays the Zarya and break it down in game.
I want to see
Yeah.
Lizard and Pectus go at each other.
But honestly, there was some crazy matches today. Hey, and honestly,
I want to say
it was
Green
pretty
Bay
good.
3-2 with JV winning, being the closest match.
Match pure, yeah.
I mean, they know each other so well.
And it sounded like they were having a great time playing against each
But
other.
speaking about a great time, I've had a great time
Yes.
casting here. We both have. I mean, such a fun event. I'm really
Yeah.
happy UWSP got the chance to do it. And I believe our Smash team did win regionals.
I hope so.
I think
It
so,
probably
too.
did.
But-
But it was great casting, and it was great having
Yeah.
UW
And
WEC here.
in WEC land, all I want to say is from UWSP, good night and have a
Yes.
good one.
Yep.
Concordia win.